up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and clear our throat.
And then there were 6. From 8 teams, VVV Esports and Fennel Adversity were eliminated yesterday, leaving us with 6 teams here at the second day of the 2021 League of Legends Wild Rift Sea Icon Series Philippines Summer Season Playoffs. Mika Fabs over here. I will be your host along with Otolus and Osiris here on the panel. We are ready to serve and break down all the action for you guys, and we are coming to you live from, we haven't gotten confirmation yet if this is Freljord, but we're going to say that we are coming to you live from Freljord. And of course, thank you so much to our sponsors for bringing us to Freljord. You know, we went sightseeing yesterday. It was really nice. Of course, thank you so much to PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country, for bringing the Icon series over here. Of course, this event is organized by Mineski and Globe. And with Globe Telecom, you can hashtag reinvent your Wild Rift journey like never before. Explore the path of ascension when you top up on Wild Course at Coda Shop via Globe.
And of course, to our official mobile partner, reinvent your world indeed. Picture life together and experience the world of Wild Rift with us with the all-new Oppo Reno 5 4G for only 18,999 and Oppo Reno 5 5G for only 23,999.
At syempre, nandito din ang sikreto ng mga gwapong gamers. Kahit buong araw na naglalaro, hindi mukhang na GG, fresh pa rin. At para fresh all day, bring your clay game with new Master All-in-One Clay Face Wash. It cleans 99.9% of germs, controls all the 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. All-in-one, bring your clay game with Master. Sikreto ng mga gwapo.
And you guys can up your game even more as Virtual Hangouts Go Esports brings you events and programs like no other, starting with an apprenticeship program led by the pros, stream takeovers, and local and international tournaments. All you have to do is download the Globe One app and click on the Virtual Hangouts tab to get updated and get hashtag OL together now on the latest happenings on Globe Virtual Hangouts. Now, thanks to our official mobile partner, Oppo, we actually have some wild cores to give away. So if you've been wanting, a little bit of a discount to get your favorite skins in the shop, you can do so simply by hanging out with us here at the C Icon series. PH Osiris, how exactly do they get those wild cores in their account?
Of course, thanks to our official mobile partner, Oppo, you can get a chance to win 380 wild cores just by tuning in. And all you have to do is like and follow Oppo Philippines Facebook page. Like and share the stream with the caption of the team you're rooting for. So we have only 6 teams. You know what to do, guys. Make sure the post is on public with the hashtag. So hashtag Oppo Game On, hashtag Oppo Reno 5, hashtag Picture Life Together, hashtag Oppo A94, and hashtag Live Life at Full Speed. A total of 4 winners will be announced later at the end of the live stream. So make sure to tune in.
Do you want to be the next Autolus or the next Osiris? Now is your
Whoa.
chance. You can actually express yourselves and bring out the game analyst in you and be one of the 15 lucky winners of 790 wild cores at the end of the broadcast week. All you have to do is make sure to like and follow the PPGL Facebook page, like and share the live stream as well with the hashtags SISPH, that's SISPH, SISPH Playoffs, See Icon Series PH, and hashtag PPGL Wild Rift. So during the broadcast, just comment your gameplay analysis along with your Riot ID on the stream chat, and we will make sure to pin the best comment after each series. A total of 15 winners will be announced at the end of the grand finals tomorrow, so make sure to stay tuned for that.
And calling out, of course, our top fans in PPGL, you have the chance to win PPGL exclusive merchandise. Of course, number one requirement is you must be a top fan of the PPGL page. All you have to do is to continue to interact with us on the stream, like, share, and of course, comment any reactions that you have onto our amazing plays. Post a photo of yourself virtually chilling out with the PPGL while watching the Southeast Asia Icon Series Philippines playoffs, and tell us which 2 teams are you looking forward to seeing in the grand finals. Make sure to include the official hashtags SISPH, hashtag C Icon Series PH, hashtag PPGL Wild Rift, and hashtag PPGL Best Fan 2021. 5 lucky winners will be announced at the end of the grand finals broadcast this June 6th.
What if I'm an Autolus top fan? I just head on over to the PPGL page and be a top fan there as well,
Yes.
of course. all of your personal top fans can head on over and be top fans as well on PPGL. After all, we will be with you all day, every day here at the C Icon Series PH. Now, of course, checking out our 8 representatives here at the C Icon Series summer season. Now, they have been whittled down to 6 as of yesterday. Of course, VVV Esports and Fennel Adversity, we had to say goodbye to them as they were eliminated from the lower bracket as they have been blacked out over there. It looks a little sad, but of course we still have
Aw.
Team Secret Nexplay Esports, Omega Esports, Liyab Esports, Amihan Esports, and RRQ still up and running over here. Now, as of yesterday, we noticed some major bracket changes happening as well, and some exciting matches also that happened yesterday. I think one of the most surprising things that came out of day one of the playoffs was, for me, that was Omega Esports heading on down to the lower bracket. What about you guys? What were some of the big upsets for you guys, or what were some of the memorable moments from day one? We'll start with you, Audlus.
I'll follow the same route. It's the only prediction mistake that I have had so far in day number one, and that's because it's really unexpected for RRQ to upend Omega Esports. We all know that Omega Esports came out undefeated in the South Luzon group stages, so it was a very, very big surprise, but a welcome one, especially to RRQ fans.
Definitely, but we can still see that Omega Esports are still quite comfy with that second place with 550,000 Globe Cup points. Amihan Esports with the same, and in first place currently with Team Secret, not too far behind at 500,000 Globe Cup points. RRQ, as you mentioned, at a very comfortable fourth place, and they are really emerging to be one of these teams that, you know, have come out from the shadows and have suddenly emerged in the playoffs as this big monster coming in to get that championship title. What about you, Osiris? What were some of the big moments that surprised you yesterday?
Well, let's start with the favorite. It has been the Twisted Fate kept on showing and being played really well by different teams. But with the matches that I've seen, most notable is the VVV and NXPE, as the reason why it was fairly a close game one, and then went south for them. NXPE really took the game with the three members going ahead on the Nexus. So all you can say is that the decision making moving into the late game really dictates a lot if you're a really good team. And I was expecting for VVV to get their revenge play at the bottom with the lower bracket game against Liyab, but I really love how Liyab evolved from different form yesterday, and their flame is still in their hearts as they continue here. The dream is alive for them.
Definitely alive, and let's not forget Exosense mad dash to the base with that backdoor. You guys go ahead and clash wherever on the map. I'm just gonna go to work on this Nexus over here that has nobody home. That was definitely a memorable moment as well. Now, of course, we also did see VVV Esports and Fennel Adversity really grow from their respective group stages. And I feel like you're absolutely right. VVV Esports actually, there was a time maybe earlier on in the C Icon Series summer season where we would have said that this would have been a stomp, but it actually was not. VVV Esports really did put up a good fight against Nexplay Esports, and Nexplay, as we keep saying, they're on a whole other level here. So I want to ask you guys, who do you think are the dark horses that could possibly win the championship? Okay, like let's say Team Secret, favorite, and we have Nexplay Esports as a favorite. We know that North Luzon is incredibly strong, but who do you think is a dark horse that could take this championship? We'll start with you, Atlus.
Amihan, Orthros, let's go.
Orthrolus is in the house indeed. But yes, they were incredibly strong yesterday, and as we saw, they were a team that dominated the Visayas group stages. And then by the time they got to the playoffs, they were even stronger. So yes, that is definitely an exciting prospect. What about you, Osiris?
Oh, well, the president of the Orthros fan club spoke, so I'll go with, of course, me as being a Twisted Fate loyalist, the one who manages to pull off the first Twisted Fate at Icon Series, RRQ. And I'm really surprised how they did well up against Omega. They can be the dark horses. They can surprise us again. And knowing also that this is the first part of the reunion with Kaigo and James. They know each other. They've been in the League of Legends PC for a long time. And I think they shared, let's say, great minds think alike. And James being the one who's drafting, Kaigo is on the other side. This will be mind games. It feels like this will be a battle of chess in the process. So yeah, let's see how they're going to beat each other along the draft.
I definitely feel the same. This is actually why I was looking forward to Team Secret versus RRQ the most
Yeah.
because we do have that reunion coming in of, these legends in the league.
Mhm.
Legends in the League of Legends. Yes, they are in the League of Legends
Yes.
scene. But yeah, these guys, they have definitely garnered such amazing reputation here. They are now in Wild Rift. Autolus, I want to get your thoughts on how you think this matchup is going to go. This chess match that is going to happen here between Hamas and Kaigu.
That's right. So, well, thinking about what RQ is very strong at, that's the 4-1 config, right? You have a split pusher, you have Helios, running the Twisted Fate. But I cannot just forget about Evelyn, right, on Azar. We know how he was able to perfectly play the decoy. And if you actually think about it, the Destiny is a soft counter or hard counter against Evelyn. But if you dodge out the gold card, then that means that you were able to thwart off any engages in the Baron lane. So, will we see the Evelyn again from Azar? That's a question that I have in mind right now.
We probably will, but Team Secret, they are known for these very unpredictable drafts, unpredictable strategies. Maybe they might have foreseen that RRQ kind of like saw that. They might not bring that, or they might keep it as this kind of like ace in their hand, while going up against RRQ. And, coming into this series, it really is one of the series to watch. We have been waiting for, the old guard. We have Coach Kaigu, we have James, we have Exocet on Liyab. We have been waiting for this matchup to arrive. The moment actually that they announced that they were coming into Wild Rift, we knew that was going to happen. We knew that these League of Legends experienced veterans were going to face off in Wild Rift. And we are going to get that treat today. But before that, we have a special guest joining us over here for our pre-game show. We have Azar over here from Team Secret, so we can see if we can get some secrets from him.
There
Unlikely,
you go.
but of
Hello.
course. Thank you, Azar, for joining us. We won't take up too much of your time. I know you have a big match to prepare for, but really quickly, I just want to get a peek into the preparations that you guys have done for RRQ.
Preparation, I think nag-practice kami like super grind talaga yung ginawa namin this week para makapag-prepare, and bago kami mag-start ng match and naglalaro kami and tubig lang.
Oh, wow. So that means that you guys didn't have, any kind of indulgence or whatever. You're fueled by hunger. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Nothing but water for these guys so that their minds are clear and they can think straight, apparently. Oh, that is intense, Team Secret. Autolus, what about you?
Yeah, hashtag stay hydrated. Hey, Azar, Autolus here. Many people have noticed your very inspired performance. So, who exactly inspires you the most recently?
Mhm.
My team.
Oh, okay.
Aw, same. He
Good
was playing
answer.
safe. But you know what? Look at that smile. Look at that smile on Azar.
Yeah, you
Is he
can
really
see-
thinking about his
Yeah.
team? Osiris, what about you? Do you have any questions over here for Azar?
Yeah, hello Azar, Osiris here. So yeah, question. Who's the most challenging opponent here at the playoffs?
Most challenging, I think, will be NXPE. I think they practiced well this time. Unless nung last time kami naglaban. I think they are more prepared now. So,
Oh.
looking up for our match tonight.
Ooh. So
Ooh.
the North Luzon rivalry continues over here in the playoffs. And Team Secret, they have their eyes on Nexplay Esports. They aren't done quite yet. All right, Azar, really quickly, before we let you go and before we let you give out your shoutouts, let us know, what is the breakfast of champions for you guys today? What do you guys have for breakfast or lunch or brunch?
Pizza.
Ooh, pizza
Oh,
power.
pizza. Definitely a good one to start out the day. Azar, do you have any shout outs that you'd like to give maybe to all of the supporters of Team Secret before your match today?
Thank you for supporting us until now. We won't let you go. We won't let you down, guys.
That is a solid promise coming from Azar of Team Secret. Azar, thank you so much. Best of luck in your
Thank you.
match today. We will see you in the Rift.
That's some Rick Astley reference out there, Mika. Come on. Never gonna let you down.
They're not gonna let you down. They're not gonna give you up. we just got Rick rolled by Team Secret.
Got rickrolled.
That was memes all over.
We just got Rick rolled by Team Secret. Oh my gosh. But of course, they will be opening day 2 of the playoffs over here against RRQ, and it's going to be quite an epic series indeed. Let's check out the brackets that we have for today to see the movement, the movers and shakers over here at the C Icon Series playoffs right now. And as we can see in the winner's circle, we do have Team Secret versus RRQ, Nexplay Esports versus Amihan Esports, and in our lower bracket we do have Omega Esports and Liyab Esports. I'm expecting one of these teams to definitely climb out of the lower bracket though. I'm actually looking at Omega Esports over here. But Liyab Esports, should they fix everything that they need to, they could climb out of that lower bracket as well. And as we can see, Team Secret and RRQ, of course, opening our day, followed by Nexplay Esports versus Amihan Esports. And later on, we are going to see Omega Esports and Liyab Esports in their respective matches as well. Now, of course, just to remind you guys of our Globe Cup point system over here, we do have 100,000 Globe Cup points per series, and one Globe Cup point is equivalent to 1 peso. So every single series counts, most definitely, whether you're lower bracket or whether you are in the upper bracket. Now, of course, to get into our first series of the day, I feel like we have been hyping this for the last 20 minutes. This is Team Secret versus RRQ, because this is a battle of international proportions here. And of course, Team Secret, they have been one of the titans here at the C Icon Series PH, carrying their banner very, very well and keeping fans guessing with their out-of-the-box and unpredictable plays. They remain to be one of the contenders for that championship title. This is Team Secret.
After dismantling Fennel adversity yesterday with a sweet 2-0 record, Team Secret aims to continue their winning ways against RRQ. At the backs of an all-poke composition featuring Varus by Chewy in the Dragon Lane, we will see if Team Secret will continue to catch them all with their poke ways, or maybe bring out another player from their very diverse playbook. Azar in the Baron Lane, Trevor, Jungler, Tatsuri in mid, Chewy in the Dragon Lane, James as their support with Core as their sub-mid. Can they ever be exposed, or will they still remain a puzzle waiting to be solved? Boys and girls, your Team Secret.
And of course, for the solo player highlight, the man on his creativity, the veteran, the one of the legendary here at League of Legends PC. You know it. It's James with that KDA 10.79 and rocking those champions, Galio, Lux, and we saw Sona yesterday being pulled out, and he got yesterday the 100 kill participation, but that's the overall right now 25%, and he is really delivering, looking for the right targets, making sure that everyone is being keep on check. And you gotta remember, those plays will make Team Secret move forward with the brackets.
I love how you refer to them as these like legendary players or like legendary Pokemon
Pokemons.
here. And
Yes.
Team Secret over here has one legendary Pokemon on their side. But of course, on the other side, they also have a legendary Pokemon. It is a team that is also no stranger to international attention. They are one of the most popular teams in Southeast Asia, and they too have impressed everyone with their big brain plays. This is RRQ.
RRQ surprised everyone yesterday when they took down one of the favorites of the playoffs in Omega Esports. Coach Kaiku, definitely enjoying the shadows of being underdogs. RRQ used their 4-1 split push meta at the backs of Asila's ever reliable Fiora and Helios' control of Destiny. Asila, Baron, Chaz, Jungler, Helios in mid, Marky as DR laner, and Earl God as their support, with Ulexite and Hex ready to contribute when called upon, eyeing to illuminate the way to victory. Hashtag Viva RRQ.
Rex Regum Quan is so strong as they got two legendary, as the same concept what Mika told us is the legendary Pokemons. First off, you got Kaigu, and the second one will be our solo player highlight. That will be Marky, and marking the spots of where he wanted to take down enemies, rocking that Corki, Draven, and the Kaisa. This guy is really on par with the best ADCs or Dragon Laners here at Philippines, and making sure that he's going to keep everyone down, making sure that everyone is going to be quiet when he pops off. With those killer instinct, Marky rocking that 5.25 KDA and kill participation 18%. So let's see what this guy will show us for today's game.
A lot of RRQ's strategy actually rests on Marky's shoulders. As we saw yesterday, they basically were the 4 bodyguards over here, just making sure Marky was okay and all right, and he was able to scale properly on that Kaisa before wreaking havoc on all of their opponents. Now, checking out our Globe Key player clash, other 2 players over here that you have to keep your eyes on. It will be in the jungle with Trebor and Chaz. And now, Otlus, I want to get your thoughts on how this is going to go down, especially with the recent updates in the jungle.
That's right. So when we talk about Trebor, he's like the ones that really is the unsung hero of Team Secret. He just creates the right place for his team, and you can see that the KDA of this guy is really top notch. 10.20 means that he's always there to support his teams, be it kills or be it assists. Now on the other side, we have Chaz. Chaz has been the best tank jungler that we have so far, and that is a feat by itself. Whenever this guy gets his hand on an engaged champion, it is almost always going to work into their favor. One thing to note though, both these players can play the Wukong, the engaged champion. So will we see a Yasuo in the mid lane this time?
And again, with these, with our legendary Pokemon over here, it's going to be really interesting to see what they pull out for the jungle in their draft. Osiris, anything to add to this before we step into our predictions?
Both of them are really good at adapting, and Trevor, we've seen him on a tanky build of a champion. So I believe he can stay on par with Chaz, and he needs to level it up because the utility of the jungle is being utilized by Chaz mostly.
I gotta say, I took a big sigh over here as I was trying to make up my mind for where I would put my predictions, because this is going to be okay. Regardless, this is going to be a great series. I can feel it, but I do think it's going to be a 2-1. I haven't made up my mind yet. I'm gonna make up my mind
Oh,
now. I'm going to go with Team Secret over here. I'm going to go with Team Secret still, but I do think it's a 2-1, and RRQ will be able to get one from them.
It is no secret that I'm riding the North Luzon group stage hype train, right? Ever since it started, I really wanted them to perform well. So this is still going to be a Team Secret win, and if Nexplay wins the next game, I think they will be reaching a upper bracket finals of NXPE versus Team Secret. That will be very spicy.
Whew. And of course, as for me, I'll go with 2-1 in favor of the Kings of the North. Yes, we may be facing the Kings of the Kings, but you need still to respect that this is the North, and the North remembers. It will be Team Secret for me with a 2-1.
But you know what? RRQ, they are loving being underdogs. So I think, they're saying, yeah,
Yes.
that's okay, sure. Expect nothing from us. And then they're going to come out and, do something crazy just like they did yesterday. I don't know, but we just know that this is going to be an epic series. Definitely starting off day 2 here for our playoffs. This is Team Secret versus RRQ casters. Let's jump into the rift.
Off day number 2 with a bang. First series is gonna be Team Secret versus RRQ. We'll be your casters. I'm Yuko, and alongside me is Riku. So much hype, so much analysis for these two teams. And we did hear Osari say that he believes RRQ is one of the dark horses here in the Icon series. How about you, Riku?
Yeah, definitely RRQ, especially their performance yesterday. They were able to score that upset up against Omega and throwing them basically in such a dangerous condition on that BO1. But of course, yesterday, as we saw, Omega was able to survive that and sent, VVV home, or rather Fennel adversity home. So yeah, this series in particular is just so huge because, we all know that the upper bracket is the shortest way to head over to the grand finale. Therefore, heading over to that 2 slots rather to represent the Philippines in the Summer Super Cup. So imagine whoever wins this match is basically 1 series away from going into the grand finale. But if you drop into the lower bracket, you still have to go through 3 matches, 3 series rather, to go to the grand finals. And of course, they're not only fighting for that, they're also fighting for that fall season slot, because whoever reaches that top 4 in this playoffs will get that sure 4 slots towards the fall season. So the match number 1 this series and the next series after this will be extremely important for that fall season era, basically.
Whew, all right, so much hype for this, and let's talk about the teams now. We already talked about chance that they could be seen in the grand finals, even towards the fall. So these two teams, they're both from international organizations. They have a lot of fans from all over the world, and both of them, they pick crazy champions, and I love that. To start the day off with these two teams, it's definitely a treat. So we actually talked about this offline. RRQ, whenever they can prolong the game, it's pretty much a 100% win rate for them, because the panelists said this, Marky would be in control. You have Marky in the back lines dishing out so much damage. He is pretty much well protected. You also have Helios at the side, well, just also taking down enemies. But for the side of Team Secret, they're more fast-paced. They want to focus on finishing the game 10 to 15 minutes in.
Exactly. This series in particular is going to be the test of 2 different concepts, I guess. Just as you mentioned, North Luzon have a lot of quick games. We're talking about 13 minutes to 15 minutes. Mindanao region, RRQ, they like to play it slow. They like to slow the pace of the game. Once they reach the 20-minute mark, I'm sure Team Secret will sweat under their jerseys, as it is going to be a critical time for them because most of RRQ's wins, and that is exactly how they're able to get that upset up against Omega, is again the Marky plan. This late game scaling Kaisa is what they're usually defaulting to and waiting for. Again, past 20 minutes would be their win condition.
Looking back into the head-to-head matchup, it was the junglers. But personally, I have my eyes on the ADCs. Marky, of course, no need for introduction. He is very good on that Kai'Sa. However, I believe Chewy has a bigger champion pool, and seeing him yesterday play that Varus out of his mind, it was so good. I'm looking forward to see, are we gonna see another Varus, or will they try and take Kai'Sa for them? Because of course Chewy can also use Kai'Sa.
Yeah, that's the thing about RRQ. They're flexible in a way that they do have that 7-man roster on the board. Basically have two AD carries, Marky and Ulexide, and two
Ulexide.
supports, which is Hex and Earl God as well. So, they can possibly maybe swap players mid-series perhaps. So excited to see that, whether that's the decision. But you're right, Chewy, he can play killer AD carries, has a big champion pool on the AD carry department, but also can play mage bot laners. We're talking about Seraphine, maybe Sona, maybe Oriana even. So that could be another option for Team Secret. Meanwhile, RRQ is definitely very, very traditional, but a huge factor that can be quite unexpected is Helios on the mid lane. Remember, he played the Fiora mid on his debut series back in the Mindanao Group Stages. So I think the unpredictable factor for RRQ will definitely be Helios. For Team Secret, it will be possibly the entire draft. Maybe the mage bot lane can come up.
I'm actually thinking if Team Secret is gonna ban out Helios' Twisted Fate. I mean, it isn't an option, but I'm not sure if they're gonna do it because Team Secret would want to keep more champions out of the pool. Maybe, just maybe, Tatsuri also found a way to counter Helios' Twisted Fate. And while aside from Twisted Fate, Helios can pretty much play anything in the mid lane. Again, Fiora, we did see an Annie, and we also saw an Oriana. So it's a matter of just keeping Helios at bay and making sure that the jungler will not be able to go with the steals, given that RQ, there are times they would prioritize turret takedowns over Drakes.
Yeah, I think that would be a possible option as well. They want to, again, they like to draft these late game scaling compositions, therefore not comfortable in, contesting the early dragon. So they do want to just exchange other objectives off of the map, which is usually the first blood tower, which I think is pretty smart for them. Something that we can most likely expect in the draft to be banned is, I think, the Ziggs. I think both of these teams do not want to see the Ziggs just because of how it can accelerate the game, and more so actually on the side of RRQ. Most likely they will ban the Ziggs because they're aiming for the long haul once more. I can see it being played more towards Team Secret because this fits their play style very, very well, especially when we think about Tatsuri. Such a flexible mid laner, can play these 80 mid laners as well. We're talking about the Yasuo and as well as utility, so he can adjust for the squad depending on what they need.
Actually, now, if we imagine Ziggs out of the picture, there is a pretty good chance that we may see Tatsuri on this Yasuo. But at the same time, we did see Team Secret pull off crazy drafts. So maybe, just maybe, we can see a Seraphine mid. But I don't think that is going to be a good choice, given that Helios, he would usually pick champions that has so much burst potential. And even though you can poke him, of course, he would just try his best to take you down, especially if he's going to pick up Ignite. And yeah, another matchup, I guess, would be the players at the Baron lane. You have Asila alongside Zar, and these two, I was about to say Asila is more on the tanky champions or the beefy frontliners, but we saw him pick up different champions, and he is actually leaning towards the duelist now.
Yeah, for sure. RRQ, they definitely need Scylla to be on, the air quote holy trinity of the Baron laners, Akali, Fiora, and Camille, because RRQ plays and is more comfortable with that 4-1 setup. So they need Scylla to be on those three champions. For Team Secret, Azar can be a little bit more flexible as well. He can play the beefy tank frontliners for Team Secret as well, but also can definitely match up into that 1v1 in the Baron lane.
I actually would want to see duelists now, but I guess we did see Renekton, and if I'm not mistaken, Azar plays Renekton as well. This is something Autolus told me, and maybe we'll get to see that, or just this is also an option. We did see him pick up Evelyn in the group stages. I don't think we'll be seeing Evelyn, but the idea that he can actually pull a different champion and put it in the Baron lane, that's not impossible.
Yeah, that's the thing though. When we look back into why Evelyn has been picked, usually if the draft or the ban is mainly focused on, again, removing the air quote holy trinity of Baron laners, and therefore you don't have any option, or you don't want to use a tank Baron laner instead, and especially if you have a Vi on the opposite end of the spectrum of the enemy team, Evelyn is just so good at dodging all of these critical skills, all of these lockdown skills. So I think that is the biggest strength of an Evelyn. But at the same time, it is a very situational pick, and we might see it, but at the same time, the chance is kind of rare.
I actually realized that I've been asking you so many questions. I've been asking for your analysis. I forgot to ask for your predictions. See how hyped we are.
I know.
So for series number 1, what are your predictions? Score and the team that will win.
Okay, so I would agree with the panelists. It is going to be a 2-1 just because RRQ's play style is basically going through the long haul, and if Team Secret is not able to finish the games in time, I think they will be in deep trouble, and they have to watch out for that. So I believe RRQ will take one game off of Team Secret, but because of how diverse Team Secret is when it comes to the draft, I have to say 2-1 in favor of Team Secret.
All of you are voting for Team Secret. You know what? I don't know about you, but I trust the dark horses of the Icon series. So I'm gonna have to say 2-1, but in favor of RRQ. I'm the only one that voted for RRQ. Guys, come on! But yeah, nice to just throw in a few spices here and there. And again, make sure Helios just goes crazy on that mid lane. If possible, shut down Tatsuri, Marky, or Ulexite. And there is a chance that we may be seeing Ulexite for this series. Just make sure your ADC will pop off, and whoever the support is, maybe Earl God. I mean, we did see him play a Leona phenomenally yesterday. He also needs to make sure that James will not be able to do what he wants. And the panelists highlighted this, the chess game between James and Kaigu, which were former teammates in the LoL PC.
Exactly, James is such a huge factor for Team Secret. Again, we talked about how Team Secret was formed back in January. They picked up James first, serving as the core, and then they used tryouts to scout for more players to assemble this basically very scary all-star talent of an Avengers squad here for Team Secret. So again, when we talk about James, we look at his experience on an SEA scale, his shot calling, his experience back when he was in Mineski, now Liyab. So this is going to be the first time in a while since 2017 we're seeing him on a different jersey, on a different, team. He's Team Secret now. So I think, it definitely really is one of those big factors due to the success of Team Secret. I stumbled a little bit there.
It's okay. That's just how excited we are before we jump into the pick and ban phase for game number 1. And yeah, I have to agree. But now, let's jump back into the junglers. So far, we've only been including the group stages, we've only ever saw Trevor use Camille, Lee Sin, Wukong. Sometimes Vi too, but yeah, he is more, he likes to pick up those champions that would go or would initiate. After that, maybe Azar or Tatsuri will do the follow-up, and you're gonna have Chewy just safe at the backlines. James sometimes initiates too, but he would be on that Seraphine support sometimes, so he cannot be the frontliner. And on the side of RRQ, I kind of feel the same vibes. They both want to initiate, so what could we expect here for these two teams?
I think that is the beautiful thing about Team Secret, because they are creative in draft, and it's all thanks to how the rest of the roster can switch dynamics. Everyone from Team Secret can go carry and can go utility. We're talking about Azar, Trevor, and Tatsuri. Even Shui from time to time, he can step back and not play the AD carry role. He can go mage bot laners. But when we look at Azar, Trevor, and Tatsuri mainly, all of these three players can switch it up. If ever, one would desire to play carry, the other two will play a support. And something like that. They can swap dynamics here and there. And I think that is one of the biggest strengths of Team Secret. And that is the reason why they can afford all of these creative drafts, because they can swap here and there. Who will be the carry and who will be the utility?
You know what? You mentioned creative draft, and I'm not sure which. I think I said this somewhere in the Mindanao Group Stages. Lee Sin Baron Lane. I'm still waiting. I'm still holding on to that very small percentage. I mean, we did see a Varus yesterday. We also saw Twisted Fate yet again. Renekton even being picked up, and the teams played him phenomenally. We also saw Leona yesterday. So I'm only waiting for Lee Sin. If anyone here in day number 2 picks him up and put him on the Baron lane, I would be very much happy.
Yes, sadly, maybe the nerf on the nerves nerves the nerves on his auto attack speed in his flurry, I think, has been a factor. But I guess we'll find out soon as the draft is starting for game 1.
RQ now on blue side, Team Secret on the red. Let's see who will they ban first. There's a chance they could ban either a support or a mid laner, and you are right, that is gonna be Ziggs out of the table.
Yeah, Team Secret is the type that will accelerate the game. They like these fast games, so RRQ does not want to see that. Camille, an understandable ban. We're talking about Esila, the 4-1 strat. Will Team Secret hammer down these Baron laner bans? A Fiora could actually follow as well. And we've been seeing a lot of these Gragas picks being open. RRQ, though, with a respect ban on towards Chewy's Varus from yesterday.
Alright, so apparently no Varus for game number 1. Let's see who will be the last ban for Team Secret. They could ban out a jungler, maybe even a Baron laner. Okay, jungler, that is going to be a Rengar. Gragas is open, Akali is open, and Diana is open should they want to pick that up.
Akali's performance from these past few games since day number 1 hasn't been the best. And of course, we talked about the Gragas being open, but now this opens Team Secret to take the Fiora for themselves. Maybe if they do want that Kai'Sa, Janna has been one of that first rotation, but never mind. Galio being a new fresh first red side rotation recently.
That is going to be the first pick, Galio. They could get a Baron laner. Looks like that is going to be Olaf. We're not sure if he's going to be in the jungler or in the Baron, so let's wait and see. Now, RQ, they immediately secured this Kai'Sa for Marky. And yes, Marky is the one that will be playing for game number 1. They could get a mid laner if they want to, just to make sure that they can. Oh yeah, you mentioned this. Fiora was open. Team Secret didn't pick this up, so that is going to be a Fiora most likely going over to Esila.
This is Team Secret playing, okay, we're going to be playing our own. We're going to be playing our own music here this time around. We know what you're going to pick, RQ, and now the Yasuo being picked up. We talked about this before the draft. Tatsuri can play these AD laners or utility, but this is spelling out to be a setup for a Yasuo. Triple double knockups already with the Galio and this Cyclone with the Wukong, and now we get to see Trevor on this Olaf. Remember, Olaf's win rate in the recent days of this competition hasn't been the spiciest. So now RQ will pick up a disengaged champion just for Marky.
Janna was open, but looks like they don't want that. They opted with the usual Kai'Sa Braum combo, and they finish off their draft with a Akali. So still, this is gonna be a ADC Corki, given that Varus is banned and RQ picked up Kai'Sa. So this is gonna be most likely an Olaf Baron lane, and Trevor will still be using Wukong.
This is gonna be spicy. A Yasuo making a return here from the North Luzon group stages. And now we're going to be seeing an Olaf here for the side of Azar. So you are right. It is going to be a top lane Olaf. Very excited to see this happen.
I forgot there is Helios. I thought it was going to be a Baron lane Fiora. But of course, that is going over to Helios, so it's still gonna be a Fiora mid. Tatsuri will be up against a Fiora, and looks like this is gonna be it. We are jumping into game number 1, RRQ versus Team Secret. So for the viewers out there, do not forget to comment on who you think will bag game number 1. You can throw in your analysis here and there too.
That is the interesting thing about this matchup, I suppose, because, Tatsuri, that is the difficult thing about going up against RQ, because Helios is able to play these typically found champions at the Baron lane. So this is going to be very interesting. So far, though, Tatsuri has been poking out Helios in his lane. Having a hard time finding these vital points for sure. So we'll have to see how the poking war starts here, the harass war in the mid lane.
Ooh, looks like that is going to be a harass lane in the mid lane indeed. Helios, though, was able to return to safety, get some honey fruit, and most likely that is what Tatsuri is going to do as well. Esila, though, just left to fend for himself, but looking at the mid lane, Trevor, not sure if he is just going to jump through, but you also have Gragas right there that is going to be an initiate, but looks like there is no follow through. They want to play this very quietly, very safely. That is not going to connect, so Tatsuri is just going to stay at the back lanes.
Yeah, this double mid lane with the jungler waiting for the scuttler to spawn is the way to do it, I suppose. And now I am very curious what Team Secret will decide to do. Do they want to contest the Rift Scuttler? I think that's a yes, because Azar has priority. He has been winning his lane.
That is going to be a jump in coming into Trevor, but they both got knocked up airborne, and that is going to be a jump in from the side of James. That taunt is not going to connect. RRQ was able to disengage, and that is going to be Corky all alone. 3, no one is there, so that is going to be a Rift Scuttler secured for Trevor at the lower part of the map.
Yeah, you're right. Double Scuttler control here. For the side of Team Secret, looking like a good start so far for them. They do have priority in every single lane. Again, Earl God is getting poked out.
That is going to be the taunt connecting, was able to get to it, and that's going to be Earl God being able to pop his unbreakable. Marky still safe. That is going to be stand behind me. Tui throws in a bomb, but Marky still survives. Now Earl God is going to go with the reset. Tatsuri still at the mid lane, clearing out the waves, and now you have Azar making his way back into the Baron lane. Now Helios, though, he needs to be able to evade all of the skills Tatsuri can do, and he needs to be very wary of the Wukong, because the moment he sees Trevor and Tatsuri's ultimate is available, you're gonna feel the wrath of that last breath.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit worrying for sure. While you do have that riposte, you cannot exactly block every single thing that will come your way after that has been used. So, Team Secret does have that double knock up on the side of James for that Galio, and of course Trevor Cyclone with the Wukong. So I think it can get very, very oppressive, especially when everybody is all grouped together. Take note how Azar here is also on the Olaf, so he can basically be that CC shield for the squad. Pop in Ragnarok, bait in a couple of these ults. For RRQ though, their saving grace is that since Team Secret's composition is basically a melee comp, RQ with the Braum, with the Gragas, they're able to sort of zone them out, CC them as well. It's so much easier to execute all of those skills with the melee comp that Team Secret has.
Helios able to whittle down the HP bars of Tatsuri, forcing him to go back. The dragon is going to be up in 8 seconds, but you have Twilight Shout and 5-point check being popped by Esila. I don't think Azar should jump in, but you also have Chaz just taking out the ward. You have Gragas that can come from literally anywhere. Is he going to go under turret? Like that is going to be a no, and Azar most likely will just be, well, I don't think he should stay. That's going to be a 2v1 unless he can win it, but looking at the lower part of the map, Trevor already giving the dragon a start. RQ, they want to go with a trade. They're going to go with a 2v1. They will force this one. You also have James and Tatsuri making their way up at the Baron lane. What is going to happen next? Azar does jump in. That is going to be Dragonfly being popped, and you have Esila being able to flash out, and here comes Tatsuri. But also, you also have Helios at the back line. That's going to be this explosive cast being popped by Chaz. Here comes Helios at the front line. Team Secret, they want to play this safely. 3v5. I don't think that is going to be a good trade. So instead, at the Dragon Lane duo, they were able to go with the trade.
Yeah, this is the RRQ script. Not battling or not contesting rather the first dragon of the game. They just want to get first blood tower. Team Secret in the meantime, they do have 2 options at least. They have a pretty good flow on their spikes. Chewy, of course, first with that Triforce. Then you do have that late game insurance, not in the form of, the usual Kaisa late game scaling champion, but this time around, you've got Tatsuri here on the Yasuo, and it works out super well. It's because they're prepared. What if this game goes to long haul? At least now they're well equipped with this Yasuo.
Static shift already up for Tatsuri. You have Chewy as well as James charging at the mid lane. Your Herald is going to be up in 23 seconds. So I guess Team Secret, they could afford to go with a reset, same as RRQ, and they can just jump back. Now you have Trevor just securing his buff, most likely rotating over to the mid lane or the Baron lane. Now you have Tatsuri back at his lane. It's a pretty quiet game, as I like to call it. It's almost 6 minutes in. No one died yet because these two teams, they want to play the objective game. Trevor was able to get the dragon, but you also have teams you can be able to get the turrets plus both the dragon and the turret. And now Team Secret being able to box RRQ in. James does dash in, but Naton is not going to connect. You have Stand Behind Me. You have the Unbreakable down as well. Team Secret securing this Rift Herald, making sure no one from RRQ will be able to contest. Now RRQ, it's still pretty early. They can just still focus on jumping in. You also have package being popped by Chewy. That is going to be the Gish Fisher connecting on the 3. You have a jump in for the side of Esila, but will you be able to jump out of the alive? The answer is going to be no. You have a beautiful Hero's Entrance coming in from the side of James. That's the first one being secured by Azar, and Akali was the one that actually got taken down. Now James was the next one to fall. That's going to be Azar coming over to Azar. They jump in. They still want to go with the fight. You have so much damage dishing out from the side of Team Secret, and that is going to be a 3-1 in favor of Team Secret.
What a fight from the Rift Herald. Again, for RRQ, they have no choice but to see if they can pressure Team Secret, maybe get a pick at least, and make things a little bit harder. The thing was, we saw how Marky was caught out of position once more. He was a little bit in front, forced to use a flash for an escape, but RRQ was pretty much in the middle of it already, so Team Secret took their chances. Again, beautiful Hero's Entrance from James, a double man ult from Tatsuri, and that enabled Team Secret to keep going. The scariest part is we know how when Olaf can snowball, and that's already a 2-0-1 KDA on Azar. He got that double kill earlier, so things so far are going into what Team Secret has intended.
My vote is shaking, but I'm still gonna say at least it's still the early game. One of the things that RQ could do and should do is prolong the game. Problem is, once late game enters, Olaf, you have Corki as well, you have Tatsuri. That is gonna hurt. Will they be able to withstand it? Will Asila be able to snowball? Will Marky be able to take all of these important targets? That is the question. But for now, 8 minutes in, the next dragon is going to be up in 15 seconds. And I believe RQ, they should at least contest this unless they want to get one turret at the dragon lane. Asila popping in with that shuriken flip. That damage from Asar, though, really hurts a lot and just forcing Asila to go back. Looking at the gold gap, it is in favor of Azar. But now looking at the mid lane, we'll check the gold lead in a bit. Chaz making his way at the mid lane, and Chewy just backs away. James, though, will the taunt connect? I don't think. Oh, it did. Actually did connect one. Here comes Helios dashing in, but Team Secret, they know these are 4 champions, so they are just gonna go back.
Yeah, this is going to be the first dragon where RQ most likely will intend to try and contest. But the difficult thing is they don't have priority over these lanes, so they will struggle a little bit, and they have to hold the fort if ever. Meanwhile, Chewy is waiting for his special delivery, I'm guessing, or he was waiting for gold to buy an extra item. That's why he's circling around the fountain. But because, based from their movements now for RRQ, they have to give this up again. Again, they are waiting for this late game. They're waiting for Marky. They are not equipped yet to fight Team Secret. And that is the reason why we're seeing, despite, 10 minutes into the game, yesterday, high kill count. But this composition, RRQ wants to avoid fights at all costs for now. And that's the reason why they did build these 2 disengaged champions on the board.
James, of course, I don't think they're gonna go with the fight, but apparently they will. That's gonna be knocked coming in from the side of Team Secret, and now Chaz does get back in. Here comes Tatsuri. Chaz did try to get away, but apparently he met Chewy's Gatling gun as he with the Gisha Fisher being popped as well. You have the stuns connecting, and Corky was the next one to actually fall down. Look at Helios. He is trying to look at the targets, but Team Secret is very tanky. Here comes Trevor without knockup. Kaisa does get bursted down. Now Team Secret, they are chasing RRQ. Tatsuri, I thought he was gonna dash in, but instead, Team Secret, 2 champions down. They could clear the wave at the Baron and at the mid lane, which they are gonna do right now.
James had a crazy taunt there. Unfortunately,
Right?
Chaz's flash ended on James' taunt. So the timing and the patience from James and micro decision was just perfect. They were able to get 2 kills off of that engage. And despite losing Chewy, it was a flash to get the kill. Unfortunately, it is still towards Team Secret, building towards more of that gold lead. And the fact that they were able to destroy first tier tower at top side, meaning Team Secret definitely evens out the playing field off of the map. So right now, Chewy already fully stacked on that Muramana. So Triforce Muramana. We usually see the Triforce Infinity Edge usually in the first, 10 minutes of the game, but this is a different route coming from, Chewy. Better scaling for this Muramana for sure, and Team Secret is prepared as well for, the 15-minute mark.
Ooh, Baron is now alive, but Tatsuri just camping it out here at the Baron lane. You also have James. In case anyone is gonna jump by, most likely Helios or even Gragas. Team Secret, they really want to get their target straight. I thought Trevor was gonna have first dibs on the Baron, but Team Secret, they could pick a fight first, rotating over to the mid lane. Chewy at the front line. I think he could be the bait, but no one from RQ is actually there. Vision clear. Team Secret, maybe they can start taking Baron now, but they did spot out Helios, RQ, forced to just hide this one out. You have Azar split pushing at the Dragon lane, and you have Chewy alone at the mid lane.
Yeah, Isila is forced to go into the bottom side of the map. Actually, Chaz, I don't think Team Secret had information where Chaz was, but they did decide as the vision in the jungle is pretty much well lit for Team Secret.
Ooh, James, that is going to be a taunt connecting, and the moment the taunt connects, that's going to be a goodbye for the side of RRQ2. We just jump in. You also have the knockups, consistent knockups coming in from Team Secret. Chaz is forced to jump back. Azar was able to get one side, but you have so much damage. The Gatling gun was able to wheel it down the HP bars of RRQ, but at least Helios was able to burst that Suri down. That is going to be a 1-1 in favor of no one. Okay, I thought Chewy was gonna jump in. Esila was very, very low though. Marky still in a pretty safe place in that skirmish.
Whoa, there were two different things happening across the map there. Azar tried his best in that 1v1 scenario, popped Ragnarok, but unfortunately, Esila is just too slippery and was basically dancing in the battlefield up against Azar and couldn't win that duel. In the meantime, though, Team Secret lost Tatsuri earlier on into that fight. They wanted to bait out RRQ, but they couldn't get the prime targets. They only got Earl God, which is just a support. They were aiming for Helios or Marky.
But both of them are very slippery, and Marky still had killer instinct in that skirmish. Helios, okay, being able to clear out the wave. Now, Team Secret, I'm not sure if they're just gonna focus on taking this dragon or will they go with another skirmish. But of course, Chaz threw in a cast right there just to get vision or see what is happening from the side of Team Secret. But looks like RQ will not be able to get this dragon. They're just gonna focus on farming, getting the items in, and again, they are gonna bank on the late game.
It's so hard to get and contest the dragon because of the fact that the first tier tower at the bottom portion of the map from Team Secret is still not yet getting taken. It's not yet down, and the fact RQ already lost two of their their towers at the bottom portion of the map make things a little bit hard to get objectives in the lower half of that river. In the meantime, though, I think the Barren River area for RRQ is in a better state. That is the reason why RRQ is hanging around that area a little bit more, just because they're afraid of the Team Secret threat of getting Baron, just like this.
Chaz does say hello, but James popping in that taunt. It will not connect, of course, but here comes the Void Seek coming in from Marky. It did connect, but I don't think they're gonna go with the follow-up. You still have the explosive cast. Chaz can still throw that. You also have the Glacial Fissure for Earl God. We've seen him pop that ultimate at the perfect time, but Team Secret, they realized it's gonna be too risky, so they just went with the disengage and went to different lanes. Now, Esila just getting some EXP, just getting some gold in to get more items in his pocket.
It is the mind games for now, though, as Team Secret still wanting to create pressure on this portion of the map, and they're not even hitting the Baron yet. They just want to bait. They just want to bait RRQ into a fight that they're not prepared for. That is the reason why you see them hugging the Baron pit, but not really doing anything. RRQ, though, senses this and not really buying it, and that's the reason why you see them now backing away.
James and Tatsuri making their way at the mid lane. Looks like that is going to be one mid lane outer turret down for the side of RQ. 5 turret takedowns for Team Secret, while RQ still only able to get one. And looking at the ADCs, level 12 for Marquee, Chewy now on level 13. That is going to be pretty much more space for Team Secret to be able to get Baron, given that RQ is quite far away. But for the Dragon Lane side of Team Secret, the waves just pushed in, and at least that is going to be another turret for the side of RRQ.
Crazy, the macro play that we're seeing right now coming from both of these teams. Team Secret is just so patient. They're not pulling the trigger just yet on the Baron. We've seen them, 3 times back away, go back, and finally get the Baron. They were so patient. They waited for the waves to sort of chip in slowly in the mid lane tower. After chipping that, because the waves are shoved in their favor, they did have priority, RRQ was forced to back away. And the fact that the jungle, the blue side jungle of RRQ is well lit in favor of Team Secret means they have information whether or not they're nearby. Team Secret, because of so much damage coming from them, the Olaf, Tatsuri here on this Yasuo, and as well as Chewy on the Corki, the Shreds, it's so easy to sort of just melt down quick Baron calls. And now, Team Secret proceeding now with the siege.
Looks like Tatsuri is much more confident coming with the pokes. Look at the damage. That's
my
going to be
word.
a beautiful last breath for the side of Tatsuri, but he also will be able to jump out of there alive. You have Chaz threw in a cast to make sure no one is there. Trevor and Tatsuri just pushing in at the Dragon Lane. And in the mid lane, you also have Chewy alongside James, already able to take down the inner mid lane turret. And that's going to be more waves jumping in. Super Ninja now available for the side of Team Secret. Tatsuri at the front line. Let's see, will James jump? Will the taunt connect? But so much damage coming in from the side of Team Secret that RQ is just forced to jump back. Esilla forced to pop Twilight Child. And of course, alongside the 5-point, that is going to be the package for the side of Chewy, separating RRQ and Team Secret, securing game number 1. That was... Okay, if I were to describe that game in 2 words, I would say smart and calm. That was one of the calmest Nexus takedowns I've seen ever since the playoffs.
Yeah, they look pretty unfazed. It's like, just part of our everyday work here. Just playing games, destroying the Nexus, basically.
That's it.
That's the expression that we saw in the player cam. And congratulations to Team Secret winning game number 1 and looking at the scoreboard. Even Tatsuri not even gaining a single kill. It was, look at this low kill score board. It is basically a prime example of a purely macro game. And Team Secret has showed us that they can play that game as well. Not only do they have an all-star squad full of talented, players that are very talented in a micro sense, but also the shot calling, especially coming from James, their patience, even though they can fight. Look at this composition. Azar on an Olaf, Tatsuri on the Yasuo, Trevor on this Wukong, and of course James on this Galio. This spells fight. But what they did not fight. They only fought when necessary. And I think that is one of the biggest strengths of Team Secret, is their patience and knowing when to fight and when to not fight.
And if you're gonna look at the damage graph earlier, Chewy had 20k damage. And the highest damage from the side of RRQ is 10k. So it made me think, who from RRQ should and could tank the damage from Chewy? Of course, we're gonna say Earl God, but he will just get whittled down because, again, Corki does have the passive Hexic Munition, magic damage, extra pokes, extra ouch for their enemies. But these are gonna be the overriding 5 plays of the game coming in from game number 1. This is the beautiful Heroes entrance coming in from James, and the follow-up from Team Secret was very noteworthy as well. Even though he did get taken down by Helios, he just said, my job here is done.
Yeah, basically, they are able. This is the taunt we were talking about. Unfortunately, Chaz flashed into that taunt, and Chewy, aggressive flash here. He already used his Valkyrie, so he had to manually walk near his team. But Esilla was there for the assassination. But again, even if Chewy dies, you still have Tatsuri, you still have Azar with their painful 80 damage. I think that served as a problem. coming from the side of RRQ once more. And again, the fact that they are definitely playing this late game scaling, banking on Marky to be safe. That is the reason why you have two chonky boys on your side. You got Earl God and Chaz with all of these disengage options. But Team Secret knew when to strike. 12-minute mark was the beginning of the macro plays. Basically, the kill score stuck with 4-6 up until the Nexus. That is what? 5-6 minutes of no kills. It was 4-6 throughout the entire duration of those minutes, and it just showed how Team Secret is very patient on the macro game.
Yeah, patient. I don't think the word patient can even begin to cover it. I was waiting for a ground-worthy, earthquake-worthy clash, but apparently Team Secret said, not this game. And they just went with the macro plays, which paid off for them, honestly. And for the side of RQ, I believe Helios, he was the SVP in the post-game match. He was able to take down whoever jumps in first. But for master of the match in that game, number one, it is going to be Chewy on this Corki. Kill participation 100%. Damage per minute is going to be 1,139. This Corki, even though RQ did ban out Virus, okay. I mean, I'm gonna pick up a champion that can just swave my way in and take you down. He also has heal and flash for extra protection.
Yeah, absolutely. The positioning of Chewy is absolutely great. I mean, you do have that Valkyrie. There was this one time he just was really aggressive for the kill, but it was worth. You still have Tatsuri on the back end. And you mentioned 100% kill participation. He was basically with the whole squad. He was there.
He's always there.
Even though, let's just say, it was a very rare occurrence to actually have 6 kills in total, especially in a playoffs game. Remember yesterday? Remember how much kills, how much bloodshed happened in the entirety of day 1 playoffs. But this is a refreshing type of game, and Team Secret basically forced that playstyle, just purely macro, on towards RRQ.
Let me take a step back and say we saw this happen. I mean, the panelists mentioned this chess game for James and Kaigu, but apparently in game 1, James was the one that stood out victorious. So this is gonna be the picks and bans for game number 1. Zig's ban making a lot of sense. Rengar ban making a lot of sense too. And Camille, I guess, imagine if there was Hextech Ultimatum and it is gonna connect to either, let's say, Tatsuri or Chewy. It's going to be very difficult for Team Secret because that's going to be on lockdown and Camille has so much mobility. So Team Secret, they don't want any of that. That forcing basically Asila to just pick up this Akali, which Akali, when paired off with a beefy tank, ban laner, she kind of struggles in the early game or in the laning phase.
Yeah, it's a little bit difficult if you're playing all these melee. You have the Fiora, you have this Akali. Going into a Galio, we've seen how assassins struggle against a Galio pick. And I think that is the reason why we see a lot of priority now on Galio. You know, Galio was sort of went out of the radar. It has been, you know, the type of pick you pick up for synergy. You want it with a Diana usually. But this time around, it is picked for this. If an enemy team loves their melee, loves their assassins, this is usually your go-to pick, which is the Galio. The taunt is absolutely scary. Now though, yeah, Ziggs, RQ, I feel like this will be the same bans for the next game because the fact that Team Secret loves to play fast, the fact that RQ loves to play slow, they want their 20-minute games, and Ziggs makes that extra hard, so they don't want their structures down super fast. The interesting thing about the Akali pick is how sad its win rate is. It's still sitting at a 0% win rate so far in the playoffs. And I think, you know, the 2.3 nerfs on her, you know, especially her 5-point strike, she's not able to poke as much. Her energy costs are just a little bit bigger now compared to before. So I think that is the reason why we're seeing this underwhelming Akali pick so far in the playoffs.
I tried to use Akali in my rank games just to test it out. And when you say the energy costs a little bit more, in-game it feels a lot. I just can't spam my 5-point strike anymore. It was just so punishing. But yeah, there was a skirmish at the brand lane. I think that was the second play of the game from Oppo Reno 5. Helios, he was targeting, of course, Corki or Chewy. But you mentioned this. Melee, you need to be near your opponent. It was just a perfect moment for James to pop his taunt. The moment it connected, Helios had no choice but to jump away. And also, Chewy was activating his Gatling gun. So while Helios was jumping away, he also has his health being withered down. So he's just forced to go with the recall. And Marky was not able to get the position that he wants, given that Team Secret, they tend to dive, they tend to do the knockoffs, and then Tatsuri will just go with the follow-up. And if that connects to you, oh no. That's the only line I can think of. Oh no.
Oh no, indeed. And then, I mean, it looks okay on paper because they have disengaged. So their plan was to disengage every single time Team Secret starts a fight. That's the reason why they have 2 disengage, and then they wait for the late game Marky, Kaisa. Again, I think this pick rate on Marky is absolutely almost 100% already.
Yes.
So that's how much RQ values this Kaisa pick. But the thing is, Team Secret, they didn't do that. They only fought when needed, and when come 12-minute mark where the Baron basically is already up, that is the time where they kept pressuring that Baron area and then basically did split push. Maybe do a 4-1 or do a 1-3-1. And this basically split RQ, therefore losing resources just to guard that Baron. And I gotta say, Team Secret, this is a new face that we really haven't seen before in the group stages of the North Luzon. So, Team Secret showing another side, showing another strength.
The more we see, the more tactics we discover at the playoffs. And it's just day 2. Also, can I just say the discipline that they have when it comes to the rotation? Isila would try to rotate or switch lanes just to make sure that he will not be nowhere near Azar. But Azar just kept on chasing down Isakali. But there was a time Isila was able to take him down. After that, it just became these 4v5s or 5v5s that RQ just can't withstand the damage. So I guess the adjustments that they could do though is pick up 1 or 2 champions that's pretty okay in the early game, just so they can have an assurance for the early up until mid game should Team Secret still try to do something crazy in the 12 to 15 minute mark. What about you, Riku? What should RQ do?
I think RQ should go back to the Twisted Fate. I think it's very, very effective. The fact that, maybe Team Secret will pick up a Galio again, maybe double it down, maybe get a Pantheon. I think we did see Pantheon yesterday. So, I think it is going to be very interesting if we get to see double map, cross map play champions on the board. But that means they will have to play with Team Secret's playstyle. That means RQ might have to step outside their comfort zone of not playing the 20-minute game. They might aim for this 13-minute snowbally games or punish games if Team Secret decides to be a little bit more aggressive. So that is their option. That means they have the option of letting the Kaisa go, which sounds like maybe not a good idea, but at the same time, Team Secret is the type that has a lot of surprises in store. They did pick up the Varus as well, to the point that RQ has to spend a slot of ban just to take that away from Chewy. So it is definitely going to be a tough match for RQ, especially, we talked about it, Team Secret, if they win this, they are going to be 1 series away from the grand finals, therefore getting a chance on those 2 slots to represent the Philippine region in the Summer Cup. Meanwhile, RQ, if they drop down, they have to go through 3 series to go up to the grand final upper bracket. So I think that will be a huge challenge, and they will they want it so bad. They want just that 1 series between the grand finals.
You can feel the hype and passion the way Riku mentioned those last few lines, right? Am I right, viewers?
Yes,
But yeah.
that is correct.
If ever Team Secret is in the bag game number 2, this is them in a 2-0 win streak. However, looking back at day number 1, RQ, they lost their first series game 1. So maybe we could see another chance that in game number 2, they're gonna go crazy. I said this earlier. Let Helios do what he wants. Even though the Fiora was very good in game number 1, I want to see him pick up Twisted Fate again. I don't think Team Secret is gonna ban it though. If ever Team Secret does ban it out, maybe he can pick up Annie or Yana. any other champion that has so much burst and can actually jump in with the initiate, just to make sure that Team Secret cannot do anything, or will not, or James at least, will not be able to do anything.
If ever Tatsuri is going for this route again, the Yasuo mid lane, I think we might see a Helios Renekton. I think it is a pretty decent matchup into Yasuo. Especially you have a better survivability, you have a better better survivability basically with the Dominus. So I think that could be an option, especially the fact that RRQ Helios is the type that plays a lot of these Baron laners and takes them into the mid lane. So once you pick up a Renekton, we still don't know whether or not that's for Esila on the 4-1. But of course, Esila's Renekton was a little bit 50-50 just because it wasn't because of him. It was because of the picks from the opposing side. How much tower dive or the level, the 1v1 matchup will depend whether or not Esila would have a better laning phase or a better transition towards the mid game. So curious, maybe, just maybe, because while RQ's life in the tournament is still not in immediate danger, they still have that safety net of, again, this lower bracket, a BO3, but they will have to face Omega as they are waiting for them in the lower bracket. So of course you do want to win this one as well, so you have that straight ticket to fall season in the top 4.
Man, looks like Team Secret just they can't stop, they won't stop, can't stop, won't stop, I guess. And for Wink, but for RRQ, the bans, I don't think they should adjust it like what you said, unless they want to ban someone else and just open Varus. Team Secret, most likely, if Varus is open, we will most likely pick that up. But here's the thing, if I were to choose between Varus or Corki, I would honestly choose Varus, just because he is a tad bit more squishy and he has not much ways to go with disengage. Corki, he has Valkyrie, he has the package, he has the bombs, for Pete's sake. So I guess if RQ could pick up or make a draft that can dive at the backlines or have Helios with the flank, they can take down Varus.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, for RQ, we talked about how Chaz is one of the best tank junglers in the tournament right now, and I feel like they are afraid of the innate HP shred that Varus has. Especially RQ likes to draft these double tank, mainly on the either on Isilla, maybe on towards Chaz, and of course Earl God. We saw him pick 2 different tanky champions, Leona and as well as the Galio yesterday. So of course they do want to assemble this type of composition for Marky, especially if he's on the Kaisa late game. So that's probably why they value this Varus ban even more, and that's why they want to focus on that, just because it does soft counter rather, their plan and composition so well.
Oh, that is a valid point, and that I would have to agree. But, I'm still thinking about what could teams. Oh yeah, I wasn't able to ask you. What should Team Secret do before they enter game number 2? I was so focused on RRQ. I'm so sorry.
It's all right, because again, it is RRQ's. The pressure is on them, basically.
Yes.
The heat is on them, so they do want to take this into game number 3. For Team Secret, just like how we say Helios is unpredictable, Team Secret in general is unpredictable. Before this whole, series even started, we mentioned how it's so hard. It's so amazing how versatile all the players are. They can shift dynamics. Who will be the carry? Who will be the tank? Anyone can be the carry. Anyone can be the tank and utility, basically. Tatsuri, you can see him on this really heavy carry like a Yasuo, but at certain times you can see him on the Ziggs sitting back at behind the rest of the squad, just hammering down these towers, or sometimes he's on the Orianna, just pretty much wave clearing in the first 10 minutes of the game, waiting for his Rabadon so that he can get these scary shockwaves. So that's how versatile, as an example, Tatsuri is. The same applies for the rest of the squad of Team Secret. So that is the reason why it's a little bit challenging to sort of predict what type of composition this time around will Team Secret develop throughout the draft, especially for game number 2 that they won a 2-0 and just head straight to the next series.
And speaking of game number 2, speaking of Team Secret getting their chance to get this 2-0, this is going to be the pick and ban phase for game number 2. Rengar still not going to be available on the table. RQ, they're the ones that will ban out Camille now.
they are afraid of that first pick, Camille for sure on the side of Team Secret. Not going to be surprised if they do ban out the Ziggs once more, but we talked about the Galileo first side red rotation. They fear that, so they're going to take that out. The thing is, RQ, I think that's going to be a Ziggs ban unless they want to trap Team Secret into a Ziggs ban and open up the Gragas. Now, what will Team Secret prioritize, the Ziggs or the Gragas? Looks like it's going to be the Ziggs.
It's gonna be a Ziggs, most likely going over to Tatsuri. So RQ, they will still have their hands on that Gragas. In case they do want to pick that up immediately, they could get Kaisa too, maybe, or get a formidable jungler.
Yeah, are they torn to get Fiora Kaisa here? Actually, Fiora Gragas is a very strong rotation considering that, you know, Marquis Kaisa isn't exactly one of the contested picks right now, isn't the hottest pick right now in the 80 carry role, but they decide to pick it up once more, giving out the Gragas rotation on towards Team Secret, which is again incredibly strong because you can flex it in 3 different roles basically, from jungle or from top to the mid. So Lee Sin coming from Trevor here, so we're expecting possibly early game ganks from Trevor.
Well, Trevor would usually would usually rotate over to the mid lane to help Tatsuri out. So the fact that he can just kick anyone towards Tatsuri and they can just alley-oop and this Tatsuri can just throw in bombs, that is going to be a Corki most likely going over to Chewy, and here it is. Another Leona pick for Earl God, hoping that he can just CC Team Secret to the ground. Let's see who will be the other pick for the side of RRQ.
Yeah, what is the tank jungler gonna be? Is it gonna be a Jarvan 4 this time around, or
Possibly.
a Gragas? Because never mind, Gragas going past so many faces of this draft, and now it's gonna be a Vi. I wonder if it's gonna be a Renekton for Isilla this time around, because the Fiora can still be towards Helios, Renekton can still be towards Helios, and vice versa towards Isilla. Vi picks. The Vi is incredibly strong when it comes to supplementing the solo laner. So I am curious now as you see Azar on this Darius.
And the last pick is going to be James now on this Braum. We're going to have a Braum Corki combo. Azar, he only ever played Darius in game number 1, in day number 1, in series number 1. So we will be seeing more of that. Now, upper hand, really the perfect initiate for Team Secret. And whenever he would just jump and pop his ultimate, he can just secure 1 or 2 kills in RRQ. The last pick will be, hey, Twisted Fate.
There you go. It is going to be the Twisted Fate. I mean, it is going to be Isilla now on that Fiora. Again, one of his best picks for sure, especially when RQ wants to enable that 4-1 strat that we were talking about, Helios's win rate. Despite him picking so many of the different champions on his pool, Twisted Fate is one of his go-to for sure, especially once, again, RQ intends to take this into game number 3. Team Secret, in the meantime, going back to the roots of the Ziggs composition. So Ziggs, Corki, lots of pokes.
I only have one concern for the side of RQ's draft. If you're gonna look at it, should Team Secret be able to separate them? And they could, because you have bombs, you have kicks from the side of Team Secret. It's just gonna fall into single target skill sets, and that is something you will not want if you're up against a team that just excels these 5v5s. You have a solid initiate coming in from James too.
Yeah, very excited to see how this is going to pan out because they do have disengage, they do have the siege, so I am guessing this is going to be disengage, siege, and in the meantime we have the composition of this cross map play. Chaz to supplement these solo laners, Isilla most especially, to unlock him to do, again, split push things basically and be a threat. I think the biggest hurdle will definitely be the fact that we get to see Azar not on a squishy champion. He is going to be pretty much hard to kill, and as well a little bit tanky for Isilla and Chaz. So maybe we get to see Helios on the board as well, visiting the top lane.
That is a possibility, and you mentioned Azar will be the BT frontliner here alongside James. So Tatsuri, Chewy there, just to be safe at the backlines. Trevor will most likely focus on the single target champions for RRQ, but I'm very excited about this Leona pick. Earl God yesterday was able to pull this one off, was able to protect Marky. They were able to get key targets with the ultimate coming in from Leona. But Helios, let's see if the yellow or the gold card will make things work. Will Destiny be able to dictate the fate of RRQ this game number 2?
Yeah, very exciting considering that, Trevor will be a little bit pressured going into the fights. He will be greeted by a single target stun or possibly a gold card. So I think that is something Team Secret, especially Trevor, as he's the one who will go into these fights most likely and be one of those squishiest targets that RRQ is able to sort of punish. So I think Trevor might play a little bit more reserved despite being an Elysian player. But that is considering everybody is basically together as a squad. Solo lanes, perhaps. I think Isila could be one of the vulnerable lanes. He's pretty much squishy. And you have a Lee Sin and a Darius, which come level 5. There's a ton of burst on the board.
Lots of burst and a lot of things to look out for the side of RQ. But at least they have this Vi pick for now. If ever one of them will go away or if they will be separated in a certain lane, Chaz can just jump in. And actually, Chaz on this Vi, Assault and Battery, has a solid initiate. Maybe he can have Helios alongside it. Just if the stun is going to connect, you have the pokes there as well. So again, last look for the drafts of these two teams for series number 1, game number 2. I cannot wait to see how will both of these teams play this one out. Ham is still gonna stick with his tanky support. Earl God now focusing a bit more on locking down the opponents. Scylla, well, a lot of teams and a lot of players respect Scylla on this Fiora. So let's see, will he be able to deliver?
That's the thing. Scylla's Fiora pick has now been given. This is Team Secret saying, okay, go ahead, pick up this Fiora for yourself, as they, again, Azar is able to adjust into these tankier champions and sort of deny any sort of lane threat. So with that, will Chaz still pursue the top lane perhaps, or reserve any of the assault and battery and put those resources somewhere else? Because they have the capability of doing so. They have a strong 3-man early roam and gank with the Twisted Fate Destiny, and I think it can absolutely spin out of control once the execution is perfect. But for Team Secret, we've seen them, how they can play safe, how they can anticipate telegraphed attacks like this. So for sure, Helios, his style, aggressive, Baron laners towards the mid lane on the Twisted Fate. Now his play style will definitely be similar, which is, again, aggression, finding kills, finding the early lead.
Aggression, taking down kills, and trying to read the opponent's plans. And of course, Kaigu, I really can. You know what? Sometimes I wish we can, even the casters or maybe even the viewers, can hear the plans, or not the plans per se, but how teams would do the shot calls. Just because when you're watching a certain clash, you want to know how were they able to pull that off. How do they decide on which ultimate to pick or which ultimate to exhaust?
Yeah, the shot calling for sure will be extremely important into this series, as they did struggle a little bit up against RQ, struggled a little bit up against Team Secret's way of things, and now that is the reason why they picked up such a heavily aggressive comp. These are all champions that say we're gonna engage. Leona, Vi, Twisted Fate with the gold card. So with this said, this is completely different. Marky doesn't have the disengage options like when he had the Gragas and the Braum. That means RQ is prepared to fight fire with fire.
And that is something I've been expecting. If you want to at least win a series or hopefully if you're gonna win a game, might as well go with the series against Team Secret. You just have to dictate the tempo. You try to go up against them. You try to predict what will they do, who are they gonna go, and you need to be very wary of your turrets. You can let go of the dragons, but you also need to be you also have to keep an eye on their gold, because like what I said in the Baron lane matchup as well as the mid lane matchup, the gold lead is always in the favor of Team Secret.
Yeah, Team Secret always getting a comfortable lead, especially when we talk about First Dragon. With that said, I am curious to see whether or not we're going to be seeing again RQ aiming for the first Blood Tower instead of, contesting the First Dragon. There is a possibility that they can contest the First Dragon if and only if they can get a pick, make it a 4v5 beforehand, and gain control of the lanes. And that is the time we get to see, again, RQ in control from the get-go. And it will require, of course, the execution, but the tools are there. The single target stuns are there. The single target lock-ins and the damage is there for the first few minutes of the game. So I think it's possible.
First definitely is there on the board. And I said this yesterday. Twisted Fate has a very good win rate from day number 1. Let's see if will it deliver or will it carry over to day number 2. And pretty much Helios picked up this champion. These teams, they know how to open the playoffs day number 2. Can I just say that? So much action and so much smart and chess like moves. And yeah, I guess pressure is gonna be on Trevor and Chaz. He can afford, or he does have the luxury to play a little bit more aggressively just to make sure that he will be able to keep Trevor at bay. But other than that, I have my eye on this mid lane matchup because Helios already picking or locking in one of the champions that he is pretty much known for, and Tatsuri blocking in that Ziggs, which, as we mentioned, is going to be very important with the tempo that Team Secret plans to use against RRQ.
Yeah, I think that is one of the most exciting things, not in a micro perspective, but in a macro perspective. Tatsuri here on this Ziggs, Team Secret for sure are relieved. They do have a really good amount of wave clear, especially Helios will have to time his destinies correctly, because if not, once he leaves the lane, he will lose a tower because Tatsuri is on a Ziggs.
I just realized something. Both Corky and Brom has mustache. No, not analysis related, but I think it's cute because we were just staring at the champions, and I realized, oh yeah, they both have very cute beards. But in retrospect, for the Dragon Lane duo, again, Marky, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is a 100% pick rate Kaisa, right? Not almost 100, because if my memory serves me correctly, I've only ever seen Marky use Kaisa.
That is true. It is an almost 100%. I think if the Kaisa is stolen from him, he actually goes and default to a Corky pick. So I think during the Visayas region, there were particularly only 2 AD carry picks that were sort of cycling around between AD carries. It was the Kaisa and primarily just the Corky. So this is very reminiscent of what we are seeing right now.
And of course, with the wait finally over, we are gonna jump into game number 2. Team Secret versus RRQ. Let's see. Will RRQ be able to push this to a game number 3? Or will Team Secret continue their 2-0 win streak? Helios, again, I said this earlier, he needs to play this one out very aggressively. He needs to out-snowball or at least out-item Tatsuri, and he just needs to poke this Ziggs out.
Definitely aim to get that poke, maybe push Tatsuri back into his own lane before he uses Destiny later on. So I think that would be the plan for sure. But both of these picks, Twisted Fate and the Ziggs, really have good wave clear. As you know, Twisted Fate, Helios does have that red card, and the balancing bombs coming from Tatsuri.
Hammers needs to be very careful of Earl God. That is going to be the Winter's Bite connecting, but I don't think we'll be seeing any solid jump-ins or kills here at Dragon Lane this earlier on. However, looking at the Baron lane, Azar clearing out the waves, and you do have Esila just dashing in. Azar was able to sidestep from that. It's not gonna connect. He's just gonna get the honey fruit and then go back to his lane. You have Trevor jumping in. I think the slow is connecting. I'm not sure if he's gonna go with the turret dive, but Tatsuri just threw out a bomb there, and looks like they will be able to clear out the wave explosive minefield being popped as well. And Trevor will go back to his usual area in the jungle. That's gonna be Earl God jumping in. That is gonna connect, but the Void Seeker is not gonna connect. The passive, the concussive blows actually almost connected, but it didn't. But it didn't.
I think that is the scary part about Team Secret's dual lane. I mean, just considering the duo matchup there. If Earl God goes in, then he will get greeted by the stuns coming from James there. So RQ might have to time their engage correctly, just poke out Chewy here and there.
That is going to be a flash already being used by Esila. Sadly, Trevor was not able to connect his Sonic Wave there. He's not level 5 yet too. But at least you have Esila just playing under turret for now. Now Tatsuri just playing this one off safely. He knows the risk of being up against this Twisted Fate. He did place a ward just there. And also going over with the reset. Helios trying to chase down Tatsuri. He is roughly a level ahead. And now Chaz, we still did not see much of him yet, but he is now level 5. He could go or rotate over to either the Baron or the mid lane. Currently, Chaz says, let's try and go to the Baron lane. And Unbreakable already being brought up by James, and Chewy just playing this one off very safely as well. That is gonna connect onto Marky. Did not damage that much. Just a lot of taps here and there for the side of the Dragon lane.
Because so far, Helios already moving back first. Get his Roa almost on the board. Able to get that stack of already on towards the mid lane. But now we get to see both mid laners actually. Mid lane
This
is
is
up.
going to be a 2v1, but that's going to be Azar being able to play under to that is going to be a jump in, but that is going to be the gold card connecting, but he is still alive. That is going to be the
No way.
explosive minefield connecting. Tatsuri does flash in, and Esila, oh no, the bomb actually almost connected. RRQ, they spent a lot of resources there, but was not even able to get a kill. That was too close for comfort.
For sure, Asila's stand, he brought his dancing shoes here already on game number 2, is able to dodge. I think the struggle of Tatsuri here in comparison to a Helios on the Twisted Fate is, of course, Helios has better mana management because of the blue card there. And, you know, Tatsuri was able to roam at top, but unfortunately has already used most of his mana. So he was only able to cast one satchel and one bouncing bomb.
At least it was good. I'm still surprised and to think that was him in mana saving mode. So still, Esila just holding his ground here at the Baron lane. Of course, that is gonna connect, but looks like Azar still not gonna try and challenge Esila just yet. But if we're gonna talk about levels, they are pretty close, and he still has roughly 100 gold lead compared to Esila. But Team Secret giving things onto the Vi, probably saying they know where he is or where Chaz is. Definitely the Gatling gun being popped by Chewy. The Dragon lane, well, the ADCs, these two ADCs, they're very quiet, they're very passive in the early game. But the first Dragon is now up. Of course, Trevor alongside James is gonna be there. Chewy just placing wards earlier on to making sure that RQ will not be able to contest this, and that is gonna be a non-contested Ocean Dragon indeed.
This is quite different from what we saw in RQ, because usually they would rotate their AD carry at top side and then exchange First Blood Tower, get a dive in. Again, they can dive because they have Helios with the Destiny, gold card in, Chaz as well with his Assault and Battery, basically locked down Azar. But this time, RQ is unable to exchange anything off of the map. Good thing though, the gold lead is just roughly 700 gold for the side of Team Secret, so it is definitely not significant.
Oh no, looks like Marky, that is gonna be a flash out for Kaisa, just to make sure that he's gonna be alive. You have Destiny being popped by Twisted Fate. Still gonna go up against Azar right here, but will he survive? The answer is still gonna be a no. Is that he will try to turn the tables around, and he was able to take down Esila instead. Yo, that Noxian guillotine was so good, and Decimate, if I'm not mistaken, at the proper time, and they just can't take down this Baron laner. That's 3 of them.
Yeah, exactly. They invested 3. That was the plan. They have Esila, they have Assault and Battery from Chaz, they've got the Destiny from Helios. 3 people toward the Tsar. And that is the genius thing about the draft. Team Secret did not opt for something towards the duelist, like another 1v1. He aimed for survivability for Azar here on a tankier champion. And now, look at that. RQ even lost the Rift Herald as well. That was their plan. Get us the Rift Herald. Now, another tower in favor of Team Secret.
Ooh, Satchel Charge will be able to take down that first outer mid lane turret. So that's gonna be the second turret for the side of Team Secret. Now, let's just forced to play this one out safely. They can try and engage again, but they need to be wary of the mid lane given that they're one turret down that side and minion waves are slightly in the favor of Team Secret.
Exactly, we talked about this. If RQ, if you're up against, especially, hold that thought. Okay, never mind. They've decided to back away. We talked about this. If there's a Ziggs in the opposing side, if you lose a fight, you not only lose your people, your players, you lose objectives, your towers as well, because the Ziggs punish is just too good. That is the reason why we get to see so many bans, especially when you're up against Team Secret, that is so good in accelerating the game. Take two.
Lane push from the side of Team Secret here. What the upper hand did connect onto, that is going to be a stun connecting onto Azar, but that is going to be the Mega Inferno Bomb connecting, and finally, RRQ was able to take down this Darius. But at the Baron lane, Rift Herald has been summoned. That's going to be one turret down, and you have Helios popping in with that Destiny, but here comes the Suri. Will the stuns actually connect? The answer is yes, and that is going to be the kill going over to Marky. But Team Secret, they are still going in with the siege. That is going to be Asilla forced to defend this turret with his life. Rift Herald is still up. He does dash in. Won't be enough. The Sonic Wave is not going to connect. Chewy has so much bomb. That's going to be a root. That's going to be the stop. That's going to be Asilla falling down in front of Team Secret.
Another macro play from Team Secret because of, Tatsuri serving as bait. What is one kill if you get first blood tower for Team Secret, and the fact that the second tier tower managed to receive a second charge from that Rift Herald because it was only Asilla there to defend. Meanwhile, RQ is able to at least get that bottom turret down before resetting. Now, 15 seconds on the clock. I gotta say, it is definitely Team Secret's win on that, again, exchange over objectives as Tatsuri served as bait. Now, it could be a potential contestant for RRQ. We never get to see RRQ to contest these dragons, so this could be different as they're hovering around this area. Maybe not, as Team Secret already is getting their second dragon of the game, while RQ unfortunately still has to wait for the usual, the Kaisa power, late game power spike of Marky.
Killer Instinct is not available for Marky. Maybe give it 5 or 7 more seconds before it is gonna be up. So Trevor going over the reset, and Chaz's first item was a Guardian Angel, just to make sure that whenever he is gonna go with the dive, he still has second life. But looks like the gangs are just not in favor of RRQ for now. But again, they were able to at least succeed with the one. James, Tatsuri, and you also have Chewy here at the mid lane. I'm not sure if they're gonna go with the 1v3, but it looks like they're just gonna focus on getting turret wards already being placed. They could rotate over to the Dragon lane. Baron is gonna be up in a few more seconds. Marky's Recall does get cancelled. Trevor already getting vision at the Dragon lane, and they're just forced to go back and recall in a different area. That is Beast Shield coming in from the side of Azar, but he was able to connect. He's still alive. They did jump in. He is under turret. 1v3 yet again, and Darius still being taken down. 25 seconds, but that opens the mid lane of RRQ. Yes, you get one Baron lane turret, but that is the first outer turret. Here, the mid lane, it's the second inner.
Yeah, that is the inner turret in exchange of outer, and you can tell what was going on with RRQ's decision. Anyway, maybe there could be a tower dive.
That's gonna be a jump in from the side of RRQ, but that's gonna be disengaged from the side of Team Secret. They can actually jump in, but looks like they will not. Destiny is not available. Helios at the backline. Ham is able to see him. That is gonna be the sun connecting. That's so much damage for cards from Helios. The Team Secret, they're waiting for the next minion wave to jump in. You have the Satchel Charge, and that is going to be another turret being destroyed by Team Secret. Another 4-1 setup going over to our blue team.
Their only choice of wave clear is, of course, towards Marky on the Kaisa, and Helios' red card as well on the Twisted Fate. And I guess they weren't respecting the fact that Trevor can just dive. That's the reason why they weren't able to exactly defend the tower, and the fact that you're up against, again, a Ziggs, a Tatsuri, who's able to speed up the process of taking these towers down. And slowly but surely, Team Secret has been creating these map gaps by getting most of these towers every single time Team Secret invests resources on a lane.
11 minutes in to enter in the scoreboard. That's very, very low kill count, but the goal is in the favor of Team Secret by roughly 4,000. So RQ, they need to do something about this. Destiny being popular. Destiny be here saying hi, saying hello, but as he responds connecting as well, Mark in the back line already popping the killer instinct down. They're actually chasing down Trevor. Trevor does become golden for in the middle of ending, but he was able to dash away. What? That void seeker is not gonna connect, but here comes Jazz with a jump in. As to be Trevor being able to connect the Sonic Wave, and he is able to dash out of there alive. No way! No way! Okay, he was alive. That was okay. Anyway, going back now at the Dragon Lane, you have Azar going up against Escilla. He already is targeting that inner Dragon Lane turret. They are Team Secret now making sure Earl God will not be able to fall back. No ultimate from the side. No CC ultimate for RQ for a handful of seconds. Azar does fall down, but for the trade, he was able to put a significant amount of damage onto that last inhibitor turret at the Dragon Lane.
I want to know how Marky died. How did Chewy eliminate Marky after basically, RQ just trying to retreat, and despite him being with everybody else? But Team Secret, they are again playing this heavy macro game. Look at the towers. Look how this bottom lane tower, inhibitor tower, is so close to falling. And because of the pressure towards these lanes, RQ will be so desperate in denying this third dragon. But Team Secret doing a good job zoning away the rest of RQ.
Chewy has so much damage anyway. Escilla dashing in, but now you have Hamas and the passive. He still have the passive, guys. Now Chaz does jump in, targeting Trevor, making sure that he will not be able to get the ability, but Fiora gets bursted down by Team Secret. Guys, so the next second will actually fall down. Earl got forced to use Flash just to get away, but that's going to be the follow-up to jump in from the side of Corky, and that is going to be a 3-0 in favor of Team Secret. Just 13 minutes in, 65 on the scoreboard. You have Chaz there at the jungle area, but he is just forced to recall. Free Baron, basically, for Team Secret. It's gonna take a handful of seconds for RQ to jump in, unless Helios will use his Destiny just to see if Team Secret is getting the Baron.
Yeah, it's a little bit far away. There's only 2 people. So now using Destiny just to confirm their fears. Baron has been acquired by Team Secret. Going back to the dragon fight, RQ, a very understandable choice to deny these dragons, because since game number 1, it has been a struggle for them to get. But the biggest problem is they're not a 5v5 comp. They are not equipped to get this. They are a pick comp. You pick one first, use the Destiny, use all your single targets first, and then contest the dragon. But they were basically cornered into this desperate play because all their towers are slowly falling down because of Team Secret's decision making and shot calling.
And speaking of damage and shot calling, can I just say that 3-0 for Corky, and Kaisa is standing at a 2-2. So that is going to be a quite good lead for the side of Team Secret's ADC. But now you have our RQ that is going to be Chaz. Oh no, he does get knocked up. That is going to be the Glacial Fisher connecting as well. And Darius was able to finish off the kill. You have Trevor split pushing at the Baron lane. You also have Azar here at the Dragon lane. And the 3 other champions, 3 other players is at the mid lane. That's already a hole onto the base of RQ. What could they do? You still have that Ziggs was able to take down the last mid lane turret. Only 1 tower left. Ultimates are available. Looks like RQ, they are forced to just jump all in. They need our Team Secret was able to put the pedal in the metal, but you have the waves pushing in as well. Team Secret already focusing on the next half. Earl God being bursted down as we a jump and Rapids coming over for the Scorky, but instead Team Secret just want to focus onto the Nexus, and eventually this gave them the series win. 2-0 against our RQ.
All smiles from Team Secret, continuing their 2-0 streak in the playoffs, and they look so solid. Again, their decision making, their macro play, and their draft most especially. And now Team Secret, all smiles, happy to send our RQ down to Omega, lower bracket, the rematch that we were looking forward to. But going back into this game, it is, again, maybe not as low of a kill count as game number 1, but as we saw, Team Secret not taking extra fights. They were there for the punish because RQ this time around built a composition that was great early game in taking tower and going for tower dives and getting early game picks. Basically, the three at the top, Estilla, Chaz, and Helios, are built for tower dives. Unfortunately, numerous times Azar denies the opportunity of him getting eliminated, and I think that was a rough start that basically threw RRQ off.
And the communications from both Azar and Tatsuri is very, very good, because if you can recall, whenever there is 3 champions in Azar's lane, Tatsuri would just throw the Mega Inferno Bomb, or Trevor will be there. So it just goes to show how well this communication are. See, I told you, Mega Inferno Bomb. And that's the Azar being able to survive that one. See, another Mega Inferno Bomb. This is also the power of the Ziggs pick. And whenever RRQ would commit 4 of their players or champions in specific lane, yes, they can take down the enemy, but the problem is the wave tends to be shoved off. So they're not able to go with the trades. And on the other side of the map, Team Secret, they just get to do whatever they want. And this is the answer you've been waiting. You have Marky jumping in, but okay, I don't think you have Corky. Most likely he will be there in a bit. Trevor, this is the great escape from Trevor. Chaz does a hello. You also have Gatling gun being popped by Chewy. Thank you for the slows. By the way, Mark is still the back line, but apparently that is... Oh, we did not see it. Chewy still being the highest damage giver for game number 2, and good positioning still for this Corky. Scylla really stepping up though, but it just so happened that he cannot find, or he cannot see these key targets separated from the team. And Team Secret, from the late game, towards the late game rather, they focused on the 5v5s because they saw how much advantage that they had. You mentioned that they're all smiles, but in their team photos, I think only Trevor was smiling. They're all mad. They just wanna play the game.
They're very hungry for that 2 slots to the Summer Cup, again, to represent our country. But of course, because of their victory, they are now in the one of the top 4 towards a fall season. So their slot is intact already, and ready and welcoming them once the fall season comes. But of course, before the fall season, we have to check out the Super Cup first. And wow, Chewy will be the master of the match here on Corky.
Wow, 2 consistent master of the match for this player. KDA 9.00. Kill participation went down by 10%, but that's okay. Damage per minute is going to be 1,545 again. Very well protected in the early game, and he knows where to go towards the mid up until late game. Gatling gun does shred so much damage that the backlines for RQ, they just suffered. We did not see any game-changing Valkyrie. I mean, I'm sure there were times that he did pop this skill, but none in the highlights just yet. So I guess Team Secret, they just opted with the slightly more conservative early game tactic, and then towards the late game, they just let Tatsuri do what he wants. They let Trevor do what he wants, and this is the struggle. If you let Team Secret do what they want, you are just gonna dance in their music, and eventually you are gonna fall off.
Yeah, RRQ definitely assembled a squad to, try to dictate the pace of their own game. But opening up the Ziggs was just a huge struggle, because if you failed the tower dive, that means Tatsuri is elsewhere pushing a tower already. We talked about this in the draft. If Helios leaves his lane, most likely Tatsuri will be there to destroy the mid lane. And I think it's sort of ballooned up after that. The fact that, Team Secret also got the Rift Herald means they were on the backside. They were not ahead when it comes to evening out the playing field on the towers. Rift Herald plus Ziggs really does spell disaster when we talk about turret takes. So Team Secret, I love this new side of them. It's very refreshing. It just shows how much and how fast they grow as a team. So it's very, very insane to watch how much they've grown already. And I'm sure, they've gained a lot of new fans after this series.
Man, again, 2-0 win streak for Team Secret. What a way to play here in the Icon Series PH playoffs. And that has been series number 1. Ladies and gentlemen, we have been your casters. I'm Yugo, alongside me is Riku. We're gonna hop into a very short break, and when we come back, we'll be seeing the panelists. So sit back, relax, and wait for the panelists to come back.
Let us heal and grow. You won't be alone. We're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life. We're still breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and clear my throat. We rise up from the dust and clear my throat.
Team Secret are one step closer to that summer season championship after taking down RRQ. They take the first series 2-0 and send RRQ to the lower bracket. Team Secret gets 100,000 Globe Cup points more to add to their already substantial winnings. And guys, we did mention that this was a series to watch indeed, and we really did see the mind games coming in here from the draft alone. Let's check out the series highlights as we jump into this discussion. And I feel like, there was a lot of misdirection coming in from Team Secret. I really did enjoy their read on the map and how they were able to shift pressure from one lane to the other almost immediately and really just split up RRQ. And RRQ, in the end, their focus was just, they couldn't keep up with what Team Secret was throwing at them. What do you think, Otlus?
That's right. So bringing back to their comfort, this is still a comfort pick for the Team Secret, right? The Yasuo comp with Trevor going for the Wukong, and of course Tatsuri on that Yasuo. In the ban or pick and ban phase, it's obvious, right? RQ did not really want to give the full composition again to Team Secret. So what Team Secret did is to play the Yasuo composition. And remember, this is Team Secret. They just have a mean Yasuo in the mid lane. One thing to highlight here is there is a dragon that was given for free by RRQ at the early stages of the game. And if you give it for free, what it does is the Corky's package is going to be available to be picked up for another objective fight, which in turn became the Red Herald. So it's I would say it's a ripple effect that if you do not contest on objectives and you give space for Team Secret, they will just take advantage off of it. And you can see in this particular game alone, in game 1, the kill count is just 426. But macro-wise, it was immaculate. It was clean. It was pure. Very well played. One Baron was needed for 3 tier towers and the Nexus as well. So game 1 to Team Secret.
They definitely knew their win conditions very, very well. They knew, when to give space and when to proceed. In the case of RRQ, I feel like there are a lot of missed opportunities coming in over there. Like you mentioned, some of those missed objectives. Cyrus, what about you? What do you think?
Well, yeah, I mean, game 2, you can clearly see the Trevor with his own great escape. Everyone is really on point. And yes, the mechanics coming in from Azar, you can see that he is going for a 3 versus 1, even 4 versus 1, and manages to survive or take a 1-for-1. And then Trevor is going to cover the mid lane just to make sure to push the towers. And then Ziggs, he's going to help top lane. Tatsuri, he's going to be present right there with the Mega Inferno Bomb covering again for Azar. But it was technically Azar going in for those spotlight plays.
Yeah, and I'm gonna bring up a question that I actually had burning, I guess, even from yesterday. Do you guys think that it's time for Marquee to start seeing other champions? Is it time to start to maybe, sort of like put the Kaisa aside if other teams are catching on to the strategy that RRQ has? What do you think, Otlus?
Possible, but with the way RRQ plays and where they really want the late game to happen, RRQ knows that Kaisa is the queen of the late game, so it just makes so much sense right now, especially with the state of the other AD carries that we have at the moment. I feel like Marquee is really best put on the Kaisa. It's just about the positioning, right? He has to make sure that he doesn't get caught out in the wrong spots in the map. So yeah, all in all, to answer your question, I'm 50-50 on that, really, because of the way RRQ plays.
Yeah, that's definitely fair. And now actually it kind of like worries me on the side of RRQ if other teams catch on to this. All they can do is ban out the Kaisa and ban out Marquee's other picks. And, should be interesting to see what else RRQ has planned for that sort of setup. But as we check out our Globe Cup leaderboards right now, we are going to see the after effects of what Team Secret's win has given them with 100,000 Globe Cup points, of course. And as we can see, they are very, very comfortable with 600,000 Globe Cup points. Omega Esports and Amihan Esports not too far behind, only 50,000 Globe Cup points behind from Team Secret. And Amihan Esports are coming up next, so they could climb their way back up to that number 1 spot at the end of this coming series. But of course, right now we can see that with our leaderboards right here, RRQ still has a chance. They are pretty comfy in the number 4 spot at the moment. So as they begin their lower bracket grind, they could get back up to that, number 3 or possibly number 2 spot. But there you have it. There is this little grudge match brewing between RRQ and Team Secret. In the meantime, though, RRQ will get bumped down to the lower bracket, and they will actually meet Liyab Esports later on. Another interesting match, as the legendary Pokemon of League of Legends have assembled over here, and he will be meeting another former teammate in that series. We will get to that in a little bit, but of course, we still have our second series of the day. We have Nexplay Esports versus Amihan Esports. Now, yes, Otlus, I can feel your excitement over here. Actually, before we went live, I could already feel your excitement, and I feel like you're ready and raring to go for this because Nexplay Esports, they are the big bads of the Philippine Wild Rift scene. They were born in the Rift. The moment Wild Rift was released, they were already competing. They already had that championship in mind, and they have been winning title after title, and they're definitely coming for that summer season championship as well. And they won't hesitate to eliminate anybody who gets in their way. They took down VVV Esports yesterday, and they are ready for more. This is Nexplay Esports.
Proving once again that they're the true barometer in this playoffs. Nexplay Esports showed how every fight is hashtag winnable. At the backs of a solid Renekton performance by Horizon and Chule's well-placed bombs, they took care of VVV's quest for vengeance 2-0. There's never a dull moment when watching these guys play, and with Amihan standing in the way of a rematch against Team Secret, NXPE will disregard emotes and aim to push themselves forward. Horizon, Baron, Justchi, Jungle, Chule, Mid, Uzi in the Dragon Lane, Disaster is in the support, and Zimich as their sub and captain. Call your friends because Justchi's League is now showing. Nexplay Esports.
And for the solo player highlight, yes, this guy is not the one from RNG. It is NXP Uzi with that Corky, Ezreal, and Draven getting that KDA 5.62 kill participation of 20%. And to the damage department, that's 929. This guy is looking for the right targets, maximizing his full clips, and make sure to pull the trigger at the right timing. Uzi is the one of the Dragon laners that you wanted to watch out for.
And definitely one of the reasons why Nexplay Esports are so scary in the Philippine Wild Rift scene. But from Visayas comes a powerhouse that I would say nobody saw coming. Amihan Esports continue to impress everybody here at the Sea Icon series, and as we mentioned yesterday, they are now facing their true test today. Are they ready to play with the big boys? They are the dark horses coming into the series, but they are most definitely a force to be reckoned with. This is the oncoming star. This is Amihan Esports.
Another day, another storming performance from Amihan Esports. With their swag, Amihan breezed through Liyab Esports yesterday, upping them 2-0. Today marks their biggest test, a battle against Nexplay Esports. We will see if Orthros can continue to up his 21.18 KDA and lead the team to another victory. Carl in the Baron, Jelson in the jungle, Mitsura in mid, and of course, Demon and Orthros in the Dragon Lane. Full aggression is now on for Amihan Esports.
Unleash the solo player highlight as we are going to show you the Dragon Laner himself unleashing the inner demon. And with that, using the core key, Kaisa and Tristana. Yes, they are one team with a hell of a KDA. 12.75 from Demon, kill participation 20%, and damage department 1,140. You couldn't ask for more, you just have to wait as this consistent Dragon Laner is going to dish out even more damage and more KDA. And that's Demon for you.
And of course, heading over to our Globe Key player clash, we will be having Carl versus Horizon over here. And Carl, the child prodigy, the immortal, we have named him as the immortal over here because this guy just knows exactly how to play with his skills and just stay alive even throughout the most impossible situations. He is a big part of Amihan Esports' success. But then we have Horizon on the side of Nexplay Esports, who has been one of the star Baron laners from North Luzon. How do you guys think this Globe Key player clash is going to go down? We'll start with you, Adeluz.
Let me remind everyone that when we interviewed Carl, I asked him personally, who is he going to look forward in matching up? Is it going to be Horizon or Azar? And his answer, both of them, right? He can match up with both of them, with any of them. In fact, his words is he can win against both of them. So this is going to be a very spicy matchup. We have Carl still playing the Akali, even though it was changed in patch 2.3, it still is very effective. And on the other side, the original Akali player on the Baron lane and in the Philippine scene, we have Horizon here showing us yesterday that Renekton is now in the meta. This is going to be a very exciting matchup. Fasten your seatbelts, everyone, because this is your Globe Key player clash.
Definitely, and yes, I am so looking forward to Carl fulfilling his dreams, so to say, and going up against the very best of the best here at the CE Icon Series Philippines. Osiris, what about you? What do you think about this Globe Key player clash?
Well, both of them really aggressive towards Baron lane, and yes, there may be a difference in terms of the KDA, but the kill participation, it's fairly close, the same as gold per minute and the damage per minute. It's just that yes, Carl might be on the bigger side. It's because he is going for those carry type of champions, while Horizon, yes, he did, but what he do mostly is that he's trying to peel, looking for the zoning potential. Not the one who's being flashy, but Horizon, he is delivering right now. And you can see the Akali going up against the Renekton. This is a really good match because it has been one of the one who's going to stop you moving into mid to late game is an early game Renekton. So he wanted that to be played by Horizon just to nullify the power of Carl. But Carl got this vast of Baron laner champion, so it may take a lot of time for Horizon to decide which one is needed to counter it.
And definitely with the new adjustments in the game, these guys have even more of a champion pool to pick from. Again, really eager to see if we will find our favorite crocodile back in this series or if we are going to see Akali, albeit a little bit different right now, still managing to perform very, very well. Now, this is a series that we predict is going to be incredibly explosive as these guys can be very, very aggressive. Amihan Esports, they know nothing else than to move forward, and they will just like a perfect storm itself, they are going to raise everything that they see to the ground. But Nexplay Esports, my goodness, they have been playing this game for a while. They have been in competition for a while, and much like veterans like Team Secret, this is where they thrive in. This is their game to lose at this point for Nexplay Esports, and see if this dark horse of the competition, Amihan Esports, can take this series away from them. With that, I would like to ask for your predictions, gentlemen, and on my end, I am going to say that this will probably be a 2-0 in favor of Nexplay Esports. These predictions are getting harder and harder. But a 2-0.
I can sense the hesitation.
I know. It's like I make up my mind at like the very last second because these are again. It's not gonna get any easier as we move closer and closer to the end of the playoffs. But as I mentioned, I think this is a 2-0. But I don't think it is going to be a complete stop because I think that Amihan Esports, they are ready to give Nexplay Esports hell. What about you, Adeluz? What's your prediction?
I know that I'm
the
in
president.
the running for the president of Orthros's fan club, but I have to weather my expectations. This is still going to be on the side of Nexplay Esports. Why? Because we are still talking about Nexplay Esports. The experience is still there. After winning multiple titles, that's an edge that can never be replaced. So with what we have seen from Amihan Esports, I know that they can put up a good fight. But in this particular series, I'm going with NXP.
Hashtag Amihan all in, but this time it's gonna be all out as Nexplay Solid is in the house, and I'm going to bank on 2-1. As yes, Amihan might surprise us as how well they are rotating. They're going for those aggressive plays. They might shut down Just Chi, or there's so many options actually for Amihan, and they can really pull this off. They are one of the fresh brains right now, but knowing that Nexplay Solid, it comes into experience. Not just the experience. Also, you wanted to go for the that kind of veteran, the feeling of the 1 year synergy, and it helps a lot to identify when you're back against the wall. You're making those tough decisions. That's the mental fortitude that's has been let's say grown or nurtured by Nexplay Solid. So I'll go for them this time.
That's absolutely right. That is another factor that a lot of people tend to forget. There is that mental endurance to pull through in competitions such as these, and when you're battling the very best of the best in your entire region. And Nexplay Esports, I just feel have that experience behind them. Amihan Esports, though, this isn't impossible for them. I would be very happy to actually see them come out on top over here and continue their journey in the winners' circle. But yes, I do think that experience will pull through for Nexplay Esports. Amihan Esports, though, should they fall to the lower bracket, they are gonna be very, very scary indeed. I also do have to point out, by the way, that Autolus actually has a sign-up form for all of you who want to join the Orthros fan club.
Yes.
He could probably post that somewhere. But yes, he is accepting applications, so he does have a form ready. So if you want to fill that up and join the Orthros fan club, you are very much welcome to.
He uses Soraka. What can I do, man? It's just unfair. And yesterday we saw Soraka on full display, Warmogs and Gargle Stoneplate. How can you kill a goat if that's the case, right? But anyway,
heals for everyone.
That's right, heals for everyone. I'm accepting applicants. Let's go, Orthros fan club.
We also do have to check. I do believe he has the highest KDA in the Sea Icon Series summer season so far. We will get back to you on those stats, but I think with a KDA of, was it 21? Was it
21.18?
Most of the assists coming in from this guy as he is roaming around from top to bottom. And yes, if yesterday we saw James with a 100% kill participation with the Sona, it will be different from Orthros as he maybe not be present, but those heals, so you got healing for you, healing for everyone. So you know that he is
banana
ready.
Power.
Yeah, banana power.
Well, if
From
you guys
Jana to
want
banana.
to join the Orthro Loose fan club over here, then please let Otto Loose know. He is very much willing to accept more applicants and grow this Orthros community over here. But of course, we are gonna find out who takes the series as we step into the rift. This is a Nexplay Esports versus Amihan Esports. Casters, you guys are up.
Thank you very much, panelists. And we are going to be your casters for our another spicy series coming up. It's going to be Nexplay versus Amihan. My name is Riku. Together with me is Infinity. But before we proceed with all the amazing discussion, I know I got a little bit excited about, about the fall season top 4, but a little bit of correction. We still have to see how the lower bracket transpires to see our sure top 4, and as well as the bracket of Omega, lower brackets rather, of Liyab and Omega, as they're waiting for the rest of, again, these 2 series to finish. Whoever wins this match, whoever loses rather, it's either Amihan or Nexplay who will be facing Omega. So we're not going to be seeing the RRQ versus Omega anytime soon. But of course, very excited to see this matchup for sure, because we saw how Amihan dropped Liyab into that lower bracket. So it's going to be spicy because Amihan, they are coming from an undefeated win streak, by the way. They have the most dominating group stages, total of 6 out of 6 series won, and 12 games in total. And then if you count the playoffs as well, that's going to be a +1 and a +2 on everything. Infinity, how do you think is this match going to go? Because, the panel is this time not. It's a split this time around, as Osiris going for the Amihan hype train.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's going to be very, very close for this year specifically, because these 2 teams were playing very aggressive in their respective group stages, wherein Nexplay Esports has changed up a bit here in playoffs, wherein when Coach Reckmeister came in, they were playing like a controlled aggression type of setup, and Amihan Esports coming into the playoffs are very aggressive still. So this is going to be very exciting. Will Nexplay Esports bring down Amihan Esports today with their same aggression that they've showed in the past?
Yeah, it's definitely pure aggression for the side of Amihan. Carl can just try to strong arm his way. But in the meantime, Nexplay and Amihan banning out the jungler and the support. So no Baron laner bans just yet.
Definitely, but banning away the Gragas, which means that this will be banned away. It will be removed for the champion pool of Amihan Esports, especially how Gragas is very flexible in the draft. And Lee Sin will be respected by Amihan Esports onto Just G. We all know how Lee Sin is being played out by NXPE in the past. Very, very strong individual champion and a player coming into the playoffs.
Yeah, this is, in the meantime, can still be a Camille jungle or towards Horizon on the top side of the map. Meanwhile, Carl, this champion, the Fiora, has been, that catalyst to set the stage for Carl's 1v3 situations that we saw back in the Visayas group stages. But in the meantime, Jelson will now be here on this Jarvan 4, and either the Galio will be on Chule or Disaster.
Here we go. After that, we have the Galio and Kaisa being locked in by NXP. A lot of AoE CC totals that they can bring up a good synergy onto a Camille as well. With Kaisa being locked in for the side of Nexplay Esports, Sim Rakan, the lovers duo, will be locked in by Amihan Esports to utilize the buff that was given to a Rakan with magic resistance increased to follow through with Garen and Ari for NXP.
A little bit more tankier for the side of the Rakan, but Amihan now locking in their final pick for Mitsura, which is going to be that Oriana. So a ton of wave clear on the board, and as well as the potential shockwave plays. Don't forget as well with the Ari pick from Chule. That is going to be very interesting for sure when comes the lane. Utility versus Assassin. Very excited to see as we head on over to game number 1. Nexplay, your North Luzon seed number 2, and Amihan coming from Visayas first seed. So far, still undefeated.
Battle of aggressions coming into game number 1. Easily 5-man roam from Amihan Esports. First 9 seconds of game. But now let's talk about the draft. Let's talk about specifically onto the Ari that was chosen by Nexplay Esports. I think with Disaster already up for their team, they already secured the AoE CC total against Amihan Esports coming into game number 1. And Chule is gonna be there to go for the single targeted CC because the charm is taking a bit too long when it comes to the CC when you're comparing it into an overall. But Horizon Chule, 2-man roam, jungle.
Wow, that's already level 2 for Mitsura. Arisen already uses his flash, so now he is on the run, on the chase, but the taunt will be a little bit too late. First blood drops towards Amihan. Now it's a brawl, and Carl will be the next one to fall. Mitsura, his target is Disaster here as the fight is split into two. Now a double kill for the side of Amihan. Their Kaisa, or rather, no, Nexplay. Uzi is getting early game kills. Chule is still alive after all this time, and that's going to be 4 kills in total. 1 minute, ladies and gentlemen. That is crazy.
Yeah, and Nexplay Esports played it phenomenally because if you're looking at the game right now, it's a duo lane, barrel lane for NXP. They're bringing back the old style wherein the lane switch is going to happen. And with that said in mind, Nexplay Esports going into the jungle, invade into the top side of the map for Amihan Esports would not really bother them because both Gaio and Kaisa from Uzi and Disaster can react actively when it comes to those matches, and that is the reason why it's now a 4-2 in favor of NXP. But bot lane, Horizon will be alone to try and defend the dual lane for Amihan Esports, especially with aggression coming in from Asira Khan when it comes to the early game. Level 2, level 3 gonna be very, very aggressive because of the Grand Entrance and also the third skill. But Jelson, 3-man roam, Amihan Esports.
This could be a dive. There's the flag and drag, but the knockup will not connect. Now 4-man roam here as they have eliminated Horizon, and on the opposite side of the spectrum, Carl is still alive.
Nexplay Esports has to pay the price, going for the lane switch, which means Horizon will be the only one to defend 2-man from Amihan Esports. And if you're looking at it, 3-man roam from Amihan, now decimating the top first blood, going into their team, 1k goal lead. And that will put up Saya capability to power spike early on. If you're looking at it, agility cloak already secured, increasing the critical rate for Saya alone. And that is just a huge deal when you're considering in first 2 minutes and 30 seconds of the game wherein your teammates was killed a while ago prior to the Tower First Blood. And Amihan Esports is back with the goal lead, getting the Tower First Blood from a while ago. So I like the roaming game for Amihan Esports, and NXP is going back to standard once again with Kaizo going in Dragon.
Yeah, the early 3 kills for Uzi is just so huge of a start for, again, this Kaisa pick. But now, yeah, 4-3, 3 minutes into the game, we might expect more action soon as Joshi is already level 5. Jelson actually spots this. There's the sweep. There's the dive already as the Cataclysm dropped just for an escape. And now Jelson will fall, or rather, unfortunately, as Amihan. That tower dive was not what they expected. NXP getting more kills on the board.
And that was worth it for Nexplay Esports because that was a support traded for a Baron laner and a jungle for Amihan Esports. So Jelson died, Carl died in that fight. Disaster was the only sacrifice that NXP has to make. On top of all that, Horizon is free hitting the turret in the top lane, bringing it down into a 400 HP. So 2 third place gives them 200 gold for Horizon to utilize later on. But still, Amihan Esports will take the lead at still 2k gold advantage. With first Dragon now coming up, this might be a source of clash from these two teams.
Gotta say, the contrast, look at that. A total of 10 kills. That is 15 minutes worth of kills in game number 1 of Team Secret and RRQ. But now we're off to such an aggressive start. Amihan and Nexplay both fighting fire with fire. And now NXP starting the Dragon already. Amihan, we're seeing the pings. They're making moves around the map. They're going to be coming from 2 different sides here. As Jelson is going to be with the... Don't even get to steal! Oh dear me, Jelson, as he's able to flag and drag. There's the hero's entrance just for that additional safety. But unfortunately, Chule falls and Uzi falls as well. The carries are gone. And Nexplay just has to run for the hills.
But it's not going to be over. Flash in!
Mitsuda with a flash! Amihan is out for blood!
It's a bloodshed of a game, Riku. In this game number 1, Nexplay Esports, Amihan Esports were known to be an aggressive team, and they're not making it happen to just change it up and trade for a passive play. Now mid lane.
Except ultimatum on Mitsuda, and they get the revenge kill. Feather Storm and the hook rather as Demon. What Demon is not here. Demon is done and dead as NXP. Again, just matching the aggression of Amihan here.
Yeah, and Chule actually forced out the flash and the ignite to really just secure Mitsura in that engagement. And I think that's going to be worth it if you're thinking about it. If you want to use your flash for a kill, you need your lane to be reset. If you're looking at the minions, it's pushing against Amihan Esports. So that was a clever move coming from NXPE, doing just so, using the summoner spells to gain the lead, to gain advantage, but now Baron lane.
Oh, disaster. Map, they're out for more. As Uzi could be the next target, Flash is going to be used, and the Flag and Drag Jelson has initiated another fight. They want Chuli's life, and they take down another player from Nexplay with that dive.
When was the last time in 5 minutes that we see a 5-man roam? And even prior to that, Amihan Esports is doing this. They're changing the meta today, wherein they keep on pressuring Nexplay Esports, especially with Taffer's Blood that they've already gotten in the Mountain Dragon. So now 2k gold lead. They're getting all the opportunities that they can, and we might collapse into this Riverside.
Double man Shockwave Chole gets the brunt of all that. Ryzen could be the next target here as they funnel all their damage in towards the tower dive. Demacian Justice is unfortunately not, as Ryzen will delay his death. In the mid lane though, there's another action as Just G is able to escape, but Disaster may not have the same story as he's so low and he's still trying to knock down the support Orthros.
5k gold difference already for Amihan Esports in the first 6 minutes into the game, 7 minutes into the game. And they're getting another opportunity onto the Rift Herald to take more gold, to take more lead. And that is 120 gold extra for SISPH because they secured the Rift Herald. If you're looking at the item difference onto the ADC role, it's 7k for Saya, 6.5 for Kaisa. It's an 800 gold difference. That means that Saya will now be able to power spike faster with Infinity Edge being locked in already, might potentially go for a Phantom Dancer and even a Rapid Fire Cannon to deal more than it was supposed to when it comes to the first 8 minutes of this matchup. So I think Kaisa needs to secure another recurve bow to gain attack speed, be able to upgrade the supercharge and increase her survivability, especially with a 5-2-4. Typically, that is not what we see into an ADC role because you want to keep it safe as much as possible, especially with NXP's draft. Having Disaster and Horizon as tanks and Just chain to the front lines, the only source of their damage right now will be Uzi and Chule. So I think this will be sort of the Protect the King composition that they need to follow through. And Amihan Esports 4-man roam mid lane.
The next play seems to telegraph this as the Hextech ultimatum is going to be towards Carl. He's trying to escape, but nicely done. Repost cancel as the duo will not be able to take Just G down with him as he falls. Here comes a 4-man roam though. Do they have the resources as Amihan decides to back away?
With Amihan Esports going for the 4-man roam mid, that enabled NXPE to go top. But now, mid lane, we have push all around.
So far, you know, Rift Herald unleashed in the mid lane, now Dragon Spawn. So this gives Amihan the space that they want. Mitsura aiming for possibly the Shockwave. There's a single Shockwave towards Horizon. Charm will not connect, but this is enough for Amihan to sort of zone away next play.
Zoning them out will be the more ideal situation because with Ocean Drake alive, Amihan Esports has all the statements that they could and get the Ocean Drake in their favor, leading into a mid-game, late-game. Huge power spike for their team. With Omnivamp ready, Saya will be able to sustain much longer in prolonged teamfights, especially with NXP. Having Horizon with the Garen and Disaster with the Galio, it's burst damage all around. So having the Ocean Drake will be very important for their team right now. And gaining the 7k gold lead is pretty much really a big deal in the first 10 minutes of this match before even Baron Nashor is alive. And when was the last time that we saw this through and through? Now, it's depending on Amihan Esports if they really want to put this and utilize and balloon this into a 15k gold lead and 20k gold lead, which they can dominate NXP in terms of the 12 minutes, 13 minutes, and 14 minutes game and finish this game number 1. And NXP has to decide, are we going to try and contest onto the Baron Nashor or secure a turret instead to gain the gold security, even though it were far apart at the moment? Because these are those two choices that they could pick up, especially how Amihan Esports has played aggressive in the first couple of minutes in this game. So it's going to be very exciting, and I'm so hyped up on what could happen next.
Yeah, Amihan is able to take a breather at least actually next play since it is mostly Amihan starting the fight so far. And now, with just as you mentioned, they do have the capability of initiating for the squad. I mean, there is Jelson, there is Orthros. You pair that up with Carl. You know, Carl didn't have the best of laning phases because of that lane swap. So it kind of stopped the growth of the what is expected of Carl, the 1v3 scenario on this Fiora. So at least that is a mini win for NXP so far, though. There's the knockup coming from Orthros, just a little tease before the calm before the storm, basically. But now Amihan positioning themselves here over the Baron.
Yeah. And I just want to say, if you're looking at the gold, it was like a little bit more value for Carl because he was able to sustain himself while Horizon was getting killed into the Dragon lane because of the lane switch. So I think it was just pretty much they were battering against each other, and now me and Esports going for the Baron Nashor without any contest.
Yeah, the jungler, Justy, is so far away. There's a double knockup initiated by Orthros already. Disaster tries to taunt, but it misses. Charm will not connect or not equate into anything, as Chule is going to be the primary target, but they eliminate Carl right off the bat. But still, Demon still pretty alive, and now he falls. And now Carl and Demon are gone in this fight. Look at this, Nexplay just doing their best to eliminating all the Baron buffs. Now, Amihan still left with 2 Baron buffs on their side.
That's enough to pressure in other lanes. A support for Amihan Esports, Artros can split up in bot and follow through with another champion, and Mitsura can go into the mid lane, split onto 2 lanes, and that is not as much dominant when it comes to having all with a Baron buff, but this is the very least that they can get when it comes to playing against Nexplay Esports, punishing them with their Baron take. So now it's gonna be the 2-man roam for Amihan Esports in mid lane, while the rest of the crew will come top.
Nexplay, definitely, just as you mentioned, satisfied with that deny, with only Amihan having 2 Baron buffs only towards Orthros and Mitsura. So that's the reason why, you know, Amihan back to their old posts, where Carl is just going to split push in this strong 4-1. Nexplay, in the meantime, though, will try their best to get an objective, a tower at least, to sort of even out the playing field. Now, Amihan forcing their way towards top side instead.
Yeah, with the knowledge that Amihan Esports has gotten with Camille and Ari into the bot lane, they're pushing top lane very easily without anyone to actually go for the defense. But now, 4-man, 5-man roam for Amihan Esports top lane.
Joshi was, Jelson rather, was able to Horizon. Look at his HP, pretty low. There's the Shockwave, and Chule forced to use the Spirit Rush just for defensive purposes. But look at the flank coming from Nexplay. Cataclysm used just to lock people down from Nexplay. There's the hero's entrance, but as we can see, Disaster is able to eliminate Mitsura, and only Orthros is the only one left. Nexplay is able to survive, get an ace here over against Amihan.
Wonderful defense from Nexplay Esports. Although they lost the inhibitor turret, they made it back with a team ace that they've gotten against Amihan Esports with a lot of dead timers on the clock. For Amihan, they're pushing in mid lane without any defense coming in from them. So this will be the most situational, ideal situation for Nexplay Esports to make it back into the game, especially with Infernal Dragon still going to be up into Elder Dragon form and Cloud Dragon being secured by them. They are slowly coming back from their gold deficit. From a while ago, 10k gold difference. Now, we're back into 1k gold difference in the 4-minute match of this game.
Yeah, that's the thing for Nexplay. They are used to this. They are very familiar in playing from behind, as again, from what we've seen up against their North Luzon group stage matches. For Amihan, we've never seen them play from behind. The only gold deficit that they've ever experienced so far was up against Liyab, which is a 3k gold deficit, and they were able to close that eventually. Now, this is the biggest test, as there's Disaster initiating the taunt. There's the Proto Belt as well coming from the side of Chule, but he's eliminated first. Justy as well. No jungler, no mid lane. Amihan still on to the chase. They want the tower dive. Look at Carl with his aggressive duel, with his aggressive push. And that's going to be a double kill from Mitsura over here. Horizon is the only one left here on near the base, as he actually scares the rest of Amihan away.
Oh, but Amihan Esports has gotten 4 kills from that alone, and the Baron Nashor will be alive just yet, and they will secure it without any jungle for the side of NXPE. And with them getting this Baron buff, they could go back and try and secure more inhibitor turret with Mitsura there into the mid lane, near the mid lane inhibitor turret. If they secure this now, it could be disaster for Nexplay Esports.
Remember, it was Nexplay who initiated the fight. Unfortunately, Justchi and Chule were the first casualties. So they really lost such a huge, they really lost a lot of damage output on that part. So Uzi was the only one left on that initiation, but for Amihan, this is all according to plan again. 5k gold lead once more. They're able to increase the gap. And now they are definitely waiting for another win condition on the board, which is the Elder Drake. So question is, will Nexplay be able to get control over the map for them to afford that kind of contest?
If Horizon and Justy will be able to come into the Dragon's Pit very successfully in Disaster with the Hero's entrance, connecting to every single one of Amihan Esports, I think that will be somewhere of NXP gaining the control onto the Dragon's Pit. But if not, that will be disaster for them. I think that would be answering your question. If Amihan Esports could definitely get the Infernal Dragon, but
Hextech ultimatum onto Carl, and he has no escape, as the Shockwave will not be able to hit Uzi. But look at that, Amihan already pushing towards this base. As they remove the Nexus hook shot, a rather sweep is going to be used as a mobility skill to try and escape. But now, Amihan losing one member off of that siege, of that split push. So it is going to be a temporary 4v5. As the charm will hit Jelson, though, look at Justchi is incredibly low, but he goes golden, but now their target is the jungler, and Justchi falls as well. Amihan out for more blood, as Disaster is so low, as well as Chule. Demon has been kiting at the backline, safe and sound. No contest whatsoever. They still have the Baron buff, and now Hero's entrance will be used for that knockoff. And now Orthros will fall. Demon has no support anymore, as the rest of Amihan will try to escape. Now he's isolated. Mitsura is actually here just trying to hit the Nexus. He wants to hit it. He's still pretty healthy. He has the shield. He's trying to kite. 500 health as the Nexus still survives, but no. Make that a no, as Amihan takes down Nexplay in such a very aggressive fashion in that Nexus.
that was exhilarating from Amihan Esports. They played their game. Aggressive mindset. They keep on punishing Nexplay Esports. Before even 5 minutes after they occurred, they were trying to gain it back. And yes, Nexplay Esports got the early lead. But Amihan Esports took it back with more kills, more turrets, more objectives away from Nexplay Esports. And I think that just put the game upside down from where Amihan Esports got the top first blood and gained them the 1k gold lead from a 2k gold deficit. So that was an amazing play from Amihan Esports. They were playing it very methodically in the first 5 minutes, and after then, they were just going in all in commitment with the aggression that they played against Nexplay Esports.
That was insane. They basically, Amihan, their playstyle is basically strong arming from the beginning of the match, and that's what we saw. First 1 minute of the game, we saw a clash. It equated to what? A 7 kill total on the board. And that is what you have to deal with. Amihan, we didn't get to see the incredibly big amount of gold lead coming from the side of Nexplay. And imagine, Amihan was able to win that game despite Nexplay gaining the lead at the end of the match. I think that is a first.
Yeah, it's a trade-off. They were trying to get a hold of each other, with Nexplay Esports getting the reverse team ace, but Amihan Esports coming in with 4 kills after that. It was like a Baron Nashor fight. They got it in. Amihan Esports just punishing, got all the inhibitor turrets. They went into the base and finished the game. That was just so amazing to see, Riku. When was the last time that Nexplay Esports was defeated? And that was from Team Secret in the North Luzon group stage. And now we're having another upset. But of course, we're speaking too early because there is another game that Amihan Esports needs to secure for them to proceed into the next bracket. And Nexplay Esports has the opportunity indeed to go for the reverse sweep.
Yeah, this is a BO3 series, so there is still a chance for, just as you mentioned, that reverse sweep. But looking at Amihan's history, again, as we talk about that, let's take a look at the play of the game, the highlights brought to you by Oppo Reno 5. But again, this is their play style. They like to be scrappy. They love all these fights. And it sort of backfired because we saw Uzi getting 3 early kills for himself.
Definitely, and this is where the lane swap got the advantage. But Horizon got the trade, got the depth sentence from Amihan Esports after that, and now they're punishing back. And you see 4K or 2K gold lead already for me in Esports because they secured the top first blood and even stolen the Mountain Dragon away from Nexplay Esports. They collapsed onto NXPE. They got a lot of kills, and that was Uzi and Chule being punished. The sole key players or valuable champions that Nexplay Esports is depending on when it comes to the damage aspect of this game number 1. With them punished, their power spike will be delayed. And this is where everything just was a trade-off from NXP and Amihan Esports. At the same time, will NXP trying to gain lead, trying to get kills. Amihan Esports does the same thing with a 5-man roam. That was absolutely insane from them because that is not typically what we see in the 6-minute mark, in the 8-minute mark. That is the time wherein the barrel lane comes out from the barrel lane, right? And come into the 4-man roam, the 5-man roam to go and force out team fights. But this is another story. This is Amihan Esports that we're talking about, going in for those hyper-aggressive type of game style, those aggression that they've showed us in their respective group stage. And now they're proceeding and winning game number 1 against Nexplay Esports.
Yeah, it's like, Nexplay is forced to just basically dance to the tune of Amihan, which is, just pure aggression. And they even try to shut down Carl, even using a lot of resources just to remove him from that split push duty. And again, this is one of those attempts that Nexplay was able to take back for themselves, for they got their first ace. But at the same time, look at their map. It wasn't looking pretty. Every single time they have won or initiated the fight near the base, they would eventually lose. And I think this is one of those fights where, yes, Nexplay wants to start it. They want to catch Amihan off guard, but it completely backfired.
Yeah, it was a death rush that Amihan Esports is formulating against Nexplay Esports. They were trying to get the formulas in. You know what? These are going to be the coordinates of NXP coming into this brush, trying to gain an information game for the Baron Nashor. And Amihan Esports went in for the calculator game and just went in and inputted the coordinates, the time, the play, the damage, and they just dominated that and got the 4 kills. And after then, got the Baron Nashor, got the 2 inhibitor turret that was last standing for NXP, and finished the game even though they were last 3 members remaining for their team. And game number 1, a dominating win from Amihan Esports.
Yeah, as we saw at the end, it was Carl, because I think killing Carl backfired because he was able to return to base, buy TP boots, and then rejoin the fight and basically out of the radar of NXP. So curious to see who our master of the match is going to be. Of course, it's going to be Mitsura here over on this Orianna.
Orianna, I think, was playing very aggressively, and even the shockwaves were there. The capability of Mitsura to clear out the waves, to gain the lane control, was phenomenal coming in from that game number 1. So I think Mitsura was able to utilize that advantage onto the AoE CC totals, especially if you're considering the Ludens Echo, the Rabadon set cap, and even the Infinity Orb to really just one-shot the wave. And when you're one-shotting the wave when it comes to the mid-game, late game, it's just over, especially with the Baron buff that they have. So Mitsura, amazing player, amazing champion that they have used in game number 1.
It's so funny too, because usually when we look at Orianna players in the first 10 minutes of the game, we don't see a lot of action because their job is to just farm wave clear and, get your Rabadons maybe at the later stages of the game before you can make a crazy shockwave play. But this is different. Mitsura is on this utility champion, using it as if it's out for blood. It doesn't matter what point or time of the game it's going to be in. It is Amihan. The champions has to adjust to their playstyle. It's not the other way around when we watch Amihan. And this is a complete huge upset considering when we look at Nexplay's track record. Imagine this roster has been together since December 2020. Basically, they started forming back when we look at October last year. And after the December 2020 iteration of this roster, they've been winning championship titles left and right. And the only one that usually stands in their way from first place is Omega. But now, they had to encounter Team Secret in the group stages. Now that's the reason why they're in second seed. And now they find another hurdle, which is Amihan. And Amihan is, this fresh new organization where, their tagline is "We build talent." We build talent, and it's looking really good so far because this roster was formed purely through tryouts when they announced it back in February. So this team was basically formed just this year. So very, very spicy match for sure. But let's take a look at the draft. What do you think could Nexplay do in the next draft, looking at their first draft?
I think they could actually not change it at all, because when you're looking at the draft, it was pretty much even coming into game number 1, wherein Nexplay Esports had secured the Camille Gallo, and as we know, these two champions, when it comes to a single draft, is very dominant because you have the capabilities to come in to a team fight very fast, very quick, and very efficiently, and the hero's entrance will follow through, and that was amazing. But I think it wasn't really able to come up in game number 1 to show up a very dominant play, and I think the draft was phenomenal. Maybe try and change out the Ari into a more AoE centric type of thing if they really want to capitalize onto how they played in the past on going for the wombo combo in game number 1. So I think minor changes. They could even stick into their very own draft from game number 1 and play it through in game number 2. I think it was just a micro play that changed it all for game number 1, where Amihan Esports played it out with a 5-man roam coming into top lane, which we don't really expect coming into 4 minutes into the matchup, right? And Amihan Esports could do the same thing as well. I think the Lovers duo right now is very strong because Rakan has been increased when it comes to the magic resistance, and we're looking at NXP's draft. Ari is there, Gallo is there, decrease that potential to burst him down so the quickness can come through with a grand entrance to succeed into those combo with the skill kit of Rakan. And it was just a good game style from Orthros coming into that matchup. It is synonymous to their name. Rakan is an aggressive player. When it comes to early game, Amihan is a very aggressive team overall. So I think it's pretty much even. They don't need to change a lot, but it can in-game, I think there needs to be some tweaks that could happen.
Yeah, for Amihan, their composition has been spelling out 5v5 or 4-1. Carl is back again on this Fiora pick, so it has fit the Amihan playstyle very well for Nexplay. I think this has definitely the potential to start a match and do a lot of punish, a little bit of a little bit of balance here and there. They've got AoE, they've got the single target CC as well on the board. I mean, the fact that Nexplay was able to get again their gold lead back, but I guess it was just too late already because again, two towers, basically two base towers, were already gone and destroyed by Amihan.
Yeah, those 2 turrets just changed everything out for Amihan Esports in that game, especially just the lane switch. I like the lane switch from NXPE because when you're considering how they were just jungle invade against your enemy team, was just phenomenal mindset from them. You know what? We need to be confident because we have more we have the numbers advantage against Amihan Esports, especially with how Amihan Esports were diving into enemy jungle camp in that engagement, trying to catch up onto Ari and Kaisa. So I think that part when it comes to the early game was so good from NXP, and I want to see it happen once again.
Exactly. And when we look at the history of Nexplay's opponents, I don't think they've ever encountered, at least from what we've seen from the group stages up until now, they've never encountered something like Amihan before. Imagine Team Secret. Look how strong their macro play is. They only fight when they need to, and they just disengage or depending on the composition. But Amihan just fight. So I think for Nexplay, I'm very curious whether or not they're going and opting for maybe a possible 5v5, so the actual fire with fire, not only via playstyle but also with your composition. And of course, do not forget, for those of you just tuning in here on day number 2 of the playoffs, Orthros. I think, Otalus keeps mentioning, the Orthros fan club.
Yeah.
Because
the Orthros fan club, yeah.
Exactly. He has played Nami, Soraka, brought Soraka into the playoffs, and don't forget his killer locks. His skill shots are unmatched in this tournament for at least support roles. Speaking of support roles, rather.
Yeah, and he just enables his team to be able to follow through with his engagements that he does, right? It's the space that he provides, it's the play that he controls, it's a team fight he initiates coming in from game number one and even their previous game. So I think Ortros is someone that we need to look out for in game number two. We need to keep our eyes onto him on what he want to do and what he ought to do coming in for the next match, because Ortros is such an amazing player. The champions that he picked, as you stated, is very flexible. It's a big champion pool that you can't really belittle because you can't target every single champion in support role because you only have 2 bans that is given for your team to bring out and remove for Ortros alone. And you can ban a single champion or a single role for your 2 bans. That would be giving out certain flexible champions against the enemy team as well. So I think it's really up to NXP for now and Amihan Esports to think of a way to try and win the next game and try and bring it to game number 3 for NXP.
Yeah, exactly. That is why it's so interesting to note where Nexplay just opted to remove a support, removing Orthros's Janna, and of course, not surprised, is Gragas again is one of those contested picks, as it can be flexed in numerous roles. But Amihan decided to, okay, let us constrict just Chi's pool. Let's remove the Lee Sin, let's remove the Rengar, and these are two jungle picks that can match the aggression of Amihan. So I like that approach to just remove Just Chi's pool, some of his pool, because Just Chi's pool is quite huge. He can play the Mundo, he can play the Olaf, and he can play the Wukong as well. So very curious what the approach is now for NXP, because NXP, once they lose, they will drop down and fight Omega, another spicy rematch as well from the preseason, or rather from other tournaments. And now the draft has arrived. Game number 2, Nexplay on your blue, Amihan on your red, Janna being the first one banned out.
So NXP is sticking with their first side selection that they did in game number 1, which I think gives them a lot of opportunities to try and go for those flexible picks to come into game number 2. So I respect what they're doing right now in prioritizing onto the blue side selection. With Janna being banned away, NXP is doing the same thing from game number 1, targeting onto Ortros, and Rengar being banned away by Amihan Esports. We're going back into history here. Game number 1 bans, let's bring it to game number 2.
Yeah, following through with what you mentioned earlier, you said how not a lot can be changed. I think you mentioned how Nexplay had a solid draft. Anyways, it is now looking towards how Nexplay getting on that Ari first. And yeah, you mentioned history repeats itself as Carl again gets his Fiora.
Definitely with Camille and Fiora being picked up. It's a Baron lane matchup right now for both NXP and Amihan Esports. But Jervin 4, Fiora, Amihan Esports, we're going back literally to what we saw from game number 1. If NXP doesn't change anything, we might see history repeating itself. And that will be it. Galio, Kaisa being locked in by NXP means that Amihan Esports could pick up the Lovers duo once again.
Yeah, it is. It could be a deja vu draft. Makes me wonder what Nexplay will decide to change up in their last rotation. Blue side, if they pick up the Ari, then that means they know that... Yeah, it is!
Whoa.
It's gonna be the Ari. Okay, so, Amihan, what will you change?
Let's go back. Oriana is going to be open for Amihan Esports to pick up. And that will be it. We're going back into game number 1, into game 2. This is exciting, Rico. I'm so hyped up and excited to see what's gonna happen.
For sure, because we're seeing a deja vu draft. NXP knows that they have a pretty solid draft up against what Amihan wanted to do. Now that they know what's gonna happen next, basically it is a jump through time where Nexplay will try their best to change history, to change the future. This is gonna be game number 2. Will Amihan finish off Nexplay 2-0 in the same draft, or will Nexplay learn from what happened in game number 1 and take it to a game number 3? Very excited to see how this will pan out.
But Amihan Esports, instead of the 5-man roam in the first 30 seconds of the game, they're going a bit of a less of an aggressive push here, and NXP does the same thing. But it's a 1-1-2-1, which is very interesting. Or not 1-1-2-1, but simply a 1 2-2, I guess, because you don't have anyone into the Dragon lane, and Chule and Horizon will do the same thing with a two-man roam coming into the enemy jungle into the top side of the map. But Amihan Esports has understood what happened in game number 1 already, so they're not going for the aggressive type of mindset, considering that two-man roam and a lane switch already occurred for NXP, having the dual lane into the Baron instead of the Dragon.
Yeah, exactly. As Nexplay, you mentioned the 1-2 1-2-2 or 2-2-1. As we can see, whoa, Chule there wanting to get a little bit to proc that electrocute to even out the HP. But Mitsura will just get the honey fruit. Both of the mid laners actually still have that honey fruit. I think, yeah, the biggest difference is that, you know, Uzi is going to be staying in the top portion of the map. No early 3 kills for him.
But interestingly enough, we have Galio, Disaster, going for the roam into the bottom side of the map, actually match it up in a 2v2. So we might see something occur in that part, but we have Orcros just roaming around, just trying to help. But top lane...
Okay, the flag and drag. There's the knock up to Uzi, and the flash is used for that extra safety, but they're still going in. The first blood goes to Carl. But here comes Just G with the response. Carl pretty much very low. 1/4 HP. There is the hook shot and the sweep. Jelson will try his best to run away, and looks like it's going to be ending into a 1-1 exchange.
Yeah, but now it brings up Amihan Esports into a 1-kill lead against Nexplay Esports, into 400 gold lead as of yet. So NXP will not have the same type of dominance that they showed us in game number 1 when it comes to having the gold lead already into 1k gold lead, 2k gold lead in the first 2 minutes and 30 seconds of game. So I think NXP needs to play the patient game for now, try and make Uzi very comfortable with his items to try and upgrade the K to Rain as soon as possible. Only BF Sword will be secured as of yet, and I think it's something that will be required to be checked onto the task list of Uzi to try and power spike against Amihan Esports into the mid game.
He is getting all these solo lanes so far. Justy though, as Mitsura will respond with a flash, so that is a flash without Mitsura's lane rather will be a little bit more vulnerable now.
Definitely, and Amihan Esports is playing it very slowly. NXP is doing the same thing, but Just G hovering a bit too deep into the jungle side, not actually going for an aggression. So now I think it's reflected to what we have seen in game number 1, right? NXP has showed us a very dominant early game in the first couple of minutes into that matchup, and I think Amihan Esports has understood what they had in mind, what they were planning to do when it comes to putting that game number 1 advantage early into game number 2 as well. So Amihan Esports playing it very safe, waiting for side to gain a lead, especially just trying to pressure in onto third objectives. And the lane swaps will now come into original state, having the dual lane back into the Dragon lane and having Horizon back into the Baron lane. So pretty much standard what we're seeing right now.
And level 5 is already on the board when they did the lane swap. Carl, after the vital points for sure, that looks pretty juicy as Horizon has been twirling around. The dash will be on cooldown. And the fact that Jelson is nearby, or was nearby as well, so that was the reason why Carl wanted to be extra aggressive.
But that aggression will not be able to actually go for the huge plays. With now the Ocean Drake alive, Amihan Esports went in for the early reset to now pat their way into the Ocean Drake onto the Dragon's Pit. We might see a clash.
Jelson hovering around, both with as Jelson will be able to spot out Disaster from the patrolling Nexplay. Looks like based on their formation though, they do want to just shove the waves before anything else. Horizon spinning around just to chunk Carl's HP just a little bit.
Just a little bit of a trade, just a little bit of damage. No kills will be done as of yet. Everyone has their ultis up, so I think it's a really difficult situation for everyone to understand what's going on here, because Nexplay Esports could just burst down every single ultimate that they have. Just G with a Hextech Ultimatum, Disaster with Hero's Entrance can state very dominant plays against Amihan Esports, especially if Jelson comes in with the Cataclysm. They will be locked in themselves as well. So I think they need to look for the right opportunity to put that Cataclysm in, wherein everyone wasn't really able to come through for his teammates and get punished how Hero's Entrance will work. But Carl!
There's the dive. Their focus is on Carl, and he's able to riposte the Demacian Justice. But the rest of the incoming damage was just too much for him. Mitsura will follow through though, see whether or not he can follow in with, I don't know, a wave clear, maybe delay the first turret. Looks like it's going to be a little bit too late as we can see a clash over here at topside. Chule very incredibly low as now Just G is going to be on a killing spree. Arthros tried his best to defend Mitsura, but unfortunately it was too late. It was Chule.
I was surprised. Yeah.
Sorry, it was there. I had to do it.
Yeah, I was surprised the Nexplay Esports didn't really try to test the Ocean Drake, especially it was only a 2v2. They had the knowledge that it was a 3-man roam from Amihan Esports to the Baron lane because they were trying to defend against Just G and Horizon, even Chule, to reach the tier 2 turret. So that was something that was really surprising for me, but I guess it was a respect onto Jelson having the jungle readily available to try and go for the smite onto the Ocean Dragon, while Just G is going for kills into the top lane, so it wasn't really something that NXP wanted to do. But Rift Herald will be the next step here for Amihan Esports to take, while Ultras goes for the face check.
Okay, are they? They are aware of this as 1/4 HP already as we get to see Jelson securing that Rift Herald for the squad. Really nice tower, or not hug, pit, Rift Herald pit hug, just for Nexplay to have a little bit of challenge in getting into deep into that pit. Now, Amihan, very happy about that secure for sure. No skill will happen for Just G.
No steal as of yet. 3-3, all even in the standings currently. And the goal difference is just too little to really be significant at this early game. So I think Sunfire Ages, if you're looking at the items right now, is already secured by the Garen, building up into a very tanky composition. But Arthros,
there's the quickness, there is the Hextech Ultimatum. Now he's trapped in this arena. Then the Disaster Taunt will lock him in. In the meantime, though, Ryzen will be going through a 1v3 scenario as that's 1-for-1. Carl's still not over yet as the Grand Challenge will be activated. Carl will just dash out with a flash as well. Disaster has a flash. Oh, and is able to riposte the damage, but no riposte for the taunt. Amihan, though, unleashes the Herald at topside.
Yeah, and no one to defend it. And now Amihan Esports will take another turret for free. But there was a trade-off that happened for NXP, getting a turret as well into the Dragon lane. So it was a 1-for-1 and turrets being taken in the 8-minute mark. But NXP is stating, you know what? We're proving it wrong. You think that it was a mistake from game number 1 in terms of your draft? We're gonna make it happen. And they're making it happen right now in trying to stick up onto Amihan Esports' aggression. And with this knowledge, I think they are able to play very methodically as of yet, trying to go for the trade-offs onto turrets. If Amihan Esports spawned up the Rift Herald in the top side, we push into the bot side. And similarly, Amihan Esports will do the same thing. A 4-man roam, 5-man roam for Amihan Esports comes bot.
Arthros with a knockup. What a quick knockup as Jelson will be able to finish off the kill towards Uzi. Now the fight still continues as Just G is so incredibly low, and the spear coming from Jelson will finish him off. And at the moment, unfortunately, it is Disaster, the last one alive. What such swiftness, such execution coming from Amihan.
Well, I guess it's synonymous to the quickness name of ulti of Arthros. He just went in for the grand entrance under the turret, and it was quick, it was efficient, and that was an easy 3-kill for their team right now. So they made it back into a 2k gold lead coming to the 9-minute mark and gain an extra turret in their favor as well, bringing up into a 3k gold lead. So Nexplay Esports now need to think, what do we do next? Because a dragon is already secured by them. They got 2-kill lead from that a while ago engagement. So we need to think of something big, and I think they're thinking of mid lane.
No, there's the taunt, and they are able to catch Mitsura. He's so low, but the shield will not be enough as he eventually falls. And right now, NXP going to finish what they haven't finished. Going to finish what they haven't finished. Wowie wow, as Justy will get knocked up by this Jelson over here, as that is going to be a messy fight. Horizon is able to eliminate one, and now Amihan's going to be on the back foot of this fight as they lost 3 members. Just G is the only sacrifice out of that fight.
Wonderful trade from Nexplay Esports. Instead of getting it all from Amihan Esports in terms of the advantage, they're bringing it back, but Galio will be there. Garen will be cancelled for the recall just around the corner. Mountain Dragon will be alive though, and Baron Nashor will be alive as well. 2 objectives on the board at the moment. So NXP and Amihan Esports, only a single kill can be very deadly and valuable, can change the whole story of this game as NXP collapse bot.
Both of the junglers still alive, but the biggest difference is there is no top laner. There is no Carl in this area near the dragon. So Amihan will be happy just giving that away, I suppose, as they do have at least one. In the meantime, Jelson will secure the Rift Scuttler at topside just to get a little bit more control over the Baron area.
Yeah, gives them information on what can happen next, as Nexplay Esports has been playing very, very passively and actively against Amihan Esports. So having that knowledge and information that Amihan Esports has secured onto Rift Scutter will be very valuable for their team as well. But now, ultimates readily available for every single member for these two teams. When it comes to the 5v5, Nexplay Esports could be very dominant as well. Amihan Esports could counter it with Jelson's Cataclysm, Demon as well with a Feather Storm. It's an extra sustainability, right? And that is typically what happens onto an ADC, and that is why you don't typically often pick those champions that doesn't really have a movement speed in their kit or have an escape route in their kit. So I think Demon needs to have the security onto the Feather Storm coming into a 5v5 and actually try and use it in terms of that late type of engagement, because you have the capability to be bursted down if you force out the Feather Storm very early and just come in going for the prolonged type of team fight, with Nexplay Esports having more of a tanky composition that can bring you down. So I think Amihan Esports is doing this very passively for now as they try and get the Baron Nashor.
This is them again sneaking out objective like what we saw. Just G is aware of this as he's trying to sneak out some vision. Now, here comes the Spirit Rush as we get to see Demon getting the brunt of that Camille, or that charm rather. And now Chule eventually falls as Jelson will fall as well. It's a 1-for-1 for now, but Uzi is gone. The AD carry of Nexplay is gone right now, and still Demon is still alive. He's still pretty low at the moment, and Horizon is after his head. It's getting blocked by Mitsura and Orthros. Protect the AD carry right now. It's going to be a 2-for-3 in favor of Amihan.
And no one can get the Baron Nashor. That's the funny thing, because jungle is traded for the jungle for these two teams. So I think they're just going to play out the pushing game and the lane game for now, as the Baron Nashor will be alive for no one to actually get the smite onto it to get the security onto this objective. So they just traded with 1 kill lead for Mini Esports in that certain game. So now it's going to be an 11-11 2k gold lead for Mini Esports. You're looking at the ADC, 11k gold for Saya and 9k gold only for Kaisa. And that is a big difference, because if you're looking at it, it is already a 1 core item difference when you're comparing the ADC of Amihan Esports onto NXP. So that is something that we need to take note coming into this Baron Nashor potential fight from Amihan Esports and NXP.
There's most likely the reason why Amihan very comfy in starting these fights. Just as you mentioned, with Demon having the item and gold lead as well over Uzi. Props to Chule, though, with his Spirit Rush charm. He was able to pick out Demon despite having so much frontline in front of the Saya pick. So I think that is something Demon should definitely watch out for. Good news, though, he does have Flash. I think he still wants to have his heal on the board before anything else, but I spoke too soon. Amihan, trying this for the second time. Just G, still in the same position. He was here as well when this all happened. As now, the Hextech ultimatum, but the Feather Storm will dodge that ult. There's a double knockup coming from Disaster, but the taunt goes in towards Chule. Unfortunately, he's the first one to fall again as Just G has fallen. Still complete members coming from Amihan. Will they want to end this into that 2-0? That is the biggest question. Double kill already for Demon. And that is an almost wipe as Disaster tries to push down the lane in the middle. Matsura will greet them. Now they have earned this Baron.
What an engagement from Amihan Esports. They played it very counter-engaged onto Nexplay Esports that just bring them back into a 4-kill lead in that certain engagement, and Nexplay Esports isn't really able to get that trade-off happening. So now it's already into an 8k gold lead from Amihan Esports, and they've got the Baron Nashor for their team as well, as they look to go for the Cloud Dragon. More buffs, more permanent damage, more permanent movement speed will be able to bring them into a faster clear, into a faster utilization of this Baron Nashor for their team to gain more turns, to gain more gold, and thus gaining more core item against Nexplay Esports.
Absolutely insane. Exactly. This lead that Amihan has. 7k gold lead all over Nexplay. This is starting to look like a familiar scenario for Amihan. Again, they are the type of team that we've never ever seen play from behind, not even a 10k gold deficit. I don't think game number 1 counts because the game already ended before Nexplay had that 10k lead. Here it goes though. Amihan hoping to find a target as Joshi has his spider senses tingling. Carl though already on his split push duties over here at topside.
Yeah, he has, you know what, eyes on back of his forehead, having the knowledge that Amihan Esports is actually hovering into the bottom side with a 4-man roam. But now, potential clash as Amihan Esports collapse onto the inhibitor turret in Dragon Lane.
Remember, Orthros is in the mid lane. He's the one doing that 1-1-2 as a shockwave will be used actually towards Disaster, but there's the Hextech ultimatum towards Mitsura here. He goes golden though, but gets greeted by a taunt coming from Disaster. But forget that, Uzi falls in the battle as Jelson and as well as the rest of Orthros gangs up on him. Jule will be the next one to fall. They're already towards this Nexus as Horizon is the only one left. They're hitting the Nexus. They want to focus on this. They want to end this. Send down Nexplay to the lower bracket as they end this series into a 2-0.
What a game! What a series! Game 1, Game 2 was repeating history in and of itself. It's deja vu all around. And Amihan Esports, they have conquered this series against NXPE. And this was such an amazing sight to see. It was another upset coming in to the playoffs that we've seen so far. And look at the excitement of Amihan Esports as they've won against Nexplay Esports.
Again, this is a group that has the most dominating performance in their Visayas group stages. They never ever dropped a series. They never ever dropped a game. And now going over to the playoffs, they are on a 16 win streak coming from the Visayas group stages. But of course, let's take a look at what happened there. The breakdown. It is the same draft, but the outcome was the same. But the play style completely shifted.
Yeah, it changed everything. Nexplay Esports in between the 4-minute and 30 seconds mark and the 9-minute got a lot of kills, got a lot of dominance against Amihan Esports, and they were taking turrets from turrets, right? But Amihan Esports, in that one engagement that they got 4 kills against Nexplay Esports, changed the whole thing in their favor, especially coming into the Baron Nashor, that they got 4 kills once again, repeating the same exact advantage that they've gotten from the prior engagement. So Amihan Esports was utilizing the kill lead that they've gotten. Utilizing this opportunity means that they've gotten the item lead. That item lead proceeds into gaining more base stats and damage against Nexplay Esports. That has won them that series, that has won them that game 2 with the utilization of every single aspect of the game that you can think of.
Exactly. It was, again, Amihan playing to their style, but in a little bit of a reserved style, I guess, in the first few minutes of the game. But we saw how Nexplay wanted to sort of get ahead of the game and sort of focus their resources against Carl. But they forgot they have Demon on the bottom portion of the map serving as another threat. But of course, let's take a look at that all over again as we check out the play of the game, brought to you by Oppo Reno 5.
Yeah, it's the first couple of minutes wherein everything was just coming down to fruition, wherein everyone was pretty much even. 26k gold for NXPE, 26k gold for Amihan Esports. And this is what I'm saying, in the first couple of minutes, they were really on par, but everything changed down when it comes to those 5-man roams from Amihan Esports, those 4-man roams from Nexplay Esports that keeps on punishing. Orkros was one of the key players here for Amihan Esports that was really able to dive under turrets to gain those initial setups against Nexplay Esports that was just disastrous for their team.
Exactly, and I just want to point out too that the fact that Amihan down bottom was able to take 2 towers, but NXP didn't pursue taking down the mid lane tower, the first outer tower. So that says a lot. Amihan is able to sort of, get all of these things without a lot of exchange. And this Baron bait so many times, they've done this twice, and they are able to eliminate the same people in order. Just G and Chule, those two, the way that they're able to sort of target lock on key targets like Just G, like Chule, like Uzi as well, Uzi, or rather, is usually the last one to survive, but Amihan is able to take these down in order. And again, this is the fight that, Just G started. They wanted to take Mitsura just because whenever they try to take Demon out, Demon is able to respond with that Feather Storm, therefore the Hextech Ultimatum not kicking in, but Mitsura does have that Zonias, which made it even harder. So this is the result now, a 2-0, which is Amihan. Nexplay was supposed to be like the biggest challenge of Amihan, but it looked like it was a breeze for them.
Yeah, they were one of the favorite teams going into the playoffs, right? They have defeated Omega Esports in a dominant fashion and Team Secret as well in one series prior to the playoffs. So that was just so great for me and Esports, and that was a great upset.
A great upset indeed. As we go over to the master of the match, it is Jelson on his Jarvan 4.
Yeah, Jarvan 4 was able to capitalize onto the Dragon Spear that just pokes out the enemy team, and that was huge damage as well. Sunfire AG's Black Cleaver, the Force of Nature is there. It was just capable of a champion to dive in and get all the aggros for his teammates, especially if you're looking at that matchup, how me and Esports has played very, very aggressively into those certain key team fights, and having Jarvan 4 there, they were able to get the smites up onto key objectives such as the Baron Nashor and those dragons, and he was able to get all the aggros, get all the damage coming in from his teams that enabled the rest to just be safe and deal damage as they used to be. So Jelson mastered the match. Wonderful play from game 2.
Wonderful Jarvan 4, as we saw how much engages he did for the squad alongside with Orthros. But we are living in an era, I think Mika Fabs enumerated the favorites. It was Nexplay, it was Omega, and I think it was also Team Secret. But we also have our dark horses. We got Amihan, Liyab in the lower bracket waiting for their match against RQ for sure, one of those lists. But the thing is, it's crazy to think that we move over to the lower bracket, that between Omega and Nexplay, only one will be able to come out and one will be eliminated. One of the favorites will be eliminated tonight from the top 3, from the power rankings we discuss of cast, where it's usually between the 3, Omega, Secret, and Nexplay. And that's an exciting thought for sure, because we get to find out tonight.
Yeah, and there are two things that I'm really hyped for, because Amihan Esports, for one, has been undefeated from their respective group stage. Coming into the playoffs, they remain no loss in their standing, and having Omega Nexplay Esports fight off into the lower bracket means that we're going back into history, going back into the classic rivalry, right? We have Omega Esports, Nexplay Esports. I think in the past they've been playing it out, and their rivalry I think stands onto a 4-3 or 5-3 in favor of NXPE. And now we're gonna determine who will be the better team today, who will come up on top and proceed into the next bracket. So those two things, I'm really excited for Riku. That was the summary, that was the conclusion that happened from this very series alone.
Exactly, super exciting stuff. Imagine, Amihan is able to knock down Nexplay, the preseason champions, by the way, of the Wild Rift Icon Series Philippines, down towards Omega. As we get to see an early rematch, usually we get to see Omega and Nexplay in maybe the top 2 finals, but this time they are going to be fighting for their lives. But of course, we get to go through that soon as our next series. But first, we go head on over to a short break. My name is Riku, together with me is Infinity. And when we come back, it's going to be the panel breaking down what happened, and of course, talking about the spicy next matchup, which is going to be Omega and NXP. Don't go away.
Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. All you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and clear our throat. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
overthrown the former Kings of the North, Nexplay Esports, with Nexplay being the giants that they are. Nobody saw this one coming. Amihan Esports gets a 2-0 score against Nexplay Esports, and they will take the second series of the day and win 100,000 Globe Cup points, I believe, putting this Visayan team back on top of the leaderboards. You know what? We are so happy to be proven wrong, especially when it's an underdog fight. I love an underdog story. Everybody does. But after this, I'm so sorry, Amihan Esports. You have to give back that underdog card. We can't call you underdogs anymore. Okay? You guys are powerhouse here at the C Icon series. They are the only team that has not dropped a game in the entire C Icon series. This is really, really amazing. Let's jump into our series highlights because I know there is a lot to unpack from this series. We'll start with you, Atalus.
Believer of Beaver, let's go! Orthros Fan Club in full effect, ladies and gentlemen, and this is Nexplay trying to borrow a play from Omega Esports. We saw this iteration already of having the Garen sharing some experience and gold on the mid lane. They did get caught out in the rotation, and to their favor, Uzi was able to get 3 kills, which was a very good advantage, especially if you are the Kaisa. However, Amihan did not stop there. Look at this. Orthros just being on the right place and at the right time. I know Twitch chat is already calling Orthros the unsung hero and the MVP really of this series, and rightfully so. He was just out of his mind. By the way, not to count out his partner, Demon. He's just the devil in this Saya, just upping the damage potential of this AD carry pick. It's just out of this world, right? Prior to this competition or prior to the playoffs, we tried to rank up the dragon laners, and we did not see this Saya reinvigorated and being used in full effect by Demon and also Timelapse as well. So yeah, game number 1, it went to the side of Amihan Esports, and game number 2, Osiris will have his chance to discuss it. But yeah, spoiler alert, same pick, same bans.
Yes, and yeah, it's the same pick, same ban, and I believe there's a big question mark on that part. Why are you running the same team composition if you're already defeated? It somehow means that you had your fair missteps, and we've seen that. There's so many team fights that NXP lost, but you know, it's just, I think they wanted to still run the same composition just to make sure that they want to get back with the same tempo. But Amihan is well aware on how to utilize that kind of team composition. You can see the Ari repeatedly jumping into the back line, but there's no reason for really Saya to panic, because there's the damage itself that can really throw Ari out of the window. And if you wanted to go back on that kind of team comp, I believe that kindly change into Ziggs, as the first problem from game 1 is there's a few moments of sieging, and for the second one is that you don't have enough backup, as how Team Secret played that Ziggs with the Mega Inferno Bomb one after another. So you can capitalize on that one. You can even throw the bouncing bombs in a fair good amount of distance. So it's a Chule pick. It should be there, and I mean, I was expecting that they're going to change it up at game 2 because it was open, it wasn't banned, and it can play on the high tempo of how Amihan is taking advantage of their fast-paced game and hyper aggression. They fight fire with fire and technically put out NXP right now.
It's possible that, Nexplay Esports may have underestimated Amihan quite a bit. I mean, I think all of us here did up until one point, in that series. But, Nexplay, if they wanted to play with comfort, this was probably the wrong series to do so if they wanted to cement that lead. And now they do have their backs up against the wall. They are cornered now as they fall into the lower bracket, because waiting for them there is Omega Esports, quite a monster here at the C Icon series in their own right, of course. But let's check out our Globe Cup leaderboards at the moment. After that last series, I do believe Amihan Esports are now back on top with 650,000 Globe Cup points. Team Secret not too far behind with 550,000 Globe Cup points, and Omega Esports as well with the same amount. And guys, I have to say, when I envisioned this playoffs, this was not exactly the outcome that I had in mind, but I am really, really happy to have Amihan Esports up there on top. And yes, absolutely, I am revoking the underdog card of Amihan Esports. I am not going to call them an underdog anymore, and not especially after that last series. And you know what? Having Nexplay Esports in the lower bracket is not something that we expected over here. We definitely had a different, prediction over here coming into our playoff season. But Amihan Esports just continue to impress. And we do have to point out, by the way, because of I have jumped on board the Orthros fan club.
Yeah.
I did sign up, and yes, but yes, this guy, I believe he has the highest KDA in the entire CICON series. Amihan Esports not dropping a single game in the entire CICON series. These guys are just setting records left and right for the Visayas region and for the CICON series Philippines in itself. And you know what, guys? I just want to get your last thoughts on Amihan Esports, because right now I believe they're going up against even bigger fish, and that includes Team Secret. How do you think they are going to fare up against everybody else in the winner circle in our upper bracket? Autolus, we'll start with you.
Against Team Secret, it's going to be very difficult because they have a general in there, right? Hamez, or Ham Easy, as I want to call him, because he just makes everything easy for Team Secret. They're very disciplined. They know how to play aggressive. So it's going to be a little mix of both. Now, I do understand that Nexplay is kind of, on the same level of Team Secret. When it comes to playstyle, I believe that Team Secret can at least control Amihan Esports' aggression a little bit more.
Yeah, what do you think, Osiris? As soon as we wrap up this discussion, we will jump into the next series of the day. But just before that, just a little wrap up and speculation on how you guys think will Amihan Esports fare against Team Secret.
Well, with that updated the KDF Orthros with 17.33, this is something that you wanted to watch out. And he is also going up against James. Let's go with the Ham Easy, because this guy is fairly functioning also the same as how Orthros did. So that will be the show match I wanted to see. The supports will be highlighted for Team Secret versus Amihan.
Definitely, the backbones of the teams, the generals and all of this, that should be a showdown for sure. But before we step into the next series of the day, we just want to thank our sponsors once again, such as PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league here in the country, for bringing this wonderful tournament over here, the Icon Series itself. And of course, for organizing this event, thank you so much to Mineski and to Globe, because with Globe Telecom, you can hashtag reinvent your Wild Rift journey like never before. Explore the path of ascension when you top up on Wild Course at Coda Shop via Globe.
Right, and relive your pro player experience by getting your hands onto this Oppo Reno 5 Picture Live together and experience the world of Wild Rift with us, with the all-new Oppo Reno 5 4G for only 18,999 and the Oppo Reno 5 5G for only 23,999.
At syempre, nandito din ang sikreto ng mga gwapong gamers. Kahit buong araw na naglalaro, hindi mukhang na-GG, fresh pa rin. At para fresh all day, bring your clay game with you, Master. All-in-one clay face wash. It cleans 99.9% of germs, controls oil up to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. All-in-one, bring your clay game with Master. Sikreto ng mga gwapo.
Gotta love that flex from Autolus right there.
Tomorrow, this is
Even bringing the game up.
Wait, Mika, tomorrow if Amihan gets to upset Team Secret, I'm going to change this to Orthros. Right? So,
Oh, okay.
Now I want Amihan Esports to win for a different reason, because we're
I
gonna
need a
have to
Team
see
Secret
that.
flag.
I know. We should come in with our own props over here for
Manager
tomorrow's
Yam, please
playoff.
send a flag.
Oh no, production, we gave you a heads up, all right? But of course, you guys can up your game even more as Virtual Hangouts Go Esports brings you events and programs like no other, starting with an apprenticeship program led by the pros, stream takeovers, and local and international tournaments just like this one. Download the Globe One app and click on the Virtual Hangouts tab to get updated and get hashtag OL together now on the latest happenings on Globe Virtual Hangouts. Now, just before we start the series, we have to remind you guys that we do have a giveaway ongoing. I know you guys have been participating already. I've been seeing some great comments in the comment section. Please do check out the PPGL page to find out all of the mechanics and everything else to find out how you can qualify for some PPGL merch and some wild cards as well throughout our entire broadcast week. Now, of course, we do have our next series of the day, and this will be between Omega Esports and Nexplay Esports. This is gonna be quite a matchup because on one side we have Omega Esports, and this is a team that works like clockwork. The team has their fundamentals locked down. They have been a bit unlucky lately, but you can't underestimate these guys because once they have that information downloaded, they will lock onto their targets. And right now, their targets are Nexplay Esports. This is Omega Esports.
Yesterday, Omega Esports has used their extra life like a phoenix, losing their matchup against RRQ but surviving at the expense of final adversity. With their life on the line, Omega Esports will continue to find their way out of every battle. Will we see a new champion for Impressive, or have they found their sweet spot with Pantheon? JLC in the Baron lane, Impressive in the jungle, a rise in mid, time-lapse as the Dragon carry, and Stronger as their support. Fighting for their tournament life, Omega Esports.
Press that fast forward as we are going for the solo player highlight, and this will be none other than the Dragon carry, Dragon lane carry. That's, time lapse with a Draven, Kaisa, Ezreal of 6.58 KDA, a kill participation of 20%, and damage per minute. This is huge with 1,242. And the time lapse, this guy can be aggressive anytime, can be the ones who's going for the safe position, but when the team needed him the most, he will appear and everyone along his way will disappear.
Definitely, and I am also keeping my eyes on JLC, the bodyguard of Omega Esports, just making sure that everybody gets exactly what they need to succeed, including time-lapse over here. But of course, on the other side, we have Nexplay Esports, the former Kings of the North, and we did not expect to see them in the lower bracket today. But that series with Amihan Esports was definitely a wake-up call for these guys. Nexplay Esports now have their backs up against the wall, and believe me, a cornered Nexplay Esports is not something you want to be up against. Once again, Nexplay Esports.
Rivalry as old as time. Nextplay Esports has been relegated by Amihan Esports 0-2 to the lower bracket, meeting once again with Omega Esports now under a different circumstance. Nextplay will try to recover and bounce back from their fairly unexpected loss. Again, we will have a Ryzen, Baron, Justshi, Jungle, Chule, Mid, Uzi, Dragon Lane, Disaster, Support, and Z-Mitch as their sub and captain, trying to survive the lower bracket. Nexplay Esports.
And prepare yourselves as we are heading for the solo player highlight. And this is not the Storm, this is Disaster himself as our solo key player with the Gragas, Braum, and Janna. You can rely on this guy with a tank champion. You can also watch him out with those enchanters. Clutch plays with a Monsoon, 4.67 KDA, kill participation with 23%, mostly besides a time lapse, just to make sure that he is on the safe side. You know, it's Disaster in the house.
And he definitely spells disaster when he is in the area. But of course, we would be remiss not to talk about our Globe Key player clash over here in the jungle. Impressive versus Justy. This is going to be amazing. This is going to be on fire right now because these two have been two of the top junglers here in the Sea Icon series. Autolus, what are your thoughts over here?
This guy is these guys are battling it out to be heralded as the best jungler in the Philippines. Not just now, not just today. I think ever since they have matched up together or with each other, we know that it is going to be a battle in the jungle. We have Impressive here, the Smite God. He hasn't picked a same champion over the course of this playoffs. Rolling out the Hunters and the Kazakhs and the Rengar. And yesterday we saw his very formidable Pantheon. This is going to be very exciting to find out if he is going to go for another champion or if he is going to elect for a same champion. On the other side, we have Justy. This is Justy's league that we're talking about. Anywhere he goes, Nexplay will go as well. He's the leader of this team, and we know that his Camille is very deadly. Of course, you will see multiple bans targeted against him. Not sure though with Omega Esports because Omega Esports is very confident in their own jungler.
Yeah, I think the bans are going to be very, very interesting as we head into the series because right now it seems like our players, they have some wild cards up their sleeve over here, and it's just a matter of which one are you planning to give. It's the lesser of evils, so to say, that you're going to give to your opponent over here, which is quite tricky to be a part of. Osiris, what about you? What do you think about this Globe Key player clash?
This is looking hot. You can see the KDA, it's fairly close, especially kill participation. Even the gold per minute. It's just that there's a difference in terms of damage per minute as Impressive. Also doing some setups. But this guy, I am eyeing on his Pantheon. But this is a mirror match. Both of them can run a Camille. Both of them can also run a Lee Sin. If you want to go aggressive, this is the go-to junglers that you need to go to. And then, expectedly that this might be one of the same bloodbath from what we saw from the previous match because they are the one who's going to set the tempo and let everyone dance into their own game.
Yeah, I'm just thinking right now because we are about to head into our predictions. And I gotta say, I did tell you guys it's gonna get even harder as we proceed into our playoffs, but this one is very tricky. I kind of like, I haven't made up my mind yet, but I think this best of three stalling here. I think this best of three is actually gonna be a 2-1, and I think it's gonna be in favor of. I think this is going to be the Omega Esports.
Omega, okay.
Yes,
Omega. Okay, Mika.
I still think that NXPE will still get this series. When we talk about their past records, it's 4-3, I think, in favor of NXPE. So if they win again this series, it will be a 5-3 in terms of head-to-head matchup. But it's going to be very close, as close as it gets, 2-1 in favor of NXPE.
Yeah, this is the El Clasico. This is before preseason, seeing each other in different and various tournaments. And they're just always on the final. So this is something that's hard to think of, but I greatly respect Mika. I know she got a really good prediction score somewhere out there. And also got the point as well with the NXP, as they are the ones who's getting those NXP, the the most experienced one, but this time this is fairly a different match. We saw different sides of them with all throughout the Icon series. But I want to go with the next play 2-1, and this I will not be surprised if it might go in the hands of Omega, as there are a few cracks showing from NXP for now. But I believe in them. I'll go for NXP for now.
Let's just enjoy it.
I think this is
We all win.
And you know what? If a previous series has proven anything, it's that, sometimes here at the C Icon series, we can just throw the predictions out the window, because these teams are here to entertain and shock all of us, and some of these things, some of these upsets, we could never have predicted. And with this incoming series, this is going to be really, really close. This is going to come down to, like a single piece of gold, or it's going to come down to a single skill,
Or a base
or it's going to
race.
come down, or a base race. Yes, we could definitely see that as we
Ooh.
step into the Rift to check out Omega Esports versus Nexplay Esports. This is going to be a tight series indeed. Casters, step into the Rift.
Not the names I or you will really expect to be battling here in the lower brackets, but it is what it is. Omega Esports takes on their nemesis, the Nexplay Esports. So just hearing these names battling each other gives me the chills. And to spice things up, this will be a win or go home series, diba? With most of these teams playing with their backs against the walls, things will not get any better than this. You can debate that, but this is one of the series that I really waited for. Omega versus Nexplay. The classic Hashirama versus Madara. Let's go, Yuko.
All right,
My friend B, one of the best minds to break down this game. What are your thoughts on this matchup?
Wow, thank you for that amazing intro. But I like two things. I like how you highlighted that time and time again we would see Omega and Nexplay go up against each other. And the second is I like how you did an anime reference in there. Anyway, so we usually see them at the grand finals, but now it is something different. This is the lower bracket. This is a best
Right.
of 3. And whoever says goodbye here, or whoever loses in this series, will say goodbye to the Icon Series playoffs altogether. So I'm really expecting a lot of new things for these two teams. But here's the thing. If I were to look at the previous match that NXP had against Amihan, it placed a lot of question marks in my head solely because you have a Galio, and Galio's magic resistance was buffed. And on top of that I think that's 0.8 and it became 1.2, roughly 50% addition to Rakan. And on top of that, Duskblade is buffed, Cleaver is buffed, and you have a Galio alongside an Ari for the side of Nexplay. So I like the Rombo combos, but you could see that this draft kinda isn't that on par with what Amihan actually showed. So
Right.
they were able to win some team fights, but towards the late game, it became an Amihan game. But this is gonna be a reset. And looking back yesterday with the games that Omega had, I like the adjustments that they did. In day 1, they were up against RQ. They did lose. It was again, it was all about the draft, but they were able
Right.
to deliver during the best of 1 lower brackets. So now I would love to see what adjustments will Nextplay do and what are the other plans that Omega has.
All right. Well, I feel like Nextplay really tried to force their lineup in the late game. Game number 2, they still had the same lineup against Amihan Esports. I think that did not work well for them, as they carried the momentum of game 1, which is they were on the back pedal side. So I hope big adjustments from Nextplay will be happening in this series.
Same.
Reset.
Yeah, I'm actually curious if are they gonna put Horizon back in that duelist Baron laner, or are they still gonna opt with that tanky Baron laner? I mean, we did see him pick up Garen, and Garen, It was okay. He was able to deliver, but Ryzen was not able to dish out that much damage compared to when we saw him way back in the preseason, way back in the North Luzon qualifiers. And guys, Nexplay is our winners way back in the preseason. So it's a really big surprise seeing them here at the lower brackets. The panelists, though, I'm gonna ask you this, Leoric. They did say that, well, it was kind of it was a split points. You have Mika
Right.
voting for Omega. You have
Omega.
Outlaws and the others. They wanted next play. So how about you, Yorick? How many games will we cast in this series, and who do you think will win?
I still there's this recency bias really. I've seen Nexplay win more games over Omega Esports. So I still have them on top of Omega. But man, if this series answered one question all throughout, I would say this is a different ball game compared to the previous tournaments that we have, definitely. So I won't really be surprised if I see Omega win this one. But my 2 cents is with next play.
All right, so you think it's going to be next play, but how many games?
All right. 2-1 still. This is gonna be close,
Yeah.
definitely. I want to see a game 3, man.
I really think there's gonna be a game 3, same as what the panelists said, but I think it's gonna go over to Omega, just because I saw how they were able to adjust in the meta, and their team captain has been posting in his socials about the updates and that he just really needs to study well with his team. I like how Omega was able to evolve or at least update their draft. That's something that I really want to see from Nexplay too. Of course, they have a very good jungler, Initiator. You have Just G, you have Disaster. Just let these 2 players come loose and you're gonna have the initiative of your life. You're gonna have Uzi at the back line. You're gonna have Horizon just waiting for the cleanup. But for the side of Omega, you have these 2 very strong bouncers. You have JLC, you have Impressive. And speaking of these players, speaking of these teams, looks like we will be jumping into the game number 1 in a bit. Again, this is now a best of 3. Let's see who will be able to get game number 1. So for the side of Omega Esports, they're now on the blue team. Let's see, who will they ban? Who will they prio pick?
These bans are going to be very important. Let's see. Omega Esports. First ban will be Lee Sin, targeting the strong jungler of Nexplay right away.
Just Cheesin, as I think that was Osiris or Otolus would say. And next
that's
play,
his champion.
they could ban out Jonna if they want to. I mean, just to make sure that there won't be a huge pull for the sport. They can ban out maybe even a jungler as well or a ban laner.
Diana?
Okay, they went with a mid laner, which is a Diana. No Moonfall, apparently, for game number 1. They are trying to whittle down the possible choices of Arise. Oh, Arise and Arisen.
Yeah, they're going to go up against each other. Oh, Rengar.
All right, so that's going to be another...
Jungler attack. Omega Esports is really targeting Justy in the bans. And Ziggs is going to be the last ban.
Alright, so next play, they don't want that early game kind of fight. They don't want Ziggs to be able to take down towers and just speed the game up. Right now, we could see the players in their boot camps. First pick for the side of Omega Esports is going to be a Camille, most likely going over to Impressive, and we have seen him make amazing steals with this champion. Now, for the side of next play, Gragas is open, Janna is open, and that is going to be their first 2 picks.
All right, definitely very good pick by Nexplay this time, but there it is. You saw that Omega Esports, they've been targeting Just G in the bans. They also take the first pick, Camille, because Camille can be a good jungler also for Just G. They deliberately attack Just G. Let's see how this will fall in the game.
Ooh, okay. That is going to be a steal onto Uzi as well as Horizon. That's going to be a Kaisa and Fiora lock for Omega. Oh, okay. I'm actually liking what I'm seeing. And for the ADC, Kaisa still in rank S, still definitely one of the best ADCs out there. But Horizon most likely will stick with his Garen pick. Let's see who will be the ADC for NXP. That is going to be a Corki. We won't be seeing Uzi on this Ezreal though, given that he is not as effective as he was before. Support. They could pick up Ari if they want to. Since that is something that Chule has picked up earlier. Galio was open and Omega, they are going to lock that in. Let's see who will be the last puzzle piece for their picture.
All right, I think this is gonna be a mid Galio right here. There it is. It's a mid Galio and it's gonna be a support Nami. It's interestingly on next play they for the third times, three straight games, they're gonna go for the Garen. It hasn't been paying dividends for them. Let's see if they can adjust here in game one in this series.
Okay, so it's gonna be
Olaf.
a mid Gragas.
Alright,
Alright, so we'll
yes.
most likely take that Garen. So now it's gonna
Right.
be Olaf on this jungle. Okay, makes sense. So let me just highlight this real quick. Tidal Wave. Nami has so much aggression, has so much pokes on the early game with her first skill. She also has heal slash damage with her
Right.
second. So Tidal Wave, once it connects to even 3 or 4 champions for the side of NXP, it's gonna be the perfect setup for Camille's Hextech Ultimatum because it kind of gives us the slow. But this is gonna be game number 1, NXP versus Omega. You have the jabs right here. So Leoric, are you ready for these teams? Because I feel like they're gonna give us one hell of a game.
Yeah, my hands are sweating already. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Rift. Game number 1 of this best of 3 series. Blue side is gonna be Omega Esports, and red side is gonna be Nexplay Esports. No early game shenanigans. Both junglers are gonna start on their red buff.
Ooh, okay, so Arise, you have him just holding it down at the mid lane. But now, though, Disaster receiving a lot of folks. Time lapse, we won't be seeing much of him at the early parts of the game. But now you have Arisen just popping that judgment and just making sure JLC will not be able to do anything.
All right, definitely. I really want to see how Arisen will play this Garen at the top. I hope it's going to be a lot more different than their previous 2 games. It hasn't been affecting the gameplay that much. Here at the bottom, you said earlier, Nami is going to be very, very strong in the early game. We're seeing trades right now, and so far, so good for both sides.
Ooh, okay. So looks like Chule received quite the poke there. No fights, no ganks as well, given that the junglers are yet to receive or at least reach that level 5. That is going to be a good evade for Uze. First skill from Nami did not connect, and you have Arisen just going over with the reset. Not much gold difference too. Here are the first few items that our players did buy. Chule though is forced to play this one safely on their turret, and Arise looks
Oh.
like he has a really good start.
All right, Olaf is already in the area. This is definitely dangerous for Omega Esports at this point. But I don't think this is going to be pushing through as they are already detected right here. The strength right now of Nexplay is their 5v5 fights. They're going to be very weak in the split push department, which is going to be the opposite on the side of Omega Esports. At the top, there is going to be roam for Arisen, but Arisen will say nope, see you later. He's going to go back home.
Yeah, he just wants to play that out, and it's not something he would want to be in, given that he is only sitting at a level 3. He does not have much, and Flash already gone for him as well. He doesn't have Ignite. Instead, he actually picked up Barrier. So Impressive is just gonna go back to his jungle area. At least they were able to put some damage in to the turrets. Mid lane though, Chule being able to push Arise back. You have time lapsing over the reset as well. Just 2 minutes
Uh-oh.
in.
All right, there is gonna be the junglers saying hi to each other, but Impressive quickly gets out of there because that's trouble, and Impressive will be out indeed.
Yeah, nice hook shot from Impressive. Well, Camille is very mobile, so we will be seeing more of him later on. And yeah, just quite a quiet map here for our 2 teams, and time lapse waiting for the items to actually kick in. I'm actually expecting the mid lane to have more action or more aggression, given that I can picture the junglers rotating over to the mid lane quickly. I mean, you have Chule, that is a Gragas with the explosive cast, can go well with his engage, but Arise, we kind of know him as a player. Whenever he picks up Galio, it just has so much damage. The burst is going to be too much the moment he pops at Hero's entrance.
Yeah, not to mention the global presence of Arise, the threat of being there for your teammate is always present. Here at the top, just even trades here. So far, so good, but in a short while, the status quo of being a safe game will be broken. Good bubble right there, quite stronger, but there is not going to be a trigger pulled here for the fight so far.
Yep, still no one is pulling that trigger. However, first dragon is gonna be up. No one rotating over just there yet, though. But I believe Nexplay Esports, they did try. It's just that they got canceled by Stronger's Nami here. That's gonna
Right.
be Arise clearing out the minion waves and looking back at the Dragon Lane. Time lapse alongside Stronger has to be an evolved Q most likely for time lapse.
I believe so. But here it is. It's gonna be a five-man gang up right here towards the dragon. This is gonna be very important. There it is. JLC will be joining the fight this time. But then again, the five-man fight is in favor of Nexplay Esports, so I really want to watch out for this first dragon take. But no one will just pull the trigger just yet. Good wards from both sides at the very least.
Yeah, they want to play the vision game. That is the Howling Gale not connecting. Impressive, already having first dibs at this dragon. Let's see if next play will contest. Ultimates are up for these two teams, except Chule's explosive cast. Uze is just forced to stay under turret.
All right, let's see. Bottom lane has the priority. Let's see if this will be the trigger for them to take this dragon aggressively. Chule will poke out the dragon, but they're gonna be resetting it. And at the top, Fiora is pressuring the top, so Garen has to run at the top with 4v4. This is gonna be in favor of Omega Esports right now. Oh, there it is! First blood taken. Fiora taking out that Garen, and that's gonna be very big for Omega Esports. At this point, they will run towards the dragon as they have the momentum of the game on their side. Let's see how Nexplay will respond to this.
Yeah, there won't be any Garen to actually soak up on the damage. It's going to be a 4v5 should they try to push this. Fury Felt is going to be up in 10 seconds. You have Chule, the explosive cut is available, but you also have...
Alright, Dragons already have very low right now, and it's gonna be the Camille who takes that, and the fight is already full-blown. Camille is somehow still alive. There it is, Killer Instinct by this Kaisa, but she went in a bad position, and that's Kaisa down. Two champions on Omega's side is already down. Nexplay Esports is gonna look for more, and that's a big win by Nexplay. It is going to end up with a 1-for-3 exchange, and make that 4? Nope. It is going to be Stronger who's going to come up alive, but Dragon did go to this Omega side.
Yeah, but the fact that they were able to get Dragon, but 3 champions were down, I think that was a pickup or a game that Nexplay was able to win. So one of the reasons as to why Nexplay separated Stronger from his teammates is Nami's passive, the Surging Tides. If we're not mistaken, it gives you movement speed for 1.5 seconds, which is very important should they try to either go with the re-engage or disengage. You also have the Aqua Prison that can just stop them at their tracks. So Nexplay Esports, I like how they prioritize the targets this time around. They knew GLC, yes, he is slowly snowballing. Timelapse has yet to dish out so much damage, so they want to take advantage of this early game lead. Josh G?
All right, there is going to be Impressive caught in the bubble right there, but Impressive has his teammates to protect him, and that is not going to be pushing through. Nexplay will smartly disengage, and mind you, first threat did go to Omega's side. So looking at the scoreboard right now, it's a 1-3 on the board, but the gold lead is in favor of Omega Esports.
Yeah, maybe they could turtle this one out. Just, wait for JLC to scale, wait for Timelapse to be very scary on this Kaisa, wait for Arise to be tanky or even dish out so much damage. Impressive, he is just doing these normal Camille things, and Omega Esports, they basically don't want to force fights unless Nexplay Esports is the one that initiates it. So maybe that's something that Nexplay Esports can play around with. You have that,
Yes.
okay? I thought that was a connect, but apparently it did not. But still,
All right.
Omega Esports staying at the mid lane. Now you have Just Chi with the reset, going to recall back at his base. Arise, and though standing at this 0-1, first kill again being taken by JLC. It's a pretty low kill count kind of game, so I'm expecting both teams to just focus on the goal lead and third takedowns.
But if that's going to be the case, Omega Esports will have the advantage of this game. At this point in the mid game, there is not going to be any champions who can stand up against this Fiora. We already saw that Garen earlier die 1v1 versus this Fiora. So this is going to be a very interesting lane to look at. Fiora is going to be left to defend here at the top. While Omega Esports, they know that there are many champions there. They're going to be pressuring here in the mid. but there's going to be a very good TP right here. Camille for the Hexex ultimatum, and there it is. It's going to be a fight. Nami sends out the ultimate right there. This is going to be a 3v4. This is bad for Mega Esports, and they are on survival mode right now. There's going to be the flash follow by Horizon, but that is not going to be a very good decision, my friend. You need to get out of town, but the exit is blocked, and Garen is down. That is going to be a win right there by Omega Esports. Mid turret almost down. One more poke. I think they will brute force this way to take down this turret, but I don't think they can do that. There are 3 champions here. Big win for Mega Esports right there.
It was actually a big win, given that Horizon flashed in even though he had no support whatsoever.
Oh, there's gonna be a fight. Hold that thought. The turret is now down, and no champions down, but good dive right there. Speaking of brute force, they did get the mid turret, and that's the map open for Nexplay.
Yeah, and now Disaster does not have that Moonson, so if ever Omega is gonna try and go with a gank, there is no disengage yet for the side of NXPE Esports. And yeah, that flash in from Horizon, not knowing rather that his teammates is quite far. I'm not sure if that was a miscommunication, but Nexplay, they honestly just want to protect the turret. So that was a bit of a misplay from Nexplay Esports side, but that's okay. I believe they can still turn things around, which one of the things they could do though is get Dragon.
There it is. Dragon is already 2k HP left in it. Who will be taking the Hexex ultimatum? He's gonna cast it. It's gonna be Camille who takes down the Dragon, and it's Nexplay who is running, backpedaling at this point. Garen is already very low. Garen is down, and with that, they don't have attack, but JLC is already very low right here. It's gonna go 1v1 versus Uze, but he still goes down. That's a big kill right there by Uze, but here we go. Rise is one more poke. Oh, he's alive somehow. That's gonna be very big. But Uze is here to help the team, and that is going to end up with a 2-for-2 trade. But Dragon did go once again to Omega Esports.
But looks like there's still gonna be a fight.
All right. What are you doing there? Oh, you're alone. There it is. So, right. That's a win for Omega Esports. They went for the punish, and they got another kill. Chule is down for the count. 6-5 on the board, 11 minutes in.
Now, can I just say that in that scrimmage or in that fight, Uze was unreachable. He was in the perfect position. And when he saw GLC very low, he popped Valkyrie, flashed in just to be able to make sure Fiora is right there. Fiora's riposte did not connect, which basically just means that he is going to be one more kill onto Uze's pocket. And the moment Uze went back to the Dragon Pit, it was just cleanup time. A lot of very low HP bars, and he just had the time of his life. However, Omega Esports, at the very least, they were able to secure that Dragon. Looks like Mr. Steal Your Dragon is back in the ball game.
Indeed, and we're looking at a 5k golden in favor of Omega. And remember, the map is already open for them, so this is much more it's a bigger playing field for Omega at this point. Let's see if they can play around that, since mid third is already down on the side of Nexplay Esports. There's gonna be a clash, but it's gonna be a fake by Impressive. Very good player right there. Mid third is gonna be pressured by Nexplay, but Nexplay will not go for it. Instead, it's going to be the Camille with the Hexex ultimatum. The Corki is trapped, will be forced to use the package to get out, but at the back lines, it is going to be Justy going down. JLC is down. Also, this is a 4v4 at this point. Impressive already very low. They have to back away, but good flash in. Body slam by Chule, and they are in favor of this fight at this point. Oh no, Arise is very tanky. He's still alive somehow, but time lapse will be forced to stasis, but that's not going to be enough. He still goes down 7-8 on the board. That fight was in favor of Nexplay.
Alright, so can I just say that Chule with that pickoff was very, very good. And Ryzen really showing us how tanky Garen is. He was able to be the meat shield at the front line. And because of that, Uze just had the time of his life coming in with the free hits. Very smart and very methodological plays from the side of Nexplay. 7 and 8 on the scoreboard right now. However, Omega Esports, they are still holding on to that 3K gold lead.
Yes, definitely. But man, Omega Esports is playing the hands of Nexplay right now. Again, 5v5, Nexplay hands down will be winning this. The strength right now of Omega Esports will be the split push. And there it is. JLC will be going back to the game plan. Because at this point, I don't think there is still anyone who can 1v1 this Fiora. So they will have to stick to that plan in this game.
Ooh, okay. Looks like that is just gonna be Omega trying to win the vision game. Also not face checking, bubble checking those those bushes. The Baron is alive. Dragon is gonna be up in 20 seconds. You still have JLC split pushing in the opposite side of the map, but impressive and time lapse already have their eyes on this Baron. Just she quite far,
Oh,
but
no.
I guess if Nexplay wants to go with the Stealer at least clash, they can afford to do so. Undertow being popped, and
Uh-oh.
that is gonna be the initiative for the side of NXP, but they were a tad bit too late.
Right, that's the power of the pure split push. It is playing mind games onto the side of Nexplay. And here we go. Josh Chi and Chule is already down. This is going to be a 3v5 at this point. Omega Esports going back to their game plan, and they're slowly winning this game. What a fight by Omega Esports. Well played by them, and they will take the Fire Drake as their reward.
Infernal Drake, of course, will help a lot when in terms of damage, and that's going to be a non-contested Drake going over to Omega. Now, look at that. That's going to be the package already available for Uze. Next by Esports, should they want to win this, they just need to win the next two clashes and maybe storm the mid lane. But that's going to be difficult because this 4-1 setup from Omega is very strong. You have impressive there at the front line, just going wherever he wants. He also have time lapse slowly scaling. He now has IE. He now has Blade of the Ruined King, and Gaio already has Rabadons. And apparently, they just want to go out with the burst damage. The moment you jump in, you're gonna have to pray with your life.
Yes, definitely. They will want to force a fight right here. This is going to be a 3 versus 4, so it's going to be in favor of Nexplay Esports, but Omega is smartly going. Look at that, how strong JLC is. Even under the turret, Ryzen could not really do that much, but here it is. This is how you counter the Fiora. Trap him, catch him, and go for a fight. But JLC with the Dukes, and he's going to be okay. Mid-turret is going to be going down. Omega doesn't have to really force a fight right now. They have the Baron buff. Let's see what more damage they can do.
Woohoo! Looks like they just want to push the limits of this Baron lane. You also have a lot of minion waves just pouring to the side of Nexplay Esports,
Ooh.
and I know I said this, but they just need one good initiative, maybe from Chule, maybe from Just Chi, but we haven't been seeing them the way we usually knew how these players play. Just Chi would just jumping right at their face and maybe isolate key targets, but we did not see much of that earlier on.
Right. Definitely. The Baron buff is already down. Good 1-3-1 split push so far. Mid-turret is taking a pounding, and it is going to be out. Mid-turret and top inhibitor turret is already down. Base is wide open. Good play. Well played by Omega Esports. 16 minutes in. They can back away and reset for the next objectives that are going to be coming up.
Item check for NXPE Esports. So I'm looking at Chule. All has Lich Bane, Rabadons. He hurts a lot now. So maybe if they can try and pick off JLC first, just to
Right.
make sure that there won't be any problem in the split push department. But the problem is the time that it's gonna take for you to traverse from, let's say, Baron lane up to mid lane or bottom lane. It's not gonna. It does take quite some time. And Omega again, they have the mobility. They can just charge
Right.
through towards next by Esports base, given that there's only one inhibitor turret left. But for now, the next objective that Omega wants to have their eyes on is the Baron, which is going to be up in 21 seconds. Now, next play, they are clumped together, still seeking or still hoping that they'll be able to hunt someone down.
Right. This would have been their window. They should have created a plan to go for that Fiora, but instead, it's already too late. Fiora is already near the turret, so that's going to be a very big pressure right there. And without Garen joining the team fight, I tell you, this is going to be a win for Omega at this point. At the top, there's going to be a fight. Impressive. It's going to be alone right here, but there it is. The team is already here. Just two at the top. But the Fiora split push is on point. Look at that. It's going to be this pressure that is going to play with the minds of Nexplay, and because of that Fiora alone, Baron is open.
You have JLC constantly pressuring towards the side of NXPE Esports, which basically gives Omega Esports the space they needed.
Okay. There it is. It's not going to be enough. Baron is already here. No more turrets available. So this is going to be very, very bad for Nexplay. Hextech's ultimatum is going to be casted right here. And there it is. A Rise comes in with the hero's entrance. And with the Baron buff, they're much stronger. They're just putting down bodies one by one. They're just gonna stay inside the turret right here. The Lannister sends their regards. Nexplay Esports loses. Omega Esports win game number 1.
That is a very intense game, number 1 indeed. And towards the latter part of the game, Nexplay Esports, they just had no other choice but to try and at least prolong that fight. But with impressive charging in, with the amount of damage that they can dish out. Did you see the moment Arise jumped in with its hero's entrance? The life bars, like 3 life bars were already gone. That's how much damage this Galio has. And yeah, Omega Esports just sticking to what works. There were times that Disasters Moonsoon is quite okay, was able to at least heal the allies, but it can be easily cancelled by literally anyone from Omega Esports, and they were just being very careful of the lead that they had. As you can see with the graph, it was mostly towards the blue side. Omega Esports really stepping it up, and time lapse, we actually saw him just free hitting from the sides, but I love this Nami pick. It did work. However, Nexplay Esports, they knew how to play around it in the early game. That's why towards the mid or late game, Stronger is almost always alongside time-lapse. They're just there at the back line. You have Arise, you have Impressive. We can say it's quite easy to try and go through a Camille and a Galio, but the idea that they just have more damage and more burst. They also have a gold lead compared to Chule and Just Chi here. If you guys can notice, it just means Just Chi and Chule can tank the damage. And again, JLC, he would go with split push duty, and Arisen would just be forced to move over to a lane and not actually be with his teammates and tank the damage.
I'm not really a big fan of the Garen pick, especially if there's a Fiora on the opposite side. Saw that 0-3-5 on the Garen. The split push really did it for Omega Esports in this game number 1. We saw a bit of a dip in the graph earlier. There were glimpses where Nexplay would have come back, but they were just playing in the hands in the win condition of Nexplay going 5-5. But after that, composure of Omega Esports, they went in for their win condition, which is the split push, and they regained the lead and the momentum of the game after that. Here is the Arena 5 play of the game. Yuko, which part of the game is this?
This is towards the first Mountain Drake when Nexplay was able to isolate Stronger from his teammate. This was the first steal from Impressive, basically. And whenever you see a clash, you have to expect that Stronger has his tidal wave ready. This was the one that Arisen flashed in, but the members of NXPE was not able to follow. Instead, they said, okay, you're going to be the sacrificial lamb. However, there is Rift Herald, so we're forced to rotate over there. And now this is, again, tidal wave. But that is going to connect onto the Hex Ultimatum of Impressive, which was able to lock down one. And bit by bit, Omega was just able to take down the key members from Nexplay Esports.
Right, definitely, this is where JLC tried to fight it out, but he still went down. Uze was already very low, but his teammates needed his help. So Uze is gonna be there for the cleanup. That's what ADCs are built for, and there it is with Gatling gun takes down the Nami.
And this was the perfect time for Uzi to actually pop his Stacies, but he was forced to use that special delivery defensively. And even though Chule, Nexplay, they want to go with disengage in general, you have Killer Instinct, you have Hero's Entrance, you have the hook shot as well. Time and time again, Omega would just catch them. And that's what I said, they're very mobile when it comes to the rotations as well as going from one place to another. They were ahead compared to the draft that Nexplay had. Nexplay, they wanted to go with a full-on 5v5. That's why they had the advantage in the early game. But the fact that Omega was able to snowball, and whenever NXPE would try to do something, the Aqua person from Stronger would just connect. It just became a huge problem for them.
Right, definitely. The again, take away the Garrett in the fight, and it is Omega's game. The Fiora did her job, and she did her job good. What a game once again by Omega. Congratulations, winning game 1.
Yep, and that was a very powerful way to start with this series. So, Lioric, what do you think should and could Nexplay do to be able to win game number 2?
The Garen pick, I'm not really a fan of that, especially here in the 2.3 patch. We've seen so many Garen picks in the previous tournaments that we have that teams are already prepared for that Baron laner. It has so many holes at this point in the game. Garen, yes, very strong in team fights, but just match him up with a strong split pusher. Garen will not. He's basically a standing pincushion at that point of the game. So you have to switch out the Garen. I would say Nexplay will have to remove the Garen if ever the matchup is not in favor with them.
And speaking of matches, speaking of champions, who is the master of the match for game number 1, Yorick?
Yes, there it is. Arise with a KDA of 9. Kill participation, 82%. That's crazy numbers right there. What a win right there. What a play by Arise. And good game 1 for him.
Yeah,
Arise, sorry.
Yeah, Arise just being very good and very powerful in that Galio was asserting dominance indeed. Kill participation, 82%. That is pretty high considering that it was quite a low kill count for game number 1. And again, I mentioned all of these itemizations, definitely going straight with the burst. He aims with the idea that when he jumps in, when he pops in that hero's entrance, a lot of people from Nexplay will just stay out and they're going to be forced to jump away. And this is the perfect setup basically for time lapse because of Kai'Sa's IK ring, which we were not able to see pop off in game number 1, but maybe in game 2, should Omega try and pick up this Kai'Sa again, would be a chance. And Omega, they basically just want to end the game ASAP, not leaving any breathing room for Nexplay.
Definitely. Yeah, I'm gonna be sticking to my point. Arisen will have to play a different champion. It's been 3 straight Garen games. It's just not working for Nexplay right now. Let's see what kind of adjustments they're gonna be doing in the next game. What about you, Yuko? What do you think the adjustments have to be for Nexplay?
Well, if we are gonna look at the draft, which here are the picks and bans for the previous game, I guess Just needs to step it up. I know it feels weird because I believe Just is one of the best junglers out there. The fact that I have to say he needs to step up feels kind of off, but he should match what Impressive is doing, being very mobile. I know Camille compared to Olaf is not that mobile, but instead Just he was not even able to tank damage whenever he would pop Ragnarok to be defensively, or he would get some damage, but then he was forced to back out to jump away. So I guess give a different champion to Just. If you think Arisen should switch his champion, maybe Just should pick someone new now. However, question is, who will it be? Because looking at the bans from Omega Esports, they banned out Rengar. Yeah, they also banned out Lee Sin. So it's obviously right at Just She's face. They're locking in with this player. And yeah, I do agree that Arisen would pick a new champion now. Question is, who could he pick? Renekton? We have been seeing a handful of Darius games way back day number 1, 2, so that's possible. But I'm not sure if Arisen actually plays Darius, so we have to wait for that one. If he picks this in game number 2, then okay, now we know that he plays Darius. But coming on over to the side of Omega Esports, what should they do to be able to win this series 2-0?
I'm not really sure if Arisen can bring the Gragas at the top. Gragas top is going to be very, very viable for them. That could be an option since obviously Omega Esports is targeting Just Chi. They have the Camille already. You can use the Gragas to go up against that Camille. That's going to be very, very useful. But yeah, Darius is going to be a very, very big option, especially if you are going to be going up against a Fiora. You saw the Fiora by JLC earlier. That the Darius pick can be a very, very good matchup in the next game if ever that happens.
And for the side of Omega Esports, what should they adjust, or what are the things that they could still keep for game number 2 just so they can win the series?
Still target Just Chi.
Still target Just Chi. Okay. Target ban Just Chi then.
If there's something about Nexplay, it is their aggression, and their aggression is really, really centered on their jungler's aggression. So if you shut down Just Chi, you will have a very, very good pace of the game, and you can really follow your game plan. Because if Just G will take over the game, it's gonna be bad news for Omega Esports. So I'll stick to their guns right now. Very good plan by Omega Esports.
And actually, I'm actually loving the jungler matchup now, aside from, of course, the ADC or the carries here at the Dragon Lane. But yeah, GLC, he did what he was supposed to, stronger, being able to just help time lapse right there, just going with the heals as well as the damage. Initiates, of course, for the side of Omega as well. But let's see, sorry, that was on me. But now for the side of Omega Esports, they could just stick with their bans. I do agree with what you said. They could still target ban Just G here, maybe force him with another Olaf. However, we did see way back in the group stages Just G pulling off this Olaf. That is also a possibility. He just needs help from Chule or maybe even a Ryzen, just so he'll be able to snowball and win from there. But for now, for Omega, few tweaks in the draft, and their rotations are very spot on though. I cannot say anything about that.
Sorry, Yuko. I'm not able to hear you. I think there's a problem.
Okay.
technically.
Yeah. So I'll just keep on talking.
So
Don't
please take
worry.
over
So
for
yeah,
him.
I'm going back to what my
There
point
it is.
was. Let me talk about lineups. Nexplay, they wanted to opt with the full-on 5v5. However, they were not able to pull that off. And again, you have Disaster. He does have this Janna, one of the very highly contested Enchanter supports. However, even though the Howling Gale is connected, the Zephyr is connected there as well. You have the Slows. You have the Monsoon being committed as well, just to go with the Sustain and Disengage. He would just get bursted down. And Ryzen, there was one moment where he actually shined. The tankiness of Garen actually really shined. But towards the late game, he would just get targeted by Impressive. And once everyone jumps in, it's gonna be bye-bye for him. Also, you were the one who mentioned this. He just became a walking pin cushion. That's cute. That was very smart, by the way. Walking pin cushion for JLC because of Fiora with the sword.
Yeah, it's just poking our Garen right now. I really feel bad for the Garen, but it's not working for them. I will strongly recommend they change that pick. Try to go for a safe lane instead of being heavily outpicked. So yeah, Garen down. You have the Darius option. You can go for the Renekton. I hope they're already prepared for that. They have already prepared for that. If they're hiding something, this is the best game to to bring it out. Come on, we will want the Baron laner to be stronger at this point. It's been 3 games. It's not working for them. They will have to adjust that definitely. So yeah, safer lane. They were at a certain point in the game, a forced 5v5, and they were winning it. They will, if they're gonna go for a 5v5 lineup once again, they have to be more aggressive and force the fights out of Omega Esports.
And to be fair, Horizon is one of the best Baron laners out there. He did excel
He
in
is.
the Fiora Akali Camille way back in the North Zone. That holy trinity for the Baron lane duelist. And yeah, maybe that's one of the things he can default to should Nexplay want to be more aggressive in game number 2. Because here's the thing, Omega, they were able to kick Final Adversity out of the Icon series. So they already have the experience and they're already very confident with how and what they're gonna play. They just want to crawl their way out of the loser's bracket. So now Nexplay Esports, they are 1 game down. If they lose game number 2, it's going to be a goodbye for them at the playoffs too, which, if I'm not mistaken, a lot of fans here are rooting for Nexplay, given that they were very dominant towards the earlier parts or the earlier days of the Wild Rift Esports.
Right. Definitely. But here, if ever Nexplay will still go for this, I'm not really sure why they're sticking to this kind of setup, but if they still want to go for this setup, Yuko, a very good strategy for them, a good adjustment for them is really to dominate the Baron lane early in the game, right? That's gonna need the help of the jungler. If they kill Fiora one time, Garen is gonna be ahead of the Fiora. Garen will have a better time in the Baron laner. That's something that they can do if they really want to push through this.
basically just snowball and get their win conditions in check. That
Sure.
I would have
Right.
to agree. So we have been talking about the Baron laners, the mid laners. Let's talk about the Dragon Lane matchup this time around. So what are your thoughts about the Corki Janna versus the Kaisa Nami earlier?
Early game, pretty even matchup. Well, we always look at the dragon laners usually, but those lanes are pretty safe. It will boil down to the jungler really to break the status quo in the early game. They both have scaling lineups, but Kaisa has a better late game
Mhm.
definitely for me. So the Nexplay could have been more aggressive in the dragon lane, while Porky is at his strongest compared to a Kaisa.
All right. So if next play is gonna be on the blue side, I think they could just maybe. This is just me thinking out loud. Maybe they could
Right.
open Ziggs and take it for themselves. There's a chance, of course, Omega will pick up the Camille and the Gragas, but at least next play has the luxury to speed the game up, get as
Right.
much turrets down. We saw it happen with their game against Amihan. They were very focused on objectives, and whenever they would pick up a fight, it was a 50-50, but at least it means they were able to win some skirmishes.
Right. But opening up the Ziggs is gonna be very dangerous. You have a very beautiful point right there, but up until now, I really haven't seen a very clear counter for a Ziggs opponent. So it's gonna be very dangerous for them if they have something in plan that they have proven to be effective against a Ziggs. They can do that. But and I have so much respect for Ziggs. Even with the nerf right now, I think Ziggs is still very powerful as a champion. So I'm 50-50 with that. But your point with opening the Ziggs is really there. It's gonna be a gamble, but yeah, that's an adjustment at the very least. So in favor for next play.
And well, we did see Team Secret run the Ziggs composition. I wouldn't say perfectly, but they were able to utilize and at least maximize his abilities as well as the damage. Suri really showing us how it is to play this champion. But for now, we are just gonna
Yes.
wait for the players to jump into game number 2. For the supporters of Omega as well as next play right there, do not forget to comment and show them the love and support that they deserve. For the fans of next play, please give this team the energy ball or a lot of support because they need to be able to push this to a game number 3. But for the side of Omega, looks like your team, they really aim to turtle the lower bracket out, but they still want to come out of here victorious.
Right. All right. This is going to be the picks right here. This is going to be interesting. Next play is going to be on the blue side this time, so they will be banning first. Let's see how they are going to be adjusting this game number 2. They're still going to go for the Diana first ban.
Omega, I just realized maybe Omega would get Ziggs if ever it is open because they can at least bait out Lee Sin for Just Chi. That is if they're just confident enough that they can counter or stop this Lee Sin from going online, which apparently they do
Nope.
not want to think about it just
Nope.
yet. They still went over with the Lee Sin ban. Graga's gonna be banned for next play though. Omega, who will you ban? Camille? Are you gonna ban Ziggs or are you gonna ban the Rengar? And here it is.
There you go.
I
Ziggs
think
is
next
open.
they heard me, but maybe they could just first pick someone else. Camille is open.
Definitely, Camille is going to be open. They will have to get the champion right away for Just Chi right here. That's going to be a very big priority. I think Camille is going to be the first pick right here. And there it is. Camille is going to go for Just Chi for sure.
But that basically opens Ziggs for
Ziggs.
Omega. You also have Galio, Kaisa. Yeah, very strong picks open for Omega. But let's see who will be their first 2 picks. I'm actually appalled that next we did not first pick
Alright.
Ziggs, but that's okay. And now you have a Fiora for the side of Omega, still going over to JLC, but they stood and held their ground. They still picked up this Janna. They want to give this to Stronger.
Uy, Jarvan 4. Jarvan 4. So this is going to be a Jarvan 4 jungler right here for next play. I believe so. But these are flex pick. You can use Jarvan 4 for support. So it's not really definite just yet. There it is. The Ziggs is gonna go to next play side since it is open. They heard you, Yuko.
Thank you so much for hearing what I'm saying, even though there is a stream delay. But yeah, Galio and Kaisa will be the Dragon Laners here for the side. Oh wait, no, it's gonna be a Galio mid still. I realize Omega is now on the red side, so it's gonna be a Kaisa for a time lapse. But now, last two pick, it's gonna be a Corki and a Braum. So this J4 will most likely go to Joshi, and now we will see Arisen back to where he is known for. Those duelists, those strong Baron laners. And here are the drafts for game number 2. Impressive picking up that Wukong.
All right, definitely a breath of fresh air for Nexplay. I like this draft that they have right now. We forgot about Jarvan 4, but Jarvan 4 is already also a very good jungle for Just G. So I like that picks right now, but Arise once again with the Galio, that is gonna be very, very painful. But Ziggs in the hands of Nexplay, I think they can turn this game around. So I'm rooting for Nexplay for this game number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, who are you rooting for? Welcome to the Rift. We're looking at Nexplay versus Omega Esports. This is game number 2. Nexplay on the blue side and red side is Omega.
There is apparently a switcheroo here. You have Corki and Braum at the Baron lane, and you have Arisen going over to the Dragon lane. Chule
Right.
alongside Arisen. I'm not sure if he's gonna follow Arisen towards the Dragon lane, but I guess he just wants to pick up or maybe get some vision in before he goes back to his previous
Ooh.
lane. Now JLC just
Yeah.
sliding, dashing his way in.
All right, so Omega Esports is responding to that, and they're going to be switching their Dragon laners off to the Baron lane also. And there it is, 2v2 at the top, and the Baron laners are going to be at the bottom.
Ooh, okay, that is gonna be the Void Seeker connecting, but still, no casualties, no aggression earlier on, especially if this is the 2v2 matchup. But Chule in a much more better position compared to how he was in game number 1. You have the Sato charge for the either engage or disengage, and he just needs to not be anywhere near Arise is, because the moment the taunts connect, that is going to be a problem for Chule.
All right, Scuttler fights are happening already. It's going to be one Scuttler to the side of NXPE at the top. Omega Esports is going to take the Scuttler at the bottom.
Ooh, okay, Justin is gonna get that Scuttler indeed. More EXP, more gold going in to his pockets. But you have Corki. I think he was away from his support. I'm not sure if he was waiting out Kaisa and Stronger here. But going back to the Baron lane.
All right, Baron laners just trades for both sides. NXP, their strength really is the pokes right now, so they have to take advantage of that, especially in the objective takes. Let's see if they are going to be able to do that. They have good frontline engage, and if they can still skill check your split push with the Camille, that's going to be very, very useful. There it is. JLC is being pushed away right here. Once again, one of your ways to really win this is just snowball at the Baron lane. Try to shut down the Fiora early in this game.
And speaking of Fiora, she actually used her 2 summoner spells. So no barrier and no flash for JLC for a handful of minutes. And Arisen can just use that to his advantage. He can maybe hook shot his way to where JLC is and
Right.
just finish off the kill. But for now, Uze alone going in with the reset. Just 2 minutes in, still waiting maybe for the first Jake to be up before our teams try and do anything funny.
Right, definitely. So now we're seeing the adjustments right now. The jungler of next place now putting more attention towards the Baron lane's side. So that was what we talked about earlier. Try to shut down the Fiora early in the game, and that should be an easier game for you. If this Fiora snowballs like crazy, you saw that in game number 1. It was a disaster for next place. So they definitely are doing good adjustments at this point. They're setting up a trap
Oh, no.
right here. This is very good right here, but
Smart.
Omega Esports
Okay,
reads that from a mile away. What a play.
I gasped right there, but that face check basically saved their lives. I'm just gonna say it right now.
Yeah, well, good trap, good attempt. But very, very smart play by Omega Esports. Shows you how good these teams are, how experienced they are already in high-level games.
Now Ryzen gonna try and get some damage into JLC.
Mm-hmm. Definitely good pokes right there, but pretty even on both sides at this point. But the first Drake of the game is going to be the Infernal Drake. 0-0 on the board, pretty peaceful, but this should break the status quo of that piece. Let's see how both teams are going to be prepping for this. This is going to be very interesting.
The quiet map will no longer be quiet as the Omega Esports is making their way into the Dragon Pit, but have disaster. I like how he is able to deward the area at the very least, just try and deny the vision for the side of Omega. But you still have this three champion rotation from their side. The Baron Laners are just minding their own business. But for now, it's like Corky.
Yes, there's going to be poking game at the bottom. Priority is going to go to the side of Nexplay Esports. Let's see if they can capitalize on this. There are wards in the area. So far, so good for both teams. Nexplay, are they going to go for the Dragon? No, they're going to be starting it, but I don't think they are going to be continuing for it. Man, Omega Esports pretty much running the same lineup in game number one. They just traded the Camille for a Wukong and the Nami for a Janna. So the split push is still going to be the key here for Mega Esports. I'm going to be watching that in the middle part of this game.
Oh, that's very nice. Unbreakable by Disaster. Still though, no casualties, but you have Arise making his way into the Dragon Pit.
Oh, there it is. I think this is the trigger of the fight right here. Grand Entrance is going to be used by Omega at this point. It's going to be 4v3 in favor of Nexplay Esports. Are they going to be able to capitalize on this? The pokes are very important. That's their strength. And they're able to push away Omega Esports. But Omega Esports, very resilient. They still are in the area. And now they are pounding on the Infernal Drake, free from pressure at this point. Oh, bottom lane.
Can I just say that Nexplay Esports used wait?
All right, there it is. Good gank right there by JLC. That was a pretty flank right there, but it's not going to be enough. Here comes the punish from Nexplay Esports. Camille for the Hextech Ultimatum right there. Catches one champion, but it's not going to be enough. No follow-up just yet. They're not using their pokes at this point of the game. They should be doing that, and because of that, Omega Esports will be A-OK. Dragon Infernal Drake is still available for both teams to take.
All right, so in the first Dragon side scrimmage, Nexplay Esports popped 3 ultimates. Omega, they only popped 2. So when it comes to advantages, it's mostly going over to Omega. However,
there's a fight right here. Omega Esports, their HP bars are not looking so well. Fiore is in a bad position right now. Will be forced to flash away, but he still is alive somehow. Impressive. Is in a bad place. You need to get out of town, my friend, but the exits are cut, and there it is. His head is also gonna be cut. First blood goes to Nexplay Esports.
took them 6 minutes and 45 seconds before they can get first blood, and that was the jungler for the side of Omega. Nexplay Esports looks like this could be at the very least a free Drake for them. However, you still have the initiate. That's okay. Wow.
Grom goes down. Red team will take down Forky. That's 2 champions dead. Onto the side of Nexplay Esports. Janna will be using the Monsoon right here, and so far it is Omega's win. Even at a 4v5, they are winning the skirmishes. What a play by Omega Esports, and they are now in favor to take this Infernal Drake with Nexplay away from the map. Wrap this up and put a ribbon on it, because this one is a gift.
Definitely. And going back in that previous skirmish, that was just time-lapse trade for 2 champions, and Omega Esports, they would take that trade any time of the day. And I know time-lapse is a very formidable target, but you also have Stronger. They forgot about disengage. I thought Stronger will be able to protect his teammate there, but at the very least, Nexplay will be able to take one Baron lane turret at the expense of none. Omega Esports still yet to get their first turret takedown. 2-2 on the scoreboard. Gold lead in favor just a little bit of Omega.
Bottom turret being pounded right now by Fiora as the split push is starting already for Mega Esports. Rift Herald is going to be casted here on the mid turret, taking a pounding right here. Headbutt is going to be successful, and that mid turret is history. That's 1 turret down, map open for the side of Nexplay.
Still, Nexplay just holding on to the very small lead that they have, and hopefully they can just force these clashes that will be very awkward for Omega. However, I would always think maybe try and keep Impressive at bay, but the problem here is Wukong has so much AoE CC that maybe Nextplay committing onto this jungler will not translate well. So I had my eyes on DLC. He has 6k gold and he has a Triforce already. So maybe you need to commit 2 or 3 champs at the very least to his lane, which maybe
Right.
that's something Nexplay is gonna do right now. And okay, I think they heard me. JLC though was able to go back on the turret to his safety.
All right, the game right now is crazy even on both sides. All right, there it is at the bottom turret. Bottom turret's being pressured right now. JLC is going to go for the backlines. Grand Challenge is going to be casted right here. Corky's going to be forced to use the package right there, and they will back out. HP bar is already very low. There it is. Wukong goes down. First in the fight. This is now Nexplay's game to win. Let's see if they're going to go for more. No, they will back away 3-2 on the board in favor of Nexplay Esports.
Man, this is the advantage slowly making their way to the side of Nexplay Esports. They just need to keep on playing that way. Just try to catch someone off guard, and if there's anyone else, just pull them into the black hole at the very least.
Right.
Just try and be their demise. But that's the award being placed by Arise.
Oh, good job right there for Nexplay. Hextech's ultimatum is going to be trapping Arise right there. Arise already very low. He's out for the count. One more champion. Oh, time lapse is down. Also, 2 champions on Omega Esports are down versus 5. This is in favor of Nexplay at the very least. They are going to be backing away. No, Barret is available. They can go for that, but they will continue to push and pressure on the mid side. So far, so good. I knife this from Nexplay Esports. Good adjustments at this point of the game. Good. Oh, there it is. That is going to be Fiora. Bought in with the Mega Inferno Bomb just to make sure she dies. Nexplay Esports win this fight. They're now up 4K.
I actually want to see if Timelapse popped his killer instinct towards the right side. And I think he hit the wall there in the mid lane. That's why Nextplay was able to take him down. But that is this is what I've been saying earlier. Nextplay, they need to force Omega into this awkward team fight. Just box
Right.
Impressive in, make sure he will not be able to pop his ultimate, focus on Timelapse or stronger afterwards. And then when they are down, just go to GLC. Arise, yeah, sure, he can be a formidable target, but he has taunt, he has hero's entrance, he can re-engage, he can disengage whenever and wherever he wants.
Right. This time it's a better lineup for Nextplay. I like their map movement right now, and the lineup right now, the drafts. I told you I don't like the Garen pick earlier. Right now they have the Camille to mirror the Fiora. It's doing well for them. So this is so far Nextplay's game, and because of the advantage they have right now, they are going to be getting the Ocean Drake for free. There's going to be fight in the middle. I think it's going to break out. Nope. Drake is already 1K 800 done, going to the side of Nextplay. So 1 dragon each for both teams.
Omega thought Nextplay Esports were taking the Baron, if I'm not mistaken. That's why they wanted to pick a fight at the mid lane.
Right, definitely. But there's going to be a fight right here. Mega Inferno Bomb is going to be casted, but it doesn't do that much. Jarvan 4 is already out in the fight. This is bad for Nextplay Esports. The taunt is going to continue right there. That is going to be a very big ultimate by the Wukong, but he's already very low at this point. And Omega Esports will settle for 1 kill on the Jarvan 4, and that's a win for them. We're looking at a 4K gold lead still in favor of Nextplay.
All of the ultimates from the side of Omega has already been used, so they have to extend or delay the next possible fight. You have GLC just dashing his way out of there, and there is actually no more heals and flash for Uze should Omega want to go with the ganks. But from the side of Timelapse, he still has exhaust, he still has flash, and in a few more seconds, he can still have killer instinct. So Omega Esports, they're just forced to disengage, and I like what Impressive did though. He forced his way into the front line. It just so happened that Omega was not able to do the follow-up aside from Arise's taunt.
All right, definitely. Well, here we go. Nextplay will have to force the fights out. They're playing into the hands of Omega Esports. Omega Esports is trying to stall the game because in the late game, it's going to be very strong for them. But Nextplay taking the mid turret down, that's very good for them. We're now looking at 6K gold lead, so they're slowly ballooning that. They have to do more in the aggressive side of things for them to take over, really control this game at this point.
We already have IE and Triforce available for Corky, and this is what I've been saying too. Just let him lose. If he can do
Right.
whatever he wants, and if he's very comfortable with his champion, Nextplay doesn't need to worry about engaged anymore. You also have Horizon in a champion that he's much more comfortable with. Now Disaster alongside Chule is just gonna hide at the bushes, hopefully Omega will be able to take a peek there, but apparently that is going to be the Void Seeker not connecting. Impressive. Small face checks here and there, but both teams still opting to not engage. I guess they want to pick a fight first because whoever loses in any skirmish is gonna lose Baron.
Right. XX Ultimatum is going to be casted directly onto the support of Omega's side, and that's disaster for them. And slowly but surely, Nexplay is winning this fight. Oh, hold that thought. There are two champions dead onto the blue side, and this is a win. The tables have turned right now, and it is Nexplay Esports on survival mode right now. And it is a win for Omega at that point. They're going to be taking the mid turret. At the very least, they can ease out the pressure of this game. 7-6 on the board, and we're looking at a 4K gold lead 14 minutes in, and they're now marching in with the win onto the big purple worm. Baron half HP down, and I think they are going to be able to take this with no contest. There it is, Arise, and it's going to be there in the area. The turn is going to be there, but it's a charm's not going to connect. Baron onto the side of Omega Esports. What a comeback right there, Yuko.
That was a support death trade for a support, an ADC, and a mid laner. That's not fair at all. Baron was also being secured by Omega. However, I guess Nexplay, they just forgot the taunt that would come out from Arise. Also, Timelapse was sitting very comfortably in that previous clash. So maybe they could just CC the living hell out of Timelapse down. Also have
Right.
JLC there in the previous scrimmage, just poking or just throwing his sword out at anyone. But I do see the logic when Arisen committed his Hextech ultimatum on Stronger, I guess. That's why Stronger was forced to pop his Moonsoon.
Right, true, but Omega Esports side on their side, that was a carry for a support. That's worth it. We'll take that any day, and that's why Omega Esports won that. Dragon Windrake is being taken by Nexplay under the noses of Omega Esports. That's a very good play right there by Nexplay, as Omega thought that Nexplay is going to be defending. So that's a small win right there. Still 7-6 on the board. Baron buff is available still. And let's see what Omega Esports damage they can do. JLC is going to be trapped right there, but he's going to be A-OK with the friends. Arise is going to be here. More folks. They're going to be okay. Mega Inferno Bomb just to be used, just to fend off the wave, but this is bad news still for Nexplay at this point.
I do like the dragon take, but the problem was they left their mid lane open. That's the reason why there's no more outer turrets for Nexplay
Right.
Esports. And whenever there is going to be a Baron or a Dragon up for Nexplay Esports, they will struggle because their lanes are very much vulnerable. Aside from Omega Esports, they still have outer turrets at the Baron lane and at the Dragon lane. But for now, Disaster alongside Joshi looks like they will be checking who could be their next target. I did see Stronger picking up Stasis there alongside a Luden's Echo, so I see what you're doing, Stronger.
Definitely. Map control definitely on the side of Omega Esports. This is very good for them. And you said earlier, they left their turrets alone. And because of that, so many turrets on the side of Nexplay went down that the gold is already tied at this point. I think there's going to be a fight right here. Nope, Arisen will not want any part of that fight. He will back out.
Also, if you're going to look at the map, there are very good ward placements from Nexplay Esports side at the very least. So they want to keep their eyes on those objectives. However, Omega Esports, I was about to say they placed a ward near the base of Nexplay Esports, but looks like the ward already expired. But if you're going to look at the previous small love tap here and there from Arisen and Impressive, Arisen already has an obnoxious amount of damage.
Uh-oh. All right, here we go. There's going to be a fight right here. Hold that thought, Yuko. Yep. Bomb sends out the ultimate, but the Grand Hero entrance is going to be on point. Julie is being chased right now. Get out of town. He will be forced to stasis. Two champions on stasis, but it is going to delay the inevitable. It is going to be a double kill for Arkaisa, and they want more blood. And there it is. Omega Esports wipes the floor red with Nexplay's champions blood, and they are gonna go for the push. Only Braum is gonna be left here to protect this base, but what can he do? He is gonna go down, and that's our Oporino ace right there and completed. No one to defend the Nexus, and Omega Esports shows you how it is done here on the lower bracket. Omega Esports will proceed as Nexplay is out in this tournament.
Did he just put his face right at the camera?
Right.
But look at how happy Omega Esports are. But that means Nexplay Esports, they are knocked out of the playoffs. Oh no! The crowd favorites apparently did not survive the wrath, which was Omega. Omega with the intelligent plays, very by the book and very disciplined. They knew
Right.
who and how to move around the map. And even though there were times where Nexplay was at the lead, again, Arisen had so much damage. Impressive Wukong said ouch the moment Arisen popped that tactical sweep. And he was just forced to jump back. But one mistake from Nexplay Esports apparently costed them not just the series, but their slot here at the playoffs. And again, I kept on saying time-lapse in that last skirmish because time-lapse was unreachable. He can just pop a Kaden Rain, he can just
Right.
auto-attack, take a step back, and repeat. And that's why there was just so much damage being taken by Nexplay
Ooh.
Esports. See, look at that graph.
Comeback.
It's blue, red, blue, and then red.
Right, definitely. So this means another prediction points for the girls. Yuko, 1 point for you. And to Mika Fabs, another point.
Oh yeah.
Another negative for us boys.
Looks like our predictions are on point for today, especially Mika. Like her predictions are very good, mostly because of the birthday buff that she had. Well, yeah, that was an 8 to 11 kill count. It was kind of high, but I felt like that was just Omega being able to outwit Nexplay Esports. I mean, again, there were times where Nexplay, they had the lead. It was right in their hands. All it took was just one mistake, and Omega, they just snowballed, they avalanche right over at their opponents. But for now, here are the Ocarina 5 plays of the game.
All right, definitely. Well, this is at 6 minutes and a half into the game. This is where this is the first blood right here. Impressive. Just says, oh my God, I'm gonna die, and he is out. 2v2 at 2-for-2 at this point. This was the fight where this is Nexplay winning at this point of the game. They started their lead up this.
And yeah, this was just Omega with the very methodical plays. And okay, I think I was right. Timelapse just hit his head on the wall there. That's why he was caught by Justry. Speaking of Justry, he had very good cataclysm, and there was solid follow-ups from Nextplay as well. But sometimes if you're just outmaneuvered, outplayed by your team, you cannot and you will not be able to hold that. And yeah, this was the kill for on Stronger.
I think this is the pivot point right here. This was where Nexplay Esports Camille went for the Hextech Ultimatum, but he went for the Janna. I would have recommended if you went for the ADC instead, but they went for the Janna. Camille died for that, and that's definitely worth it for the side of Omega. And Omega took over that game after that. They had the momentum. They did not stop. They just went firing in all cylinders from that point on. This is another win for them, and at this point, it was already out of control for the side of Nextplay.
Man, this is Omega fighting fire with fire, and this is the Omega that we're all very familiar with. Way back in the group stages, they were able to do a perfect 9-0 run, and really sad to see Nextplay go, given that they have quite the reputation here at the Icon Teams, and they're all very talented players. Let me just say that.
Right.
But apparently today they will have to say goodbye. And yeah, but overall that was a very beautiful series to watch. We all were expecting a game number 3.
Yes, definitely I was also. But here it is. Master of the match, John Lloyd Cruz. JLC with a 5.0 KDA, 91% kill participation. Man, in that game, Fiora still did a lot of things. They were able to capitalize on the mistake of the Camille picking off the Janna, and Fiora, JLC went for the kill, and they were just very good on the crucial parts of the game where they were able to get the pickups, the right pickups. They got the Baron buff, and they turned the game upside down from that point on with the help of JLC. JLC, master of the match Well played, my friend.
Well played indeed. John Lloyd, consistency, really showing us how consistent he can be. Still playing Fiora in those two games and really living up to the expectations. He was a formidable bait, formidable target for the side of Nexplay Esports. And during the late game, he is just scary. Yes, there were times that he would overextend, but the idea that he would be able to at least put the life bars of Nexplay down to last 2 or 3 bars, and anyone from Omega is just free to take those kills. That is how he should play. And here's the thing, I at least usually saw him in these tanky or conservative Baron laners. Now, seeing that he can go up against a Ryzen at the very least and keep these pro teams at bay, I'm loving this new look on JLC.
Definitely, me too. JLC, you have our respects. Well played in that game, man. And anyways, at that point, so very good job by Omega Esports. They played their hand. Their win condition at that point when they were down was really to drag the game into the late game, because more time you have, the more options you can buy off. And they saw a mistake on the side of Nexplay, and they capitalized on that. And I think another key point of that game was when Omega Esports got the Baron buff. Nexplay went for a win Drake, and they traded 3 turrets for that. That's more gold going to the side of Omega Esports. That really gave them wind under their wings to really turn the game around. What a win right there by Omega Esports from behind.
What a win indeed. And here's the thing, the dragon can respawn, or it can go back. There's a handful of minutes before we can see another dragon, but the moment that your turrets are taken down, it cannot go back. So maybe Omega gladly took that trade. But overall, that was a very beautiful series to watch. You have been your casters. I'm Yuko alongside Miss Jorik. Thank you so much for that amazing shoutcast. We're gonna hop into a very short break, so sit back, relax, and wait for the panelists to come back.
We'll rise up from the dust. Oh, here we go, go, go. Let us heal and grow. You won't be alone. We're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life. We're still breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We all have our reasons why we are on this track. Oh, we all have our burdens, yeah, but we just keep on fighting and we never look back. Here we go, 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 let us heal and grow. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life, we're still breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall,
Omega Esports knocks Nexplay Esports out of the competition with a 2-0 win in our third series. This is not a drill, ladies and gentlemen. Nexplay Esports is out. We knew that this lower bracket series was an upset. We thought actually that this is what our finals would look like. But the Sea Icon series continues to surprise us, and our teams continue to surprise us as well. Omega Esports keeps the dream alive, and they will get 100,000 Globe Cup points. And you know what? Although it was a 2-0, we did see Omega buckle many times. You know, checking out our series highlights, you can tell that this wasn't exactly easy for them. It wasn't a walk in the park. And I'm sure the otherwise calm and collected team was sweating quite a bit up against Nexplay Esports. Otlus, what are your thoughts on this series?
Let me break down first patch 2.3 and its effect on Nexplay Esports, right? Patch 2.3, we saw Akali changed a whole lot, right? Dramatically. And if we are following Nexplay Esports, and to those viewers out there wondering what happened to NXP, one big vital identity of NXP is Arizen's ability to play the Akali, right? Almost always it will be respected as a ban against them. And now, without out of the fray, Joshi was just target banned multiple times this day. 4 times in a row, 2 junglers out, right? Rengar, Lee Sin. And that, I think, is the effect of patch 2.3 on what it did onto the champions that Nexplay has. They were forced to play Garen thrice, and on the fourth game though, it was a different story. It was a Camille. But during game number 1 in this series alone, another showing for Garen. It did not work out into their favor. They wanted to end this as fast as possible. You have Corki not really going to scale well into the late game, especially with the nerfs on the Trinity Force. We have Olaf, very well documented, that will fall off in the late game. We have Garen that is just going to be a mute shield. When it comes to, the tempos of this game, if Nexplay does not find the early game, it's most likely going to be a loss, and that it did. Game number 1 heads over to Omega Esports.
Yeah, this was definitely quite a treat to watch, of course. But this is also really painful just because these two teams, these are 2 of our top teams over here, and it really does it hurts a little bit to say goodbye to one of them because we know how good they are. But this is the result of a very dynamic game, a very very dynamic scene right now within the game itself, and the teams as well is constantly adapting. What about you, Osiris? What are your thoughts on the series?
Well, it's safe to say that Omega indeed showed that they are the one of the best you need to watch out. And as for NXPE, I didn't really expect. I was caught off guard because they got the draft entirely. Got the really good lineup for NXP. This is one of their best lineup, especially with the Ziggs on Chule. But it's just that Omega firing full cylinders, and again and again, they are the ones who's outpassing NXP in terms of their. In terms of the team fighting style. So we've talked about this how many times that NXP or Nexplay is one of the teams that got this double-edged sword wherein even though they are not the ones who's going for those snowballs, even though they are behind, they wanted to take the fights. But the thing is, it's just Omega right now who are in the better shape, and leaves, of course, a bitter taste to us who voted for Nexplay. So yeah, Omega did a good job, and this is the playoffs effect. Upsets everywhere, and everything is challenging to predict.
Yeah, I know that I voted for Omega, but you know how you don't actually get that it's true until it actually happens. And I knew that one of these teams would be going home, but it's when it actually does happen and they're out of the competition, you're like, wait, what?
They're the preseason champions, right?
Yeah,
exactly. And yeah, it is. But you know what? It also goes to show this Omega Esports right now in this form, they seem to be more consolidated, more coordinated than what we saw in the South Luzon group stages. And don't get me wrong, the Omega Esports in the South Luzon group stages were just amazing. They were machines, but you know how there were players that would pop out a bit. You would see impressive, him being the Phantom Thief. But as we saw in game two, it's like impressive seems to have shared his techniques with the rest of the team. Like it isn't just impressive popping out, it isn't just JLC popping out. It is the whole of Omega Esports really in this consolidated sort of form. And I think that will be the key to their victory over here in the Sea Icon series. Let's actually check out our Globe Cup leaderboards right now at the end of that third series. I am pretty sure right now that Nexplay Esports, despite that loss, they are still happy with their 450,000 Globe Cup points that they have earned so far here in the Sea Icon series. But Omega Esports now bumping up to that second place with 650,000 Globe Cup points alongside Amihan Esports. Team Secret has a very respectable 600,000 Globe Cup points, and this is getting really, really exciting as this, our top three sort of shuffle around, and I love that we're seeing in our top four representatives from each of our group stages. We do have one from North Luzon, we do have one from South Luzon as well, and Visayas and Mindanao. So this is looking to be, really exciting as each of the regions can cheer for their respective teams. And of course, speaking of the respective teams, we do have the Mindanao representatives going up against another South Luzon team in our last series of the day. This will be Liyab Esports versus RRQ. And yes, it seems like Coach Kaigu is kind of like going around and saying hello to all of his, his old friends over here, as he did face off against Team Secret earlier with RRQ versus Team Secret. Said hello to Hamas. Now he's going down to the lower bracket and going up against Liyab Esports, saying hello to Exoset. It seems like we have completed the legendary Pokemon, by the way, here in the Sea Icon series. We have found them all. But of course, Liyab Esports, they are a team that has drawn sort of the short end of the draw so far here in the playoffs. There is a lot of star power on this team, but the stars, they have yet to align for them. With yesterday's lower bracket, we did see that there was still some passion, there was still the fire burning for Liyab Esports. But right now, they need to take control of their own destiny, because it is do or die for them at this moment here in the lower bracket. This is Liyab Esports.
Multi-titled members with Exocen at the front of it all. Liyab Esports survived day one by winning against a formidable opponent in VVV. At the backs of Miggy's Lee Sin, Liyab has shown the experience advantage by capitalizing on Twisted Fate's backdoor potential. Will Liyab see any Stevers unlock in this series? Again, Nexu in the Baron, Miggy in the jungle, Exocen in the mid, Gambit and Morita Boy in the Dragon lane. Trying to eliminate Mindanao representatives, Liyab Esports.
Lady Luck is smiling, but of course, it is not Twisted Fate. It will be our solo player highlight who's going all in, rolling the dice. It will be Gambit for our Dragon lane with that Ezreal, Kaisa, and Corki. KDA 4.21, kill participation 20%, and damage per minute is 1035. So you can clearly see that he is delivering all of those damage alongside with our legendary Exocen. With this guy, knowing who's going to be targeted, he can take down anyone on a great space and range. So this time, it's gonna be Gambit who's going to carry Liyab all through the lower bracket.
Oh yes, indeed, and we are definitely looking forward to seeing this team in their matchup against RRQ, because this series, which we could say is made of legends right now. And on, of course, the other side, we do have RRQ. a team that plays best when time is on their side. They have provided us with our first big upset here in the Sea Icon series, and it's very possible that they will come out of the lower bracket to come out once again as the King of Kings. This is RRQ.
RRQ's celebration of their win yesterday was cut short by Team Secret earlier today. After finally losing with their favorite Twisted Fate Fiora combination, will we see it open for the taking or will EXO contest the Twisted Fate? Isilla, Baron, Chaz, Jungle, Helios, Mid, Marky, DR Laner, Earl God support, and of course their subs, Hex and Ulexite. Down, but not yet out. Hashtag Viva RRQ.
And of course, with all of those entrances, we have the ones who's getting that hero's entrance with our solo player highlight. That will be none other than the support. It's Earl God with the Galio, Braum, and Janna. You can rely on this guy whenever you wanted to go tank, taking those damage taken per minute with 698, KDA with 3.81, and kill participation of 18%. This guy also can play on an enchanter, making sure that the overly aggressive Marky can stay safe and on his place. Earl God will be the one who's going to carry the team with their adventure at the lower bracket too.
Definitely some players to look out for, but also let's take a look at our Globe key player clash in the jungle once again. This is such a popular lane or position rather in today's series because this is also where most of the action happens. Right now it is going to happen between Miggy and Chaz right now. Otlus, what do you think?
Fresh from a Masters MVP match yesterday, Miggy has shown that he can influence the map every single time you give him the blind monk with a KDA of 2.97. It's not that high compared to the opponent, but you can bet that he will find that right opening to make sure that Liyab Esports will have the advantage. On the other side, we have Chaz. I have dubbed him as the best tank jungler that we have here in the Philippines, and rightfully so. Whenever he gets his hands on the Gragas or on any setters or on any engaged champions, he will make it work with a KDA of 6.00. You can just make sure, or you can be sure that his impact will be definitely shown.
And what about you, Osiris? Anything to add to this Globe key player clash?
This is the battle of setup to convert it to upset. And that's something that you wanted to watch out, as both of them can really, they can just show with their team fighting style that it's not all about the kills. It's not all about how you be flashy, how you wanted to be on those montage or highlights. You just wanted to keep everyone safe, or you wanted everyone to take part on those big team fights, and they are the ones who's going to finish it. Your job is only to zone, is only to look for the right targets, look for the setups, go for the big objectives, and that's how Miggy and Chaz work. So they don't have any differences in how well they jungle. Both of them also can run on a static or passive jungling up until to the point that they can go for those level 5 dives, or Chaz, remember, on his J4 with bottom lane or dragon lane roam. So I think you might want to go with those Lee Sin plays, J4 plays, or even the Bragas, as both of them are really showing their potential.
And before we jump into our predictions, I am just gonna stall because I haven't made up my mind yet. But can we also talk about another key player clash happening over here between Exosen and Kaigu? These guys, again, 2 out of 3 of our legendary Pokemon over here in the Sea Icon series. How do you think this matchup is going to go down? Is it going to go down in the draft? Is it going to go down to execution? Or do you think this will come down to, overall strategy? Otlus, let me know your thoughts on this.
It's going to be very different because when we talk about Kaigu, Kaigu is the coach, right? So he's going to be very, very influential when it comes to the drafts. But on the other side, we have Exosen, the in-game leader, right? Coaches can only do so much when it comes to game time. So I definitely think that Exosen's experience will be more felt here for the side of Liyab Esports. Not to take away anything from Coach Kaigu, but once everyone steps into the Wild Rift, it's go time for the players only.
That's right. So Coach Kaigo has to play his cards very, very early into the draft. And of course, with everything that they have prepared for up until this moment. Osiris, do you have anything else to add to that sort of hidden Globe Key player clash?
Yeah, it's a 80% draft. 80% execution and 20% draft. So you can see that, yes, it might be influential. It might be on the other side that can take away the game because they have better draft. But it all boils down with how well they're going to execute what they have. Remember, we got winning conditions, how complex it is, how simple it is. So you need to run that kind of team comp that complements you and the team. Kaigu knows his team very well, the same as the other side. And besides with the hidden key player clash, Kaigu also is battling with 2 minds in behind of Coach Eds and Coach Chisto. So I think Liyab can really utilize both of them as they have also a better understanding of the game. Yes, Kaigu got this bigger experience, but when inside the Rift, Exosen, with all of the pressure, all of those shot calls, all of the macro rotations, it's gonna be on the hands of Exosen, while Kaigu will be the one who's going to try to read the map, and every after game they can talk about it and do the necessary changes. Remember, this is a best of 3, that's the best of 1.
That's right, and it's going to be very interesting. We have 2 games, I guess, for these two. They have it in the draft, and then they have it out there in the Rift. So let's head into our predictions. I haven't made up my mind yet. I was going to say I'm going to pass over to Autolus first while I make up my mind, but I actually do think that this might be a 2-1 once again. I will give it this time to RRQ. Autolus, what about you?
This is going to be a storyline of the Mindanao Terminators, and this will favor Liyab Esports. Yesterday it was VVV, today it's going to be RRQ.
Well, as for me, as much as I love Coach Kaigu, I still need to. I still believe as Liabers going for Liyab through thick and thin from ever since from LOL PC. So yeah, I'll go with Liyab. This is a 2-0, and it's all in for Liyab for now.
Oh, definitely. And Liyab Esports, they are definitely dangerous when it comes down to the wire. And that is exactly what is happening right now. They do have their backs against the wall. But again, that fire, it was kindled. It was rekindled yesterday. They have to keep it burning bright over here. And on the side of RRQ, we know that they can bring out all of these big brain plays. We know that, I have dubbed them as sort of like the big bosses. They wait for their opponents to play into them, and that is when they suddenly put a chokehold on you guys. So it is 2 very, very different styles over here, and 2 very, very big brains leading these 2 teams over here. And I could not imagine a better way to end the second day of our playoffs and lead us into our final day, of course, tomorrow. So this is a series definitely that will be for the books. This is Liyab Esports versus RRQ. Casters, take us into the Rift.
When you're back against the wall, when you have fallen down, you either let yourself there on the ground or you rise back up and unleash your full potential. Liyab Esports, the fire has been blown out yesterday. They ignited it again, and they are going to face off another monster in the series, RRQ. This is going to be the best of 3 series between Liyab Esports and RRQ. We are going to be your shoutcasters, GG and Infinity. Infinity, what are your thoughts so far in this game?
It's gonna be exciting. It's gonna be very intense and toe-to-toe, especially with Liyab Esports versus RRQ. Liyab defeated VVV yesterday in the lower bracket, and they're now fighting against RRQ in the lower bracket as well. And therefore, RRQ has beaten Omega Esports yesterday. So I think it's really gonna be so toe-to-toe right now. I don't know what's gonna happen. I don't know what to expect, but what I know that's gonna happen in this series specifically is that they will fight, potentially even going into 3 games, because these 2 teams are here, prepared, and ready to battle.
Yeah, definitely they are prepared, but we have to take note. RRQ managed to take down Omega yesterday, like what you said. It's a difficult thing to pull off, and it was a reverse sweep, but it was fantastic how they executed it. And given that Liyab Esports, well, they were defeated by one of the strong teams right now, Amihan Esports. They managed to ignite the fire again when they battled against Penel Adversity, but this time it is going to be quite interesting because given these teams that both have their backs against the wall, they are going to be trying their best, but it's not just about trying, it's about executing the correct method with all the plans that you have in mind already, everything that you have prepared for this game. And it's up to the players, it's up to the coaches to actually put everything on the line, because everything is on the line right now in this best of 3 series.
Yeah, definitely. It is going to be a do or die. We're in every single team right now in the lower bracket are really thinking, what do we need to do to actually defeat our opponent? Because if they don't, you're going to lose the lower bracket and you're going to say goodbye here in the summer season playoff. So it's really a lot of pressure on the shoulders of these 2 teams, despite having RRQ winning in the upper bracket against Omega Esports yesterday, despite how Liyab Esports has won against VVV yesterday in the best of 1 in the lower bracket as well. It's really a difficult scenario, thinking that there is a lot at stakes for today. It's not about the prize pool alone. It's a role to fill in onto having the opportunity to go in, having a secure slot in the fall split, and also having the capability to represent the Philippines in the Super Cup. So it's a lot at stakes here for these 2 teams right now coming into the series. It's really going to be intense, and what I'm expecting are the champions to come through, like a new champions, creative champions that hasn't been explored as of yet, or great meta pick that can dominate each and every composition that whatever teams would be doing. So I think it's really going to be intense, Gian Gaming. At this point in time, it is really going to be a mystery how Liyab Esports and RRQ will be playing this out.
Yeah, and speaking of champions, RRQ, yesterday, Elika with the Renekton, it was something that really popped off in that game. Same with Helios, with the Twisted Fate. It allowed them to actually secure their series against Omega Esports. And speaking of Twisted Fate, and the game of Liyab against VVV, they actually managed to pull it off when Exosen with a Twisted Fate managed to a backdoor. So a lot of champions needs to be looked into, because there's so many things that can contribute into a win or a loss of either team. That's why they need to be very cautious in the champions that they are going to ban in this game, starting off with the Camille on the side of RRQ.
Cautious is definitely a word. It might even be an understatement coming into the series, with Camille, as you stated, being banned away by RRQ. This is the draft of game number 1, wherein everything will depend on. And Camille is a good ban here from RRQ, considering that Liyab Esports will be the blue side selection. Banning it away means the flexible picks will now be removed for the side of Liyab Esports, but this leaves Gragas, Akali, Fiora even open for anyone to take, but Fiora will be banned away by Liyab Esports.
Yeah, definitely they are respecting Elika on that Fiora, which has popped off yesterday. This time, Same with the Kaisa. They will remove it. This opens up some of the ADCs that we normally see, the Zaya, the Corki, maybe even the Ezreal, as RRQ takes away the Ziggs, and Liyab responding with the first pick on this Gragas.
Yeah, Gragas is a very flexible champion for Liyab Esports to pick up. A good disengage and engage champion that is very flexible as a champion, as a player for Liyab Esports. To follow that, we have Renekton and Galio for RRQ. Very strong individual champions that has defensive capabilities to come in onto the front lines in terms of team fights. But Liyab Esports will answer onto Lee Sin in the Corki against RRQ.
Yeah, Miggy with the Lee Sin once again. We saw the game yesterday against VVV Esports, wherein Miggy had so many fantastic plays. But again, RRQ, they are still going with this vibe. We saw the game a while ago against Team Secret. They used this similar composition. This time, we're not going to be seeing yet the Galio, the Twisted Fate, because it was taken here by Liyab Esports, but they do have this Renekton here for Elika. So it will be a battle of strengths here for both teams as Marita Boy picks up this Braum.
Diana will be left open for RRQ to take up, but Annie will be prioritized. I think having the Twisted Fate for Liyab Esports is sort of a double-edged sword.
Ooh.
RRQ, Helios is known to have a very comfortable transition onto playing onto a Twisted Fate. He was very strong into playing those golden cards. So Liyab Esports answered in picking it up and forcing Helios to go into an untraditional champion such as the Annie. It's now going to be the lower bracket. Series number 2, game number 1, do or die match. Liyab Esports up against RRQ today. Who will take it home? Who will take the series? And who will proceed into the next bracket to fight it up, to gain a role and to gain a spot in the next tournament?
Definitely, both teams are looking forward to this. They are excited but also nervous at the same time as we head down to the game itself. Liyab Esports going up against RRQ in this best of 3 series, starting it off with a red side start for both junglers. Exosen has been popping off yesterday with his Twisted Fate. Will he pull off the side lane push again to get the first game win for RRQ? Or will the Annie beat the fire that Liyab has been burning since yesterday?
Definitely, I think burning that fire from inside you will be very important, and it will be a determining factor on who will win today, potentially for Liyab Esports as well. If they can dominate against RRQ in their first couple of minutes, because Wild Rift is all about the early game. If you can state yourself mid-game, early game, you can dominate when it comes to late game. Despite having those goal lead, it's going to be very important as well. So I think these two teams are going to play beside that. And now Liyab Esports is going for the jungle invade. Sees on Chaz.
Yeah, Chad's gonna get caught out here. Tries to smite, go for that HP regen, but it's not enough. It's going to be Miggy here with the invade with the help of Exosen to secure that first blood. And speaking of early game, like what you said, it is something to take note of to allow yourself to snowball into the game, and Liyab Esports started with that.
Definitely. I mean, you have the Lee Sin. Lee Sin is a champion that is known to really have a good game when it comes to the early matchup, to the early phase of each and every match that he is in. And Lee Sin with a Twisted Fate with a golden card gives you a stun 1.25 seconds, and Migi can come through and deal off damage onto Chaz. And that will be the first blood that is now leading for the side of Liyab Esports at a 800 gold lead. Certainly, Liyab Esports is looking at a very good statement against RRQ. But as of yet, it's now going to be Morita Boy going for the 2-man roam into the mid side. What will happen next?
Yeah, definitely. It's a 3-man gank here in the mid lane. However, good disengage, especially with a flash here for Helios. But I want to emphasize as well into the Baron lane. Elika not really having the best of time here so far against this Gragas of Nixu. As normally we see this Renekton popping up against aggressive champions like the Camille, maybe like the Fior. However, against a tank like Gragas with high sustain, good damage as well because of the Drunken Rage, can actually even it up or maybe even win here for Nixu.
Definitely. And it's a failed attempt for Liyab Esports in that second engagement that they were trying to kill onto Helios. But still, that is a statement that Liyab Esports wants to say against RRQ. They really want to get that early game. But
Again.
now, mid lane,
Yeah, that's a nice gang. However, Jazz is here, goes in with ulti and gets a trade here onto Miggy. Helios is actually still alive and they punish that regank here in the mid lane for Helios. With, of course, that was quite a bit expected on the side of Liyab Esports because we saw Exosen kind of hovering quite too close to an Annie, and Chaz read them like a book saying, nope, you can't gank this time, and this time we're gonna punish you.
good counter engage from RRQ. But now on top lane, Baron lane, it's 1v1.
Yeah, 1v1. Wow. Elika took a lot of damage there from Nixu, and it's gonna be hard for him to sustain because against his Gragas, he can just heal up every time, every few seconds. Wherein Elika, he needs to get that damage done onto this Gragas. So it's gonna be hard, but it's still possible.
Possible indeed. 5 seconds remaining. Infernal Rick will now come up. It's a Battle of the Dragon. This is going to be a very important objective for anyone to take. It increases your damage 6% for each and every member for your team. So RRQ will not let this happen. A free objective for the Esports will definitely not be an answer that they want to do if you want to win. And now, everyone's collapsing Infernal Dragon. Who will take it is now going to be the question. Chaz.
Yeah, Chaz gonna go in. However, the steal's not going to be possible. Hero's entrance here for Erigov. However, it won't be enough. Morita Boy still manages to fall back, and Liyab Esports now piling, punishing everyone that tried to enter that Dragon Pit, that Destiny from Exosen, getting the kill on to Marky, and RRQ kind of getting their backs against the wall this time because Liyab Esports are burning so much right now.
Nice zone coming from Exosen, but mid lane once again.
Yeah, they're not done yet. RRQ saying we are here for another fight. However, they didn't get the kill here onto Gambit. True Shot Barrage comes in. However, it was dodged here by this Corky. RRQ are really on fire as well right now.
Yeah, that Tibbers that connected against the Esports was definitely punishable by RRQ. But at this point in time, having the security onto the Infernal Dragon for Liyab Esports puts them at the 3k gold lead. Even Corky has secured the Manamune already. The Sheen already secured as well. So building up to a Trinity Force is the next item for Corky to pick up. Miggy now preparing for a dive here into Baron Lane.
Yeah, that's going to be quite scary. As we know, Miggy always makes this play. Sonic Wave did not connect this time, but the Dragon Shades will actually secure the kill. Never mind, he gets a kick onto Erigod, saves it for that 2 kills into the top lane. Exosen lurking here onto Helios. He needs to be very careful because Chaz is here, but so does Nixu with the cast here to bring her away. Helios flashing away, trying to get to safety, and Chaz will just let them go away with a sliver of health.
So close yet so far for Liyab Esports to take the kill onto Helios, and the Rift Herald will now be the next objective that they are looking into, and they're gonna secure it easy as now Liyab Esports will take it home as RRQ tries to go for the trade at the very least into the bottom side.
Yeah, they don't just like to get kills, they also love to get objectives. Punishing, this comes from the experience that Liyab already has in this game, knowing how to capitalize on the mistakes, knowing how to fully extend your strengths in order to gain an advantage against the enemy team. And right now, as we're seeing, 5 to 6,000 gold lead against RRQ with this high pick composition with the Lee Sin and Twisted Fate to guide and lead the way here for Liyab Esports. And they're constantly making this plays. However, Nixu getting caught out with 3 members of RRQ piling onto him. Is trying to survive, goes with the flash and the body slam. Destiny comes. Here comes Liyab, and now Exosen starting it off with a gold card. Glacial Fisher blocking the way for Chaz. Sonic Wave did not connect this time, but they leave the Ezreal. He's going to fall down. Hero's entrance re-entering the fight. However, it's not the best idea, as that's just going to lead Liyab Esports securing 3 kills.
How Did that true shot barrage got cancelled by Liyab Esports is still unknown to this day. That was amazing from Liyab Esports coming on to the top lane. They were
Yeah.
very responsive on what's happening against RRQ. RRQ tried to 3-man roam against on Nixu, but Nixu is too built to go in and even get bursted down by the enemy team. If you're looking at his items, Sunfire Aegis, Bramble Vest, and even a Magic Resist item into Spectre's Cowl gives him the sustainability that he needs when it comes to trying to get picked off by RRQ. So that wasn't gonna be the answer. On top of all that, you also have the explosive cast that just jumbled around RRQ on what they want to do. And Liyab Esports got the initial time and space and duration that they need to go into top and go for the response. But now, it's Cloud Dragon now alive for anyone to take. Liyab Esports will state their dominance here initially onto the Dragon's Pit.
Yeah, they have priority over this objective after securing all the tier 1 towers here of RRQ, and this puts them in a quite difficult spot to try and steal this dragon away, because Liyab Esports, they are and almost 10,000 gold ahead. They have enough firepower to actually take down RRQ in the next team fight, and RRQ, they need to actually prevent the next fights, because Liyab Esports, they are hungry for blood. They constantly want to engage onto RRQ, and looking at Miggy right now, this is how he plays this Lee Sin. This is why you need to either respect or be scared of him when he uses the blind monk, because he will be constantly making plays to allow their team to win the game.
Yeah, another turret secured by Liyab Esports in the mid lane. Now map control will definitely be in dominance of Liyab Esports in the 9-minute and 30 seconds mark. That brush will not be on effect as RRQ will gain the skill check onto the bush. And now, when you're looking at the statement of the game, it's already 11k gold lead by Liyab Esports. Having the Infernal Dragon as well means that Corki has a lot more damage than it should. Typically, without the Infernal Dragon. Twisted Fate as well, having the Roa, and also the Rabadon. Zcap is gonna hurt, and now it's gonna be the bot lane 1v2.
Yeah, Estila now trying to back away, but the cask prevents him from doing so. Exocen is going to be the target for this Crocodile, but it's going to be hard, nearly impossible, and that's going to be the killing spree here for the Twisted Fate. They're not done yet. RRQ has nowhere to go. They couldn't trade with anything because Liyab Esports has been rotating quite efficiently. This is how they have been playing since yesterday against VVV. And with the fire that is burning in this game, they are looking to maybe even secure this Baron, but it might require them to win a team fight first.
Risk Cutter will be secured by Liyab Esports, getting the information onto the Baron's Pit if ever RRQ wants it, but now Chaz.
Yeah, Chaz nearly getting caught out there because Liyab Esports, they know where they're going. We saw the gank a while ago onto the bottom lane, punishing the overextension of Estila, but now Miggy starting it off with a kick onto Chaz, and now it brings them into a good position to start this Baron.
The death brush that was set it up by Liyab Esports was phenomenal, extraordinary against RRQ. Like, Chaz wasn't really able to see and have any information because there was no ward onto that bush, and typically that is not what happens. So I think Chaz being killed up by Liyab Esports means that the jungle will not be available for RRQ, which means that it's a free objective for Liyab Esports to take down. And the Baron Nashor will now be secured by them, and this will definitely be a dominating game for Liyab Esports. They can utilize the Baron buff to go into every single lanes, try to get more tier 2 turrets, and even come into the inhibitor turret, especially with how Baron buff duration is long. So I think this will be RRQ needing to prioritize to go for the defense for now to try and make it back in terms of the late game.
Yeah, but it's going to be hard because Liyab Esports, their composition is strong even when they're isolated. RRQ, they need to group up. They need to fully utilize their composition wherein they do their wombo combo, especially with the Tibers here for Helios. However, when they're isolated, when they're all alone, they will be so vulnerable. Miggy has been popping off with its Lee Sin, getting multiple angles, baiting a lot of flashes away from RRQ. And right now, as the waves are crashing onto their inhibitor towers, it puts them now into a very tight spot as Miggy nearly getting caught out by that Bolt Breaker.
But still gonna be standstill for now. No one will get enough things to actually initiate some setups onto a 5v5, especially how Liyab Esports is now split up into a 3-1-1 setup with Gragas hovering into the Baron lane, trying to get the inhibitor threat. But now mid lane,
Oh, they're engaging now with the Tivers to start it off. However, the cast blows them up away from each other. And Miggy with a nice Dragon's Rage getting the kill onto Marky. They will finish this off quite easily because Liyab Esports are so ahead and they burn this game number 1 for RRQ.
what a game! Number 1 that we have just seen from Liyab Esports. That was amazing. And this is the statement that we are talking about from Liyab Esports. They don't want to lose, and they will not lose anytime soon. Then Liyab Esports having the draft when it comes to the game with Lee Sin from Miggy. They were able to capitalize on this early game advantage, early game composition to gain the first blood, and now translated into early game objectives as well. Infernal Dragon coming into their side with no contest from RRQ. And then 4, you have Manamune for Corki, you have the stuff, you have the item lead already in the first 8 minutes of the game, even considering that they have secured the Rift Herald. Liyab Esports has every single objective in the early game phase to dominate RRQ in the mid-game late game. And that is what happened. RRQ has been defeated into a 14-2 kill standing.
Yeah, definitely that is quite fascinating on the side of Liyab Esports, knowing that Esila managed to pick up this Renekton. They did have a really good performance against Omega Esports with this Renekton pick. However, with Liyab Esports prioritizing the Twisted Fate as well, Exosen managed to pull off another good Twisted Fate game with Nixu having this Gragas to actually deal with the Renekton. We couldn't see Esila actually having a good advantage against this Gragas. He couldn't be in a team fight that much effectively, and that's how Liyab Esports executed it. They want to get the early lead, the early snowball lead, starting it off with the first blood by Miggy and camping the mid lane. It was a good attempt here by Chaz getting the kill, punishing that re-gank. However, Liyab Esports with experience here in the Wild Rift, every battle has been learned for the mistakes that they have in the previous day. And in this game, they applied everything they learned. They have adapted quite well, and they bring this game number 1 quite dominantly in their favor.
Yeah, Liyab Esports was very methodical on this one. 4-kill lead immediately in 5 minutes into the game. And after that, there's no kill coming into the side of RRQ. And that is how defensive and tanky Nixu would be, and Moraita Boy defending the key valuable champions. And you saw how Liyab Esports has been playing. The map control of Exosen coming into this match was phenomenal. And now I see why True Shot Barrage has been cancelled, because the Shield of Braum having the first hit coming through, totally blocking it out. And that was just the micro of Moraita Boy being outpower of RRQ. So that was amazing. It's Oppo Reno 5 play of the game that we are seeing right now. How Liyab Esports dominated RRQ in game number 1.
Yeah, definitely it's utmost dominance right now. The fire is burning here from these teams as they take the game number 1 against RRQ. Lots of things has to be considered here for the red side team as they look to regroup, of course, and prepare for the next match, because this time the Renekton pick did not pan out. That is surprising because they managed to get a really good win, a really good comeback win yesterday against Omega Esports, and Liyab Esports should be, in theory, be the one to be having their back against the wall, but it comes to show as we see now master of the match again, Miggy with this Lee Sin with a KDA of 11 and kill participation of 79. That is high.
Yeah, and the reason why master of the match would be Miggy is how he played it out in the early game. If it wouldn't be for Miggy, there wouldn't be any contest from RRQ when it comes to early game. You saw how he played out in the early matchup, got the first blood, and after that, he was just going in for the aggressive plays, especially when it comes to the mid game, and mid lane rather, wherein he was trying to put down Helios in the early matchup, even going in for the 3-man ROM alongside with Twisted Fate and also one more, which would be Morita Boy, Braum, going into the mid lane. So that was just exactly how Miggy played that game number 1, going in for the early game phase, dominate that aspect of the game, let his teammates snowball, and that was just about it. The rest was history.
Yeah, definitely a lot of things has to be taken note on that game, because Miggy, definitely with the Lee Sin, I already am expecting a respect ban onto the Blind Monk, of course, because there were a lot of plays that was made because of Miggy with this Lee Sin, and it has created a huge problem here for RRQ. Same with the Gragas, of course, because when it's piloted by Nixu, you know that he will survive in the side lane despite RRQ trying their very best, sending 3 people to gank this Gragas. However, he managed to survive, he managed to stall out and wait for the teammates, and Exosen leading the way with a Destiny comes and re-engage onto them, taking 3 members and not even losing anyone on the team.
If it would have been a Gragas AP full build, it could have been a kill for RQ, but it was a different story. You saw how Sun for Aegis was built up, the Bramble Vest was secured by Gragas as well, so it's gonna be really hard to burst him down. So that was an interesting pick here from RRQ, and you know that Twisted Fate has the ultimate that could just TP in quick succession, though I like how RRQ was trying and initiating those setups to try and make it back into the matchup today. Especially, I want to talk about the draft, right? You talked about the Renekton a while ago, you talked about the Gragas a while ago. I want to talk about these champions because Renekton is a champion that requires the early game to snowball in mid-game, late game. You require 2 core items, which is in the form of the Black Cleaver and also the BRK. If you don't have it, you're not going to survive that long, because Black Cleaver gives you the penetration, gives you more HP, the BRK gives you sustainability through the form of physical lifesteal and also the attack speed that keeps you alive. And if you don't have it, it's going to be really, really hard to bring it back into the game. So I think with Lee Sin, it's a kind of a counter for Liyab Esports against RRQ to try and delay those high power scaling champions if you let them snowball. So I love the batters here for the champion pickings. And on to the Gragas pick. I think Gragas is a flexible champion that could even go anywhere. Support, Baron, jungle. You could put it even in mid lane if you want to do it. And Gragas is a good champion because of how he can disengage against the enemy team. You saw how Explosive Cast was being worked out a while ago. If RQ wants to try and go for an engage, you have Gragas to even go for the Explosive Cast. Just a little bit of a stun there with a knockback that could really delay how RRQ would push in through and dive into Liyab Esports. And on the top of all that, you also have an engage in the form Explosive Cast once again. So it's just the versatility of this skill that can bring the enemy back to you or push them away if they're nearing you, if you're in danger. So I think it's just a massive draft galore for this game number 1 in the lower bracket series 2 of Liyab Esports and RRQ.
Yeah, and talking about the Renekton, you talked about him needing to prioritize and getting the 2 items, the Black Cleaver and the Blade of the Ruin King, as quickly as possible. But it wasn't really the thing that Esila managed to do, because there's a lot of pressure being built up by Nixu with the Gragas. We saw the respect item as well for the laning phase, picking up an Executioner's Calling for the anti-healing just to try and reduce the survivability of this Banner Lane champion of Nixu. And it further delayed the next items of Esila, of course, and that's how big of an impact Nixu managed to put on the table into this game with this Gragas pick.
Yeah, definitely onto the pickings. It's gonna be very insane. And now Twisted Fate. Twisted Fate is a good banter for Liyab Esports. I talked about it a while ago. Helios is a player that has played Twisted Fate throughout the game, throughout the series long, even before the playoffs has begun. He played it in the group stages and played it very, very well. So coming into the playoffs today was just so great to see how Liyab Esports has picked up onto Twisted Fate to not really enable Helios to pick it up because they prioritize onto an Ezreal, onto an ADC instead of picking it up rather than going in for the ADC, right? And it's just interesting because Corki has been picked up already by Liyab Esports, so RRQ could have chosen Twisted Fate instead on picking an Ezreal. So it's a switcheroo. It's a switcheroo that Liyab Esports is doing against RRQ right now in terms of the pickings. Now I'm excited for game number 2. RRQ prioritizing onto putting Helios in his most comfortable champion, or is it going to be a different story once again on prioritizing onto the Baron lane and to support in the form of Galio and the Renekton? It's a mystery. It's a mystery. GG.
Yeah, well, it's a big thing that Liyab Esports has done, of course, denying the Twisted Fate there for Helios. But it's not just good on this champion. He is also good with the Ziggs. He is good with the Diana as well. Although yesterday they lost that particular game wherein actually Helios, not Diana. I'm looking at Akali. He can actually use that in the mid lane right now, but I'm not actually sure if they would actually prioritize this champion because Twisted Fate, he has been popping off with that. Like what you said, he is efficient. He is dominating with the Twisted Fate. But it won't be possible if Liyab Esports, Exosen would always take that champion away from him.
Yeah, it's putting away those champions that are going to be very important. And now it's depending on RRQ. And Liyab Esports, what do you want to prioritize into game number 2? Are they going in for the unusual picks? Are they going for the traditional picks? Or are they going for the meta picks? Right? Because it's a matter on the saying of, oh my god, they left this champion up. It's a matter of what you want to leave open. It's not because, I want to pick this, I want to pick that.
No.
It's what you want to force your enemy team to pick up and play the mind games against them. If you play the mind games, you know what they're going to pick up and you can play counter engage. You can play active roles in terms of the game number 2 draft. So I think that could be something that we could expect, something that we can find even ground, even footing for Liyab Esports and RRQ and try and make this into a game number 3 for RRQ as well. We've seen them play it out against Omega Esports. We've seen them play out in the early game and play it onto the late game with a Renekton build. They have to play that if they want to win and really go alongside with this specific draft that they have built in game number 1.
Yeah, it is a lot of things to consider here on the side of RRQ if they want to take down Liyab, because in game number 1, they showed that they are still up for this series and they are looking to dominate the game against RRQ. So lots of pressure on this team, particularly, of course, with the performance that they had in the previous game. They need to be able to adapt, because if they don't, they will be blown out by the fire here of Liyab Esports as we start the pick and bans here for game number 2.
It's a draft. It's going to be the beginning of everything that will crash down in game 2. The priorities will be set. Liyab Esports will be banned away by RRQ with how Liyab Esports has played it out. Miggy is dominant player using this Lee Sin, and he was the master of that match 1. So Lee Sin being banned away will force out Miggy onto picking up another champion, with Kaisa followed through by Liyab Esports removing the champion of Marky, a very comfortable player, onto playing a Kaisa. And now RRQ needs to think, are we going in for the Ezreal instead? Are we going for the Saya instead? Because Corki will now be banned away by RRQ as well.
Yeah, and well, this opens up, since RRQ banned out this Lee Sin, leaves the Camille, it leaves the Ziggs wide open here for both teams. However, I'm looking at the RRQ right now, because since Ziggs is available, they can actually take it.
Is this gonna be a no ADC draft? I'm excited to see this one. As Gragas will now be prioritized by RRQ in the first pick, which is definitely understandable. Camille was placed away by Liyab Esports and removed it into the champion pool, and Gragas will be available to pick it up, and now RRQ has it. But Fiora now locked in by Liyab Esports, they can pick up the Galio as well to go as a support role for their team. Because if they don't, that's gonna leave it open for RRQ to pick up. Now Galio locked in for Liyab Esports. RRQ can now pick up onto an Ezreal or onto a Sai, and even a Rengar
Ooh.
now locked in.
Yeah, and without the Lee Sin here or Miggy, there's not much that can stop this Kitty and RRQ. They have taken so much. They even get the Twisted Fate here for Helios, as Liyab Esports are actually building a bit of a teamfight-based composition with good side lane control as well, because it's going to be Nixu with this Fiora, and we might see will this be a Galio in the mid lane, or will we see, oh, is this a Draven? Oh my, RRQ are going ham on this game right now.
We're back into classics, ladies and gents, with Draven locked in for RRQ. And what is exciting as well is they prioritize onto Helios, and they locked in onto Ajana. RRQ is built from the ground up right now and make it a big draft for game number 2. Although we have a Fizz for Liyab Esports, which is actually kind of interesting. I think it has a potential, but it needs items to scale out in terms of the power spike when it comes to the game, especially if you're matching it up against a Helios in a Twisted Fate. It's gonna be very difficult to try and burst him down because of the gold card that will be available. Because Fizz, when you're stunned, you cannot use your skill kit to try and escape. And now it's gonna be game number 2, do or die for Liyab Esports and RR2.
Yeah, it's going to be quite insane how this game might pan out. It's high risk, high reward here for Liyab Esports. Fizz and a Fiora going up against, of course, Helios with a Twisted Fate and Esila with the Gragas. It's going to be hard because this is at a beefy boy in the top lane. And knowing that Fiora needs to snowball, get an early lead to be able to split push all over the map, apply some pressure onto the turrets, of course, and kind of disrupt the members of RRQ. Same with a Fizz. The kill pressure of this champion is really high, but you need the correct execution, of course, to pull this off.
Yeah, execution will be definitely important part to play this out in game number 2, especially with how RRQ and Liyab Esports has built their draft, with the methodical plays that you need to follow through, especially with Saya that needs Infinity Edge when it comes to first. You also have Renan Hurricane to go for the AoE. You need to utilize your ultimates very well, especially in this type of compositions that you're depending hugely onto your ultimates. Now I want to talk about the draft because we are on the topic right now, as we have RRQ now jumping in mid.
Yeah, RQ, Chaz, just looking to gank. There's a Fizz in the mid lane against, of course, a Fish, but it's not going to be possible. Good disengage here by Exosen, of course, with a Trickster. And we have Miggy hovering here. This is going to be 2 versus 3 in favor of Liyab Esports. They look to punish this Kitty, getting the first blood here for Exosen. And this is what we've been talking about. He needs that snowball, but the fight is not done yet. Here comes Marky securing the kill on to Exosen. It's a 1-for-1 trade, and Liyab Esports kind of overextending in that.
Yeah, it's a bit of an overextension that enabled RRQ to now take a kill, but it's a 1-for-1 at the very least. But 500 gold will still be very valuable in the first 2 minutes of the game. So I think that was a good utilization of the flash from Marquee, because typically when you want to use a flash to gain a kill, you want to reset the wave, especially how RRQ has played it out. But considering that the wave was actually pushing against Liyab Esports, that was a go, go, go signal for Helios and Marquee to now come in and try and get the kill, which they did, and now brings it to a 1-for-1. So now it's really that even for now. Liyab Esports and RRQ will need to think on what they want to play this out, especially with Rengar available for RRQ and stacking already onto 1 trophy, 5% damage increase bonus. And Helios, Exosen, gonna match it up mid, 1v1, not really going in for hyper aggression.
Yeah, and it's the Draven that got the first kill here for the side of RRQ. That's going to be a big deal because he's going to have that snowball that he needs to be able to apply so much pressure here in the Dragon lane against Gambit with his Xayah, because this Xayah is going to be a having a bit of a difficult time in the early game because scaling is definitely in the favor of this champion. However, early game with lots of damage, this Draven is going to hurt against the squishy members of Liyab Esports. At most, maybe it's just going to be Miggy and Moraita Boy that could be able to take the damage from this Draven. But other from that, it's going to be hard.
You know what I'm expecting coming in from a Draven for RRQ is to have a double BF sword, then coming to a Stinger right after. That is what we saw in the past in a different team, not RRQ specifically, but here you go. It's a double BF sword, utilizing damage aspect of the Draven when it comes to the game, and this will hurt a lot, especially as a side. But now, here onto the Baron lane in our fight.
Yeah, as sila getting cut out here in the Baron lane. They managed to get a kill here, and Miggy survived, especially with the Grand Challenge here for Nixus healing this Vi up, and they will try to contest here. RRQ are going for re-engage. Miggy overextending, getting cut out. That's a good destiny there by Helios, punishing the overextension. And as the Dragon spawns, of course, Ocean Dragon is available. Liyab Esports trying to answer back with a push in the mid lane in preparation for this Ocean Dragon take.
Yeah, Ocean Dragon will be alive 4 minutes and 30 seconds into the game. Liyab Esports and RRQ can pick this up. Remember that Ocean Drake will give you extra sustainability, and a Draven needs it, and Gambit needs it as well. Both ADCs of these two teams will require a lot, especially how Draven is so squishy when it comes to the game. So Ocean Dragon will be something that needs to be taken by RRQ with hyper aggression and Liyab Esports as well to sustain his life, especially with Nixu building onto more of the sustainability. Having the grasp of Undying gives you like what 4% or every 4 seconds you gain HP regen back every hit that you make, so that is going to be big. And Nixu having more of an Omnivamp will increase that sustainability, go for the 1v1 and even for the 4-1 setup, make it big time. But now it's got to be the Fiora 2v1.
Yeah, 2v1 might even be a 3 versus 1 as Helios is also going here into the Baron lane. Now it's going to be the Hero's entrance to try and help out a Nixu. He will be able to fall back successfully and safely as RRQ now go for the reset.
No one's still going for the Ocean Drake. This is surprising as of yet. Rift Herald will now come alive in 20 seconds. So if someone actually does go for the Ocean Drake, there might be a trade onto the Rift Herald if they want to do it. But now it's going to be the 4-man roam from Liyab Esports top.
Yeah, Moraita Boy starting it off. However, Draven ult will catch them off guard, clearing the minion wave as well, denying them from pushing this tier 1 tower in the top lane as Marky is just dealing with the Gambit right now, especially with a double BF sword. He's going to hurt, like what you said, and Gambit might need to let him farm, keep his distance, because if you get hit by that axe, you will lose so much HP.
Definitely, spinning axe, a lot of damage, especially with the double BF sword already secured by Draven. That's gonna hurt a lot.
Yeah.
Rift Herald will now be available for anyone to take. No information Liyab Esports has gotten onto the Rift Herald spit. We'll just disable how RRQ will try and get this for free. But top lane is a good place to contest here for a source of clash. May potentially happen. This is gonna be very difficult. What will happen next?
Yeah, we're seeing RRQ now hovering to the bot side of the map. Gambit needs to fall back or else
Gambit
is going to get caught. And now the flash in comes, but a good feather storm to counter that initiation. He managed to stall it out, and here comes the recon here by Liyab Esports engaging onto Chaz, and now it's going to be the Twisted Fate that falls down. Moraita Boy is going to get traded as a Exosen
one shot
fleeing for his life. However, it's not going to be Marky that's securing the kill. It's going to be the Janna with the auto attack, and now Gambit with insufficient damage. Mark is just going to blow him up as well with the kitty, Chaz.
Liyab Esports overextended in that fight. Gambit was already safe in that because he used the Feather Storm. And when you're using the Feather Storm for safety, you need not to actually go for an aggressive play. Liyab Esports did it. And Gambit will fall down alongside with the rest of the team. And now RRQ has gained the lead against Liyab Esports. Prior to that engagement, Liyab got the lead. So now it's a bit of a trade-off the Liyab Esports did not want to go for. I think that was amazing because I shouted because Howling Gale was like inches to connect onto Gambit. If that connected, Gambit would have fallen. But they were going for an aggressive play, so that was very interesting. But now mid lane, it's going to be a potential fight. Everyone's hovering around.
Everything is looking at this Ocean Dragon right now. And Liyab Esports, they might have made a big mistake going for that team fight. And this time, we're not so sure if they should contest because our RQ are on fire right now. They have so much damage, especially with Marky starting it off now with the Guardian Angel to be safe even from the engages here from Exosen, but he's still going in. Now on to Chaz. Nice ulti there by Vi, stopping him from escaping. They take one and just for exchange for this dragon.
Yeah, a great trade coming in from the Esports in RRQ, but now it's gonna be bot lane Helios.
Helios getting cut out, goes golden. However, I'm not quite sure if it's going to survive. He's trying his best, but with the help of Miggy, blowing it up with the one-man punch, they will get the kill and they push the tier 1 tower here in the bottom lane with the help of the Rift Herald. It's a trade here by RQ, but Nixu is trying to defend. He's clearing out the wave. It will be enough as the second charge comes in here for the bottom lane, and RQ finally gets a tower.
They have secured the map control as of yet. RRQ gains the mid turret and also the dragon turret, so that will be very good for them. Ocean Drake already secured as well. Trinity Force to the side of RRQ onto Chaz means that the damage output has exponentially increased. The power spike will be there. If Humus Blade will succeed for Chaz in the next couple of minutes, this is going to be very devastating for Liyab Esports to make it back alive. But now it's going to be the 3-man row for Liyab Esports. Death Brush has now been set it up.
Yeah, the Death Brush, but, well, RQ not falling for it. Liyab Esports are being read like a book right now. However, we're seeing Chaz finally. Liyab Esports, all their weight has been worth it. Destiny has been popped. They couldn't get any trade out of it. Marky is mad, throwing the axes at Miggy. But of course, this is kind of a tanky Vi, so he'll be able to sustain so much damage. However, he goes in once again. Here comes the hero's entrance, but actually it's not the best target. And they leave Miggy nearly falling down with sliver of health. And Liyab Esports are going for more. That is surprising. Marita Boy just telling them, no, let's fall back. We shouldn't fight anymore.
Intelligent move from Liyab Esports, putting down onto Chaz, which means that it will be having a delayed passive stack from this game, especially onto the mid game, when everything will be required for our RQ to take in, especially how Liyab Esports doesn't really have a lot of power scaling champions, maybe aside from Gambit and Nixu on this one. They have Galio as well, but the rest will be an early game champion that they need to capitalize. So now, 1k gold difference would be enough for RQ to still stay and sustain themselves constantly in the game.
Yeah, and not only sustain, but also apply pressure all over the map. We see Helios roaming around, creating plays here for RRQ, catching off guard members of Liyab Esports, but same goes as they go in the mid lane, trying to secure this tower, and now Marita Boy just fleeing because they are respecting Chaz with the damage onto the support Galio, and a flash in by Chaz secures the kill, even getting the kill onto Exosen, saying you can't go face to face with me because I will slash you with my claws.
Everything now, mid lane will be the next target for RRQ, gains a tier 2 turret, which means the map control will be in their favor once again. And Liyab Esports is going for the split push, which would lead them to at the very least get that trade-off happen onto a tier 2 for tier 2, but Destiny.
Yeah, Destiny to just stop that push by Nixu as they look to secure another tower. RRQ being very proactive in this game, stopping the aggression of Liyab Esports and actually even turning the tides around. They are being the ones aggressive in this game with this 4k gold lead, but Liyab Esports starting the dragon right now.
Dragon, Mountain Dragon for Liyab Esports. No one actually contested because the jungle is too far away to try and make it back alive. And if you're looking at the map, it's Chaz going in for the top side jungle for their team. So it's not really something that they could try and contest in a blink of an eye, especially how the damage is now scaling for Liyab Esports. But what is most important currently would be the Baron Nashor, currently alive in the map for anyone to take. If anyone takes it back, one huge mistake can change the whole story of the game and make the game upside down.
Yeah, Gambit is doing the very best that he can to allow himself to scale up because everyone is relying on this Zaya right now because Exosen is kind of having a difficult time applying pressure all over the map, even though he already picks up the Lich Bane and the Rabadon's Death Cap, but a while ago got caught out by Chaz because the damage is just too high coming in from this Rengar as RRQ looking to engage in the top lane. Exosen overextending a little bit. Hero's entrance just for the re-engage. Here comes the assault and battery onto that Janna, but I think it's the wrong target as Jazz is hunting this Fizz, but oh my, nice outplay comes in. The Janna with the Hail Mary for that Monsoon. However, it's not enough. Liyab Esports this time takes 2.
What was that from Exosen? 1 HP, jumped in onto Chaz, got the kill. And
Yeah.
I can't think right now. That was an amazing and phenomenal play from Liyab Esports talking about micros. And now they're back into a 1k gold difference. Now TP's out.
Yeah, it TP's out and RQ are contesting this. They're not allowing them to take this Baron just that easily. However, Liyab Esports saying we can take you head on right now. Leading the way here is Nixu going hard as they get the unofficial ace here and take the big purple worm. Baron is on the table right now. Teleport incoming for this buy to secure it with his might, but Chaz is angry. However, it's going to be quite difficult. Monsoon is not yet available. A flash out by Chaz, respecting all that damage, and Liyab Esports take the Baron. Nixu going ham on this after taking out the Jan. He takes out Chaz. That's a double kill for this Fiora.
A Team Ace presented to you by Oppo Reno 5 for Liyab Esports beating down RRQ. That was an amazing play from them. And I told you when it comes to the Baron Nashor alive in the map, every single kill will count as a valuable objective. And Liyab Esports has took 3 kills in that engagement and got the Baron Nashor for free. Now Chaz and Earl God will fall down. And Liyab Esports will be back. Assault and battery.
Yeah, they're going for more. Miggy is mad right now. On the Marky, it's like him saying, oh, you can be aggressive in the early game, but this time, we're gonna go hard on you. And I just want to emphasize that the lead, the comeback here by Liyab Esports started with the outplay of Exosen in the top lane, taking out Chaz. Earl God overextending just a little bit, but that little amount of distance close to Liyab Esports allowed them to secure the kill onto this Janna. And they also got the Baron, they got the unofficial ace, they got the team ace, and now they are on fire. They're blazing so much, taking this inner turret in the mid lane. And oh, that's a bit of an overextension here for Asila. He is quite low right now, even with the Monsoon. It's not going to be enough. Miggy nearly getting caught out with the ulti of a Marky. Managed to survive with a sliver of health as the rest of the members of Liyab Esports are pushing all the lanes. They got the middle inhibitor tower. Bottom lane is being pressured. Top lane is pushing as the Infernal Elder Dragon has spawned, and Liyab Esports have their eyes set on it.
Cover move from Liyab Esports, that will be the most ideal situation because they already got the inhibitor turret into the mid lane and into the Baron lane, which means that they've stacked up on gold. They got the kill onto SLA as well. So utilizing this item and the gold lead that they have will be important for them to dominate RRQ, especially with Infernal Elder Dragon up and running. For anyone to take in this round in the board is gonna be very important. So now if you're looking at the items, you have this already with the Lich Bane, Rabadon Set Cap, Infinity Orb, and Sai already secured Infinity Edge, Mortal Reminder, and the Static Shiv. So very important items to come into the next team fight that may change everything today. But Chaz will just stay there and wait for the right opportunity to make it back.
It's actually going to be a big deal that the Gambit doesn't have that Guardian Angel just yet because, oh, actually, no! Liyab Esports are going ham, forced Chaz to go golden for that disengage as Liyab Esports are just looking to start this Elder Infernal Dragon as Nixu is pushing into the top lane. They need to send Esila to try and defend their inhibitor tower while the rest of the members of RRQ are contesting this dragon. However, it's going to be so much to consider in this short span of time, as they already managed to bait out Chaz's ultimate, and that's going to be crucial because that's the stealthy move of Chaz to try and engage. However, Exosen might nearly get caught out. Hero's entrance comes in just in time to knock Chaz out. They're trying to disengage, but here comes Gambit with the feathers. He's doing a lot of damage, but good disengage by RRQ. In the Nexus comes Nixu. It's not only Exosen that can go with a split push. However, good assassination, Marky kills Gambit. That's going to be a big deal. And Liyab Esports might have overextended a little bit, but Dragon is still up. RRQ not going for this objective because they're busy defending their base.
It's hard because if RRQ comes into the Infernal Dragon, means that RRQ will be leaving the base open for Liyab Esports to come in. But Exosen,
Oh no. Yeah, Exosen overextending right there. Miscalculated the burst damage onto this Rengar, and definitely the shield there of Earl God allowed him to stay alive. And without Exosen, without Gambit, RRQ might be in a very good position to try and take this Infernal Elder Dragon alive, or even a Baron, because they are complete. They don't have the Fizz on the side of Liyab Esports. Chaz rushing to start this Infernal Elder Dragon right away.
Liyab Esports with one man down for their team. It's gonna be a disadvantage
Gonna
for
contest.
GT.
Yeah, they're going to contest definitely here on the side of Liyab Esports, but it's going to be very difficult. Exosen is not here. Elder Dragon is quite low. Chaz is trying to prioritize it. Multiple fights is happening, and RRQ managed to get the Dragon. Now Liyab Esports are falling back. It's up to Gambit now against 4, against the world right now, as Exosen is trying to teleport, but we're seeing Nixu rushing onto the Nexus. It's going to be very difficult. RRQ needs to do something about this, but Exosen is preventing them from disengaging. Destiny comes, Nixu is rushing. There is also Earl God trying to prevent this Fiora from split pushing, but it's nearly there. But they managed to get it with the help of the minions, and the Liyab Esports take this game number 2 and defeat RRQ with better macro. Oh my gosh.
I am speechless. Nixu, what was that? I can't believe it. That was amazing. That was amazing from Liyab Esports. They thought, you know what, we got everyone killed. For Liyab Esports, they were 4-man down, but you know what? We have Nix. It was a split pusher for our team. We don't care about your stun. We have their pulse to counterattack, and that will be negated, and that was just a phenomenal play. And yes, Nixu died in the end, but there was minions in favor of Liyab Esports to finish game number 2. That was such an amazing play that will be reverberated throughout the Philippines today. And RRQ will now officially say goodbye in the summer season playoffs.
What a better way to end the series with Liyab back against the wall, but they turned the tides around, led by Nixu. It's like him saying it's not only Exosen that can do that split push, it's also Nixu with that game-ending push. I was so nervous because, well, RRQ, they got the Infernal Elder Dragon. That was a beautiful call by them. However, the stall there by Gambit, trying to free hit, trying to kite out 4 members of RRQ, chasing him down just in time for Exosen to teleport in that fight. And Nixu saying, no, okay, you stall, I split push, I go into the back door, and I secure the game for us. The wave is crashing, and we have an opportunity to turn the tide around.
That was still amazing. I can't speak. Liyab Esports did that 4-1 setup to a top notch. It blew the roof off how Liyab Esports played that game number 2. And yes, there was a lot of mistakes. I can't deny that, because Liyab Esports is overextending from time to time, but they won that game, and that is what matters.
Yeah, as we see here in the Ocarino 5 play of the game, multiple trades have been happening. We're not sure either Liyab or RRQ was in the lead, because so many fights, so many mistakes were happening from both teams. But right now, it's insane what happened in that last team fight. Definitely, we see Gambit trying his very best, even in the early game, wherein he doesn't have that power scaling just yet. He is quite squishy and doesn't deal any damage, but Liyab Esports constantly making the plays, and it's quite difficult to execute that last fight that happened in the Infernal Elder Dragon. I'm still stumped about this. I'm very fascinated how these both teams are giving their all in this game, pushing their limits into everything that they got just to get the win.
Definitely. It's just a pressure game for Liyab Esports that won them against RRQ. And we can't deny how RRQ got the early lead in the first 12 minutes in the game, the first 13 minutes of the game. They got the lead from there on out because of how they played out the early game. But as we all know, Draven is an early game champion. If he doesn't snowball and constantly get kills and constantly get way for the Esports, they will get down to the ground because their ADC will fall up in late. So for the viewers watching at home, you're currently watching the Oppo Reno 5 play of the game from Game 2.
Yeah, that assassination, that mistake by Exosen was the decision making here by RRQ to take this Infernal Elder Dragon, and they got it. It was a big lead, and definitely the succeeding team fights will be in their favor. But we see Gambit charging on, kiting against Or as he is stalling the game with the help of Exosen, as we see Nixu going into the base, and Exosen preventing them from re-engaging onto this Fiora. RQ nearly saved the game, but it was just enough for Liyab Esports to get that Nexus. That was so close.
Yeah, it was, definitely is. Because if Nixu wasn't really able to go for the split push, it was definitely going to be a win for RRQ. That is an understatement. That will be the statement for RRQ in that game because they got the 4 kills.
Yeah, and master of the match will be, of course, Nixu with this Fiora. That split push in to the Nexus definitely was amazing with a KDA of 7, still participation of 44%, but all those split push, all those pressure into the side lanes, it was a bit of a difficult time for Esila to deal with him, and definitely this Fiora by Nixu has popped up so well. That game-ending push into the mid lane. Well, he died, but it was just, I don't know, it was a calculated play, I guess.
Yeah, he formulated it in his brain. We have a calculator, a living calculator in the form of Nixu.
Yep.
It was just so amazing. The split pushes that he does. If you're looking at it, he forced out Gragas to come up and defend the brown lane because he was split pushing that lane, right? And having Gragas not available in a team fight for RR2 will definitely affect them by a ton because they don't have the disengage that enables them to go for a retreat, to go back into a safe play against Liyab Esports. So that was just how Liyab Esports outplayed them in the draft.
Yeah, not only into the draft but also in the execution. That call was scary. It was scary because Helios has the destiny, and we saw that Earl God was just up. Multiple people were charging onto Nixu while he was trying to get the Nexus destroyed. However, I don't know. It's simply remarkable how Liyab Esports are making these calls. Because like normally we see the fight just continuing, and maybe Liyab Esports would try to turn the tides around, and Nixu helping out Gambit in that 1 versus 4 because Exosen was just up and is teleporting already into the Dragon Pit. But no, they went for the split push. They went for the back door, and definitely it was so worth it.
Yeah, it was so amazing. I can't get over how that worked out for Nixu.
Yeah.
That was amazing. That was amazing for Liyab Esports. Although I want to commend how RRQ has played throughout the playoffs. They were doing very well, and I think they're planning to go for the late game. Maybe sort of, but I guess it's an early late game composition, maybe, because they had a Gragas, right? And they have the Draven, which is not really the late game composition, but the rest of the team are power scaling champions. So maybe it's a bit of an even matchup for RRQ coming into the draft, having a lot of scaling potentials in every phase of the game.
Yeah, and definitely if if you saw a crazy game, definitely you will see some crazy insights from the panels as we go into a short break. But don't go anywhere because we will be right back and you will be greeted by the panels, of course. GG and Infinity coming out.
I will take your hand and we'll rise up from the dust. Oh. Why don't you watch me do my thing? Reinvent the world, yeah. Just to be more, just to be better, just to evolve, just to be more, just to be better, just to evolve, just to evolve. Every time the world spins round, reinvent 360. Thinking you gon' miss a good thing, yeah. Show the whole world, reinvent. Nobody should know stand is strong. A good time. 1, 2, 3, ready to try. Why don't you watch me do my thing?
Take it to the next level with Globe's fiber, LTE advanced, and 5G mobile connection. Now you have the power to reinvent your world. Globe.
I love my curves and the skin I'm in. Switch it up, turn it around, take it up again. I know you feel me. Keep up with me. Come on, let's keep winning till the world stops spinning. Come on, now let's get it. I'ma keep winning till the world stops spinning.
When you want to level up your entertainment, G-Pay your way and get the latest games and movies on Google Play using Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Add payment method on Google Play. Enable payment through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid and confirm. No credit card needed. Simpleng steps para tuloy-tuloy ang purchases at downloads sa Google Play. Your safe one-stop shop for apps, games, music, and movies on your Android device. Use Google Play now through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid para level up ang entertainment. Also available in TM.
Sekreto ng mga gwapong Master Gamer? Para fresh all day, bring your clay game with Master. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Fights germs, controls oil up to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Sekreto ng mga gwapo.
Dear Mother, light of the home.
Dad?
Hey, baby! Greetings, Professor Rodolfo.
May I be absolved from
Math Club tomorrow?
May Globe Virtual Hangouts kasi.
Go and hang out from wherever you are. Just open the Globe One app, choose an event, and click join.
Watch concerts online!
Woo! Dance together!
We can do quiz nights.
Yo, let's go! If you allow me,
I promise.
To make it up to you.
And repay your kindness tenfold? Truly, your favorite child.
I love you, Dad.
Mimi.
Please.
Thank you, sir.
Enjoy your fave events with Globe Prepaid Virtual Hangouts. All together now.
Yes!
play League of Legends Wild Rift with Globe.
Oh no, our spot's closed?
No prob. With Go 50, you can play anywhere.
Wow!
Game on with Go 50 and level up with Go Play 10 for even more League of Legends Wild Rift. See ya!
When you feel it's hopeless, when you think that you lost, oh, I will take your hand and we'll rise up from the dust. Oh, here we go, 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 let us heal and grow. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life, we're still breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We all have our reasons why we are on this track. Oh, we all have our burdens, yeah, but we just keep on fighting and we never look back. Here we go, 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 let us heal and grow. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life, we're still breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
Welcome to Wild Rift.
Liyab Esports takes the last series of the day, winning 2-0 against RRQ. They take
Wow.
home 100,000 Globe Cup points, and they knock RRQ out of the competition in a fight that had us on the edges of our seats. This was a series, ladies and gentlemen. This was one for the books, and my goodness, what a way for Liyab to make a comeback. Panel, I hope you guys can words like as Yuko would say, because I can't. Let's jump into our series highlights right now. We'll start with you, Otolus.
Mindanao Slayers, my friends. Yesterday it was VVV. Today it was RRQ. So Liyab Esports really showed dominance over the Mindanao representatives. And this was actually at the back of Exos and Snagging. the Twisted Fate. It was actually a bit surprising that Helios went for Annie, although it makes sense because the lockdown that you will see here, you have a Vi, you have a Renekton, and you also have an Annie. So definitely very easy to control the game when it comes to crowd control or when it comes to stuns, but Miggy just played out of his mind. He was just doing some one-catch plays on his Lee Sin. So just goes to show that one win is just what you need, right? So yesterday they were able to get over the hump, and after winning that series against BBB, they have shown their other form, right? Onto the draft again. I just hope that Helios showed the fizz. I was speaking to Rico behind the scenes about this one. I was waiting for Helios to pick a fizz, but it was actually EXO that picked it for game number 2. Asa is here to discuss game 2.
Yes, in game 2, you can clearly see that Exocen, this is his comfort pick. This is what the identity of this guy on the mid lane with the assassin play. But let's just enjoy first how well Miggy is enjoying those kicks and those plays.
Right.
And there's so many setup this guy made, and I gotta respect him. There's so many step-up plays of what we've seen from Nixu to Miggy. So at first, there's so many questions roaming around regarding these two members. But game 1, Miggy. Game 2, Nixu. And this is where Assassin, or Exocen the Assassin, comes into play. And he is making those wave crashes all around from top to bottom, looking for the right targets, looking for those plays. And Gambit, despite of him being left out most of the time, that's where he shines. Morai the boy needs the setup for the front line, needs to jump with the hero's entrance. But you can see Gambit, he is alive. He is throwing those feathers one after another. And this time, we need to throw away the Saya with no damage, because at playoffs, we're looking with so much damage from Amihan up until to Liyab. And you can see here the outplay from Exo, that sliver of health trying to save. And the Monsoon isn't going to let that happen to save Chaz. And we got also the big question here with Autolus, that Chaz is playing on a Rengar. We've talked about this, that he is good in terms of utilities, in terms of the setups. But he is playing on a Rengar, which is, yes, he did got those key plays. But what's lacking about RRQ is the setup. So we are missing the freedom of Helios, the freedom of Marky to go for those easy
and
casts.
Isila as well.
Easy, yeah, and even Isila. So you have the Gragas, and this is not the
Here we go.
typical the 4-1. And just cancel the TP at this point, cancel the recalls, and Exocen did what he can and opted to push or force Helios to go for the Destiny. But the MVP of the game, or the
Minions.
solo player highlight, not the solo duo, is the duo Siege Cannon at the back line.
They were definitely on the side of Liyab there. We have to give a shout out to the minions over there for
Put
doing
them on the
their
good
work.
key player.
They are the hardest working players here in Wild Rift. You know, whoever side you're on, they're always there for you. They are indeed. But no, really, Liyab Esports, what an amazing comeback. They were really able to pull through, especially after the setbacks that they suffered throughout, you know, the group stages and the playoffs. They finally have arrived over here, and what a way to show it indeed with that series. And you know what, we do have again a special guest joining us for our post-game show over here. We can ask him even more questions about that amazing play, amazing series against RRQ. Let's welcome Nixu over here to our post-game show. Hi Nixu, congratulations you guys. Congratulations on your win. And yes, thank you so much for taking a little bit of time to talk to us. First up, I have to ask, what did you guys do after your series yesterday to let you guys rally for the series today?
Nag-reset lang po kami ng mindset namin kasi medyo ang gulo po nung unang match talaga namin sa series na yun eh. So nung after na match na yun, nung nag-reset na kami, nakuha namin yung win against BBB. Tapos medyo bumalik yung confidence namin para sa dito sa day 2 na to. Tapos napaghandaan naman po namin yung day 2 sa mga draft na, lalo na sa draft namin, masyadong napaghandaan po namin. Kaya ayun, kaya okay din po yung results.
Most definitely, and what a reset indeed it was. It was exactly what you guys needed in order to come out on top in this series. Adaluz, do you have questions for Nixu?
Hi, Nixu. Audibles here. First off, congratulations. That was a nail biter, my friend. The backdoor. I see you, my friend. I see you. All right. Well, for the viewers, I just want to, of course, inspire our viewers that are aspiring pro players. Do you have any tips for them?
Siguro ano lang, kapag passion mo talaga yung gaming, kunwari simulang bata ka pa lang, passion mo na siya, tapos tingin mo talaga may future ka, kasi may talent ka sa paglalaro, i-pursue mo lang yun, huwag mong papabayaan. Kasi ganun naman lahat nagsisimula sa mababa, tapos kapag ginrind mo ng ginrind yung sarili mo, tapos kapag may mga team na nakita yung potential mo, dun nagsisimula yung road to pro talaga. Kaya wag panghihinaan ng loob.
All right,
Definitely.
thank you. I'm going to
So
queue now. I'm going to queue.
I was going to say, oh, okay, we start from here, but I feel like I'm not moving. That is another topic. But Osiris, what about you? Do you have questions for Nixie?
We're too old for to be pro, and let's be on the panel. Let's enjoy this. So,
Yeah, we're gonna stay here.
It was a joke, not the cannons. We have the MVP here, Nixu, with that backdoor. But I just want to ask what's getting into the minds of the players who did the shot call on the last minute, who's calling or decided that you go for a backdoor and access and to cancel the TP, because I saw you on the Elder Drake when you guys failed on getting those, you already moved up. So that's a split second decision. Who did that?
Parang kaming dalawa nila EXO yun nung time na nag-fail na yung sa Dragon Steel namin. Tapos nung nakaakit na ako sa pader, tapos nag-flashback yung Janna pabalik sa pit. Inisip ko, parang hindi ko na kailangan habulin to. Tapos nakita ko yung minions sa mid tsaka sa bot pushing na. Tapos sinabi rin nila, wag mo ka na sumama dito sa clash. Itulak mo na lang yun, tapos guguluhin na lang namin yung recall. Tapos yun po yun.
No, good decision.
Exactly, and it's those split second decisions that just make the game so much more interesting and definitely more fun for the viewers and for the players as well. So, Nixu, let us know, what is Liyab Esports having for dinner now that you guys have that win?
Ano nga po parang wala pa, pero parang may papadala yata, something McDo yata yun, or pizza, hindi ko po sure. Kasi wala pa sinasabi.
Oh, pizza power!
Nice. You guys definitely deserve that, of course, after that series. Last but not least, do you have any shoutouts that you'd like to give maybe to all of the Liyabbers out there tirelessly supporting you guys?
And thank you so much sa mga walang sawang nagsusuporta sa Liyab. Wag kayong magsawang suportahan kami hanggang sa road namin sa dito sa top 4 na lang. Tapos salamat rin sa Globe and Mineski and sa sponsors namin, Legion tsaka Oppo. Yan po.
Thank you so much, Nixu. You guys enjoy your, whatever food is coming your way. You guys most definitely deserve it. Congratulations. And we will see you guys tomorrow.
Thank you po. Thank you so much.
All right, there you have it. That was Nixu from Liyab Esports, and we kind of had a peek of what went on in that crucial moment. It's really in the little seconds like those that the games like these really thrive. I love hearing what goes on behind the scenes and those split-second decisions that really make or break the game. And you know what? It's really a treat to see Liyab Esports make it this far, and of course into our day 3. But before we get into day 3, we're not exactly done with day 2 just yet, because we have yet to announce our wild core winners over here thanks to Oppo. Let's pull up our 4 winners for today of 380 wild cores. I believe you're ready. I think yesterday I do remember very clearly that Soya Milk won, and I do hope for
I saw him in the comment section again today. I greeted him, by the way. Hey, you're the one who won yesterday, right? So Soya Milk is always present there. Shout out to you, my friend.
Shout out to Soya Milk for always being present for us.
Mr.
But congratulations to Congratulations to Andrew Cornes, Albert M. Plio, Christian Daphne Malayo, Ron Angelo Zapanta. You guys have just won 380 wild cores. Be sure to message the PPGL Facebook page to find out how to claim your prize and treat yourself to maybe your favorite skin or something that you've been eyeing in the shop for a little discount over there with some help from PPGL and from Oppo. Now, of course, checking out the brackets so far and heading into tomorrow, the final day of our playoffs. We have in the upper bracket Team Secret versus Amihan Esports. This is going to be really exciting. And in our lower bracket, we have Omega Esports and Liyab Esports. This is the South Luzon Group Stages. Back again. We have seen these guys, rivals in the South Luzon Group Stages. They are coming back once again in the lower bracket. So this should be really interesting indeed. It is down to these teams, these 4 teams right here. And this is going to be really interesting indeed to find out who we eventually crown as champion. Checking out tomorrow's schedule so that you guys can catch all of the matches that go down, including our very last one. We do have match number 1 opening with Team Secret versus Amihan Esports, followed by Omega Esports versus Liyab Esports, and we are going to find out who will be playing in matches 3 and 4 all the way until the end, until we have a champion for our Sea Icon Series summer season. Very exciting stuff indeed. And before we wrap up, Audalus and Osiris, I just want to get your final thoughts on these teams, on the remaining teams over here in our Sea Icon Series summer season. Has your opinion of who might win the championship changed so far with what we've seen? Because we've had some major upsets over here.
Oh, God.
We'll start with you, Audalus.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes, it did. Because they are not here anymore. So, yeah.
So yeah, just for the entertainment of everyone, both Osiris and I, brothers in arms, we predicted Nexplay to really be the champions. But you know what? All aboard the Orthoros hype train! I tell you, Orthoros!
What about you, Osiris? So do you have any front runners right now for that championship title?
Since most of the talents really go into Team Secret and just for entertainment also, even the prod is eyeing on Amihan, there will be a split decision. So I don't know where I'm going to find myself, but I really wanted to go for Team Secret, but a part of me trying to convince me that, dude, it's Amihan. You gotta watch out for them.
That will be a story indeed. And we are going to find the ending to that story, of course, tomorrow. But of course, before we close off, thank you so much to PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league here in the country, for bringing this awesome Wild Rift tournament over here. And of course, thank you so much to Mineski and to Globe for organizing this event, because with Globe Telecom, you can hashtag reinvent your Wild Rift journey like never before. Explore the path of ascension when you top up on Wild Cores via Coda Shop on Globe.
This is Oppo Reno 5, but there is also another awesome phone. Experience gaming at full speed with Oppo A94 with its Helio P95 chipset, 6.43 inches Full HD plus AMOLED screen display, 4,310 mAh and 30 watts VOOC flash charge, 4.0 victories, and ranking up will be easy. Live life at full speed with the all-new Oppo A94. Get yours now for only 13,999.
At syempre, nandito din ang sekreto ng mga gwapong gamers. Kahit buong araw na naglalaro, hindi mo ang na-GG, fresh pa rin. At para fresh all day, bring your clay game with your Master All-in-One Clay Face Wash. It cleans 99% of germs, controls oil up to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. All-in-one, bring your clay game with Master, sekreto ng mga gwapo.
I love how you started that spiel. The sun was just like over your head and gave you this like afternoon glow. But of course, you know, we can take this conversation over to Globe Virtual Hangouts, because Globe Virtual Hangouts Go Esports brings you events and programs like no other. We start with an apprenticeship program led by the pros, stream takeovers, and local and international tournaments. All you have to do is download the Globe One app and click on the Virtual Hangouts tab to get updated and get hashtag OL together now on the latest happenings on Globe Virtual Hangouts. And that brings us to the end of the second day of the playoffs. Mika Fabs over here signing off for now with Autolus and Osiris. But tomorrow, we crown our champion. Tomorrow, we find out which teams will represent the Philippines in the first international Wild Rift event. And tomorrow, the summer season will come to an end. So you guys better be there. Thank you so much for watching. See you tomorrow. Stay safe and stay healthy.
Here we come back to life, we're still breathing, standing up and